Section 29 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 96, The Fourth Year of the War, A Retrospect. June 28, 1917 to June 28, 1918. Part 3. In April, Buchan, who in December 1916 had been placed by Czernin, succeeded him as foreign minister of the dual monarchy. It was one of those aimless changes of personnel which proved nothing except the rudderless character of Austria's statecraft. She was drifting now in an archipelago of reefs. The nationalism of her subject peoples, the truculence of Hungary, a cracking army, a starving population. Without affection or hope, she continued to follow the will of her stronger partner, and though passionately desirous of peace, she had not the energy left to initiate any independent policy. It was very clear that Austria could not secede from the war of her own will, for she had no strength in her limbs. But it was clear, too, that some day soon her limbs must collapse beneath her. In Germany, the people had been moved to a sudden hope by the promises of February and the achievements of March and April. After that the hope waned, but a conviction endured that there must be peace before the winter. The confidence of most of her statesmen had a longer life, till well into September. There were exceptions, and the most notable was Kuhlmann, the foreign minister. He had never favoured the spring offensive, and by May he had convinced himself of its futility. Accordingly, on 24th June, the budget debate in the Reichstag, he warned his hearers that it was idle to look for a decision in the field. It was a remarkable speech, which revealed the perturbation of Germany's civil statesmen. He admitted the failure of the Eastern policy by granting that the Brest-Litovsk treaty needed revising, and by candidly stating the difficulties with Turkey. He repeated the old tale of Germany's innocence of any thought of world dominion. She sought, he said, only the boundaries drawn for her by history, sufficient overseas possessions to correspond to her greatness, and freedom of trade with all continents over a free ocean. She was willing to listen to any honest offer of peace, and trusted that her opponents would approach her with a proposal. But she would make no statement about Belgium which would bind her without binding her enemies. If one looked only to the battlefield, no decision could be said to be in sight, and he quoted Moltke very much to the purpose. Germany could not be conquered, but, in view of the enormous magnitude of this coalition war, in view of the number of powers, including those from overseas, involved in it, an absolute end can hardly be expected through military decisions alone. The speech was the swan song of Kuhlmann's diplomacy, of the whole policy of the German Politik. It was an attempt to break to the German people the news that the promises of February could not be met, that the boasting of the early summer had been idle. But Kuhlmann and those behind him had miscalculated the popular mood. The drop was too sudden, and the outcry was violent. The Pan-Germans assailed the foreign minister as a partisan of Britain. He was made to explain away his speech by an admission of the necessity of victory in the field, and the Imperial Chancellor made a further and a most unflattering apology for the accidental indiscretions of his colleague. He found he had no supporters, for truculence had become the fashion again, and even Scheidemann bowed to it. He was made the scapegoat, too, of all the blunders of the government, for, as von Holstein once observed to Prince Bülow, "When the sun shines, the Chancellor suns himself. When it rains, it is the Foreign Secretary who gets wet." On 10th July he resigned, and was succeeded by Admiral von Hintze. He had been the exponent of the practicable, or what seemed to him the practicable, as against the megalomaniacs, and there was no place for him in a world where calculations were becoming as futile as dreams. 2 days later, Hertling, with the support of the majority socialists, declared the policy of Germany on confident lines, announcing, among other things, that she held Belgium as a pawn for future negotiations, and thereby refusing what the Allies had always maintained to be precondition of any discussion of peace terms. The last German offensive was due in 3 days, and it was necessary to stiffen the spirit of the country. July came to a close, and with it any confidence that remained to the high command. During August, there were signs that it was the leaders in the fields, rather than the politicians who wished to mitigate the arrogance which they had aforetime fostered. Hindenburg, now somewhat of a lay figure, found himself compelled early in September to issue a manifesto against the growing movement towards compromise. He chose to explain it by the success of Allied propaganda inside Germany, propaganda which it was the fashion to decry in the countries of origin, but which the Germans had come to regard with uneasy respect. On 12th September, the Vice-Chancellor, von Payer, made a curious speech in which, while declaring that he did not believe in a peace of conquest, he expounded Germany's terms in the fashion of a conqueror. There could be no handing back of Poland or Finland or the Baltic states to Russia, or any paring down of Germany's acquisitions in the East.
We can never permit anyone to meddle with us in this matter from the standpoint of the present European balance of power, or rather British predominance. Just as little will we submit to the Entente for its gracious approval or alteration our peace treaties with the Ukraine, Russia, or Romania. In the East we have peace, and it remains for us peace, whether it pleases our Western neighbours or not.
These were brave words, but they were inopportune. The unhappy government of Berlin might speak boldly one day, but the compulsion of events compelled it to change its tone on the morrow. On 14th September, Germany made an offer of a separate peace to Belgium, who at once rejected it. She offered also to refrain from attacking eastern Karelia if the Allied troops would withdraw from the Murman coast, having found it impossible to induce Finland to make any efforts to fight for the territory she had claimed. More significant still, Austria-Hungary addressed a note to all belligerents and neutral states proposing a conference for a non-binding confidential discussion as to the possibility of peace. This offer, though Germany officially denied any connection with it, was undoubtedly made with her knowledge. The truth is that Austria was desperate, and was approaching that condition when she must sue for peace on any terms. Germany was willing to permit the note as a bilan d'essai. If it failed, she could save her dignity by repudiating any part in it. If it succeeded, it would give her the conference for which she had always intrigued. The reply of the Allies was instant and unequivocal, and it was that of Lucio's comrade in Measure for Measure. Heaven grant us its peace, but not the King of Hungary's. Mr. Balfour on 16th September asked pertinently what use would such a conference be if the policy of the Central Powers was the policy of von Payer's speech of 12th September. That same day came America's answer. The government of the United States feels that there is only one reply which it can make to the suggestion of the Imperial Austro-Hungarian government. It has repeatedly and with entire candour stated the terms on which the United States would consider peace, and can and will entertain no proposal for a conference upon a matter concerning which it has made its position and purpose so plain. This, then, was the state of affairs in the third week of September. The German people were in a mood of deep depression, careless of the arguments booming above their heads, but clinging blindly to the certainty of a peace of some kind before the winter. Their rulers were not less disconsolate. They saw their front in the west cracking, and the whole fabric of their power in the east beginning to crumble about their ears. They knew the terms upon which alone the Allies would think of peace, and these terms meant the downfall of all they had builded, and the reversal of Germany's policy since the days of Bismarck. They could not bring themselves as yet to bow to them, and they hoped against hope for some diversion, some gift from the gods at the 11th hour. On 24th September, both the Imperial Chancellor and the Vice-Chancellor spoke in the Reichstag, clinging to their old dogmas, but striving so to phrase them that, while maintaining their substance, they might fall more soothingly on Allied ears. It was certain that Germany would not admit defeat till her armies were decisively beaten in the field. That decision was very near. 2 days later, Foch launched his final battle. We turn to that epic campaign of August and September which had prepared the stage for this, the last act of the play. End of chapter 96, part 3.
Section 30 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Book 4, The Surrender. Chapter 97, The Turning of the Tide, July 18th to September 24th, 1918, Part 1. The final battle had been joined, but it must develop slowly. Let us attempt to discover what was in folks' mind. The Second Battle of the Marne restored to the Allies the initiative. That is to say, they had now power to impose their will upon the enemy to the extent of deciding the form and the time of an action. The enemy might attack, but his attack would be the result of Allied compulsion, and therefore foreseen and prepared for, whereas the Allied offenses would come of their own free will. During most of the campaign in the West, the Allies had kept the initiative, for they won it at the First Battle of the Marne, and did not lose it till Ludendorff's advance of March 21st, 1918. But the initiative of itself could not give victory, or Germany would have been victor after the latter date. For that it must be combined with a final superiority in effective strength. That is, one side must have increased and be able to go on increasing, or the other must have passed the summit of its power and be on the decline. To this position the Allies had never as yet attained. They had come very near to it before the close of the First Battle of the Somme, and they would have achieved it during 1917, had the Russian front held. But the defection of the East turned the tables on them and gave Germany the initiative, and a temporary, though not a final, superiority in effective strength. For 3 months the Allies stood precariously on the defensive, while that temporary supremacy slowly vanished. Then came the hour when the balance inclined towards them, and the mistakes of his opponents offered Foch the chance of a coup, which gave him back the initiative. He had now, in addition, a final superiority in men and material, and had, moreover, what is not necessarily the same thing. This superiority translated into a greater number of reserve divisions. He had, therefore, the means to his hand of using to the full the advantage of the initiative, and nothing but an incredible blunder could have lost him this crowning asset. He made no blunder, for the wisdom which had patiently stood the shock for nearly 4 months, and bided its time, was not likely to fumble when the chance for which it had striven appeared at last. To the bludgeon of Ludendorff he had opposed the light blade of the swordsman. He had avoided his enemy's shattering blows. He had pinked him, and had drawn much blood. He had baffled and confused and wearied him, till the brute force of his antagonist was less than his own trained and elastic strength. But the time for the coup de grace was not yet. In 1813, the Prussian staff, studying the methods of Napoleon, laid down as the first principle of that great master of war the rule: economize forces while keeping the battle nourished, right up to the moment when the transition is made from the preparation to the main attack. Germany had forgotten this maxim, but Foch had remembered it, and had made it the text of a homily in his Les Principes de la guerre. It was now, as ever, the basis of his policy. But this self-discipline and discretion would have been of no value unless the plan for the coup de grace had been found. Such a plan Foch had prepared, and it is on this plan that his claim to preeminence as a leader depends. Since he became Allied Commander-in-Chief, he had made many mistakes. By his slowness in reinforcing Hague, he had invited a disaster on the list. He had been completely surprised by the German attack on the Esne Heights. In the disposition of his forces, as in the way he mixed up the British and the French armies, he had often been clumsy. But in the major business of war he did not err. He had that first quality of the superior mind, the power to select amid a welter of confused alternatives, the capacity to make a simple syllogism, which, once it is made, seems easy and inevitable, but which, before it is made, is in the power only of the greatest. No epoch-making step in history, whether in war or in statecraft, seems otherwise than inevitable in the retrospect. It is like great poetry, compounded into something immortal out of the simplest ingredients by the alchemy of genius. All former Allied offensives had, after a shorter or longer time, come to a halt for the same reason. Wearied troops were met by fresh enemy reserves. The battle became, as it were, stereotyped. The enemy was able to perfect his defense, and the action ended in stalemate. Even after further success was impossible, there was a tendency in the attacker to continue hammering at an unbreakable front, because he had set the stage for action in that one area and could not easily shift his batteries and communications elsewhere. In a word, the offensive lacked mobility and was apt to end in the needless waste of men. This trait was as notable in the Allied attacks on the Somme, at Arras, and at Passchendaele, as in the futile German attempts at Verdun. The first problem was, therefore, to get a superior mobility in the attacks, and to bring in the element of surprise. This the Germans achieved at St. Quentin, by the use of storm battalions and the method of infiltration. But they did not grasp the logical consequences of their new system of war. They allowed an action which was based essentially on surprise to drift into a stationary battle. They permitted their army to become accroché, alike on the Somme, on the Lys, and on the Marne, and therefore, sooner or later, they were faced by Allied reserves and brought to a standstill. Their method could only have succeeded had there been no such reserves, a point on which Ludendorff was in singular error. Foch drew their logical deduction from the tactics of surprise. He resolved to make the battle highly mobile. After striking a blow, he would stay his hand as soon as serious resistance developed, and attack instantly in another place. The enemy would be subjected to a constant series of surprises. Before his reserves could be got up, he would have lost heavily in ground and men. His mass of maneuver would be needed to fill up the gaps in his front, and by swift stages that mass of maneuver would diminish. But for this result he needed a new weapon, and Haig provided it. Cambrai had shown the way, and on 4th July a small action was fought, which was to the last phase of the war when Neuve-Chapelle had been to the first, a fount of new tactics. Haig, with the freeing of Amiens in view, had first to clear the Villers-Bretonneux plateau and take the village of Hamel. The task was entrusted to the Australian Corps in Rawlinson's Fourth Army, and they were given 60 tanks to help them. The affair was, as Sir John Buchan, the Australian commander, described it, the perfection of teamwork. The tanks overcame the German machine guns, and the Australian and part of an American division accounted for the German infantry. It was clear after Hamel that the tank was the additional weapon required. There was now no need of prolonged artillery bombardment. The tank was sufficient to sweep a path for the infantry. There was less need also for elaborate preparations before the battle, and consequently an attack could be rapidly designed for any area where the prospects seemed favorable. Polk was ready to break down the system of trench warfare and restore the open battle, because he had found a method to obviate the clumsiness of the modern military machine. His trust lay in a triple combination of which each part hinged upon the other: the weapon of the tank, the tactics of surprise, and the strategy of complete mobility. But he was not yet ready for the grand climax, the decisive blow. It was still his business to wear down the enemy continuously and methodically by attacks on limited fronts, aiming at strictly limited objectives. The tactical freedom which was now his enabled him to ring the changes over the whole battleground. He would use his reserves discreetly and economically to nourish the battle, and inflict the maximum damage on his opponents. But he would not press in any section for an ambitious advance, or endeavor to force a decision. The action must develop organically, like a process of nature. From 21st March to 18th July, he had stood patiently on the defensive. From July 18th to 8th August, he had to win back the initiative, free his main communications, and dislocate Ludendorff's plans. From 8th August to 26th September, it was his task to crumble the enemy's front, destroy the last remnants of his reserves, force him beyond all his prepared defenses, and make ready for the final battle which should give victory. 1. At first it would appear that Buchan did not realize the meaning of Mangan's success. He had 8 divisions beyond the Marne, and the loss of the main highway from Soissons, for on the 19th the 2nd American Division had cut it, meant that they depended for supply upon the Paris roads, threading through the wooded hills of the Tardenois. Every hour, too, that his men remained south of the river increased the peril of the 30 divisions inside the salient. But for the moment, confusion seems to have reigned at German headquarters, and nothing was done to protect the apex on Thursday, nor yet on Friday, the 19th, when Mangan and de Kut were establishing their ground and beating off counterattacks. For 36 hours, Buchan hesitated. Then, on the afternoon of the Friday, he gave orders for the retreat. It began at 9 p.m. that evening. The plan was to crowd up all available reserves against Mangan, who was regarded as the chief danger. 2 divisions were borrowed at once from Prince Rupert, and before the end of the month the enemy's strength against the French 10th Army had risen to 25 divisions. Mangan, according to Foch's orders, held his hand. He had done all he had set out to do, and had cut the Soissons road. On the 21st, the 1st American Division broadened the breach by taking Verzy-le-Sec, and it was now for de Kut and Dmitri and Berthollet to take up the running. On Saturday, the 20th, the 8th German Divisions staggered back across the river under the concentrated fire of the French batteries from the high ground on their flanks. De Kut advanced to link up with Mangan, whose right had now reached the villages of Parcy-Terny and Villa-Montois. Dmitri and Berthollet between them that evening had the whole southern bank of the Marne, and their outposts begun to cross the river, while Berthollet had also made an advance between the Marne and Reims. On the 19th, the last mentioned had received part of the British 22nd Corps under Sir Alexander Godley, who took the place of the Italian 2nd Corps, and its 51st and 62nd Divisions made progress in the region of Marfaux and the Bois de Courton, thereby endangering the high road along the Ardres, which joined Fresny on the Vesly with Chatillon on the Marne. On Sunday, the 21st, the 6th and 5th Armies struck in earnest. De Kut's object was to outflank Buchan on the north bank of the Marne and drive him from the river. His French and American troops, in a magnificent movement, swept eastward to a front from Brenny on the Ourcq to the west of Raucourt and Epieds, while Dmitri forced the river passage between Gland and Chartreuse. Footnote: the Americans in these actions on the Marne were the 1st Corps under Major General Liggett and the 3rd Corps under Major General Bullard, and included the 3rd, 26th, and 28th Divisions, with the 4th and 32nd in support. End of footnote. Chateau Thierry was no longer tenable, and that evening the Americans of the 3rd Division were in its streets. The Allies were now close on the vital road junction of Urgy-le-Chateau. Buchan had substantially narrowed his salient, and left only some 6 miles of riverfront as the mouth of the pocket. As his flank was turned on the west, it seemed reasonable to assume that he was in process of evacuating the whole area and falling back on the Ourcq and the Vesly. On the contrary, he attempted a stand. On Monday the 22nd, Dmitri crossed the river between Passy and Dormans and at Port-au-Prince, south of Chatillon, occupying in the former area all the ground in the loop of the stream. A slight advance was also made at the Orc, and Berthelot took the village of Bouilly at the northern end of the Montagne de Reims. But on the 23rd there was a sudden stiffening of resistance in the south of the salient. De Gucht alone had some 20 German divisions against him, 4 of them from the fresh reserves of Prince Ruprecht. Buchan held out stoutly on his few miles of river front, the very place where his supply problem was at its worst. This defense, which involved the crowding of large reinforcements into a narrow area, was not necessary for a safe withdrawal, but Ludendorff was anxious to delay the retirement till he could get the hinterland cleared of stores. He had decided on a drastic policy. The projected Flanders offensive had been countermanded, and he had arranged for a falling back of Buchan's army to the Ville-en-Tardenois line on the night of the 26th, and behind the Vesle early in August. Only thus could be attained security. On the 23rd, under the pressure of the counterattack, the French were driven out of Vincennes, but Dimitri managed to press northwards at Jalgon, and between Passy and Dormans. That day, de Gucht's left wing was in the outskirts of Algy, while his left corps center south of the Orc and Drocourt. Berthelot was heavily engaged, the British 51st and 62nd Divisions taking Marfaux, and Mangin began his attack against the slopes of Bureaucé, east of the Soissons-Château-Thierry road, where 2 British divisions, the 34th and the Scottish 15th, were in action. On the 23rd, too, with the object of preventing Prince Ruprecht from sending further troops to the aid of the Crown Prince, the French First Army under de Bagny attacked north of Montdidier with the assistance of British tanks. It advanced 3,000 yards on a front of 7,000, capturing the villages of Meilly-Reneval, Salville, and Aubervilliers, and won the heights overlooking the Avre Valley. By the evening of that day, the Soissons-Château-Thierry road, save for the small section on the plateau south of Soissons, was wholly in Allied hands. 3 more miles had been gained up the Orc Valley. The Americans with de Gucht were pressing along the Château-Thierry Fair road. Buchan's front on the Marne was crumbling, and Berthelot was within 2 miles of the Fismes-Chatillon road. 25,000 prisoners and more than 400 guns had fallen to Foch. The main threat now was against Fère and Tardenois, to which Algy was an advance guard. If Fère were to fall, the southern end of the salient would be gone prematurely, and Buchan accordingly put his chief weight into the defense of that section. The next move was with de Gucht, though Berthelot remained hard at work, and on the 24th the British 22nd Corps captured Rigny with 1,000 prisoners. The 6th Army that day advanced in face of fierce opposition between the Orc and the Marne, till by the evening de Gucht's alignment, instead of being north and south, was now almost east and west. Next day, Thursday, 25th, Algy-le-Château fell, and the center advanced to within 3 miles of Fère-en-Tardenois. Late the following evening, Buchan began the comprehensive retirement which had been ordered between the Orc and the Ardres. He had suffered the penalty of his tardiness. His Marne front was in desperate case, for the roads from Fère in the west and from Fismes in the east were alike threatened. There was no time to be lost if he wished to straighten his line, nor had de Gucht less need for haste, for he must carry Fère-en-Tardenois before the enemy could establish his front from the upper Orc to the upper Vesle. Even if Buchan secured such a front, it would be little better than his front on the Marne, for Mangin lay waiting with an army rested and refitted to strike at its flank as de Gucht had struck at Château-Thierry. Such is the difficulty of a piecemeal withdrawal from a salient in face of a strong and watchful enemy. A fresh position finds itself already turned, with the facts of each new situation as it revealed itself. Folk played as a master plays on an instrument of music. Nevertheless, The German retreat from the Marne by encumbered roads through a broken country was a fine performance, costly in life, hugely costly in materiel. It was much to Buchan's credit that he achieved it at all. On the 27th, de Kut and Dmitri pressed hard in pursuit, and Berthelot advanced to conform. East of Rems-Zourad's Fourth Army made progress in the Mont-Villers region south of Mont-Saint-Nom, and took nearly 2,000 prisoners. The whole day was a good example of skillful pressure exercised upon an embarrassed and retreating enemy. By the evening, Berthelot was on a line from south of Ville-en-Tardenois to just south of Saint-Gemme. On his left, Dimitri's line ran northwest through the forests of Riz and Fer. The Gut was astride the Ourcq. Mangin was slowly working up the slopes east of the Soissons-Château-Thierry road, but was in difficulties at the chateau and village of Busancy, while the advance of his right wing, north of Plessier-Hurleux, was being strongly resisted in the wood of Plessier. Next day, the 28th, de Gut swung his right wing across the Ourcq and entered Fer-en-Tardenois, while the American 3rd Division pushed out of the forest of Riz and took Ronchère. Berthelot was less fortunate and had a hard struggle between Saint-Gemme and Cambrésis, but a British division with him succeeded in retaking the Montagne de Blaye. Signs were appearing of a more comprehensive German retreat, and the villages in rear of the enemy's lines from Soissons to Bassouche were in flames. That day, too, Mangin had carried the strong point of Busancy, where the 15th Scottish Division so distinguished themselves that by the orders of the French commander, a memorial was erected on the battlefield to commemorate their valor. Footnote: the monument was a rough stone pyramid, on one side of which was carved a thistle encircled with roses. End of footnote. For the moment it seemed as if the German retreat was to be turned into a rout. But the enemy was as yet far from beaten. On the morning of the 29th his whole front stiffened. Reinforcements had been huddled into his front lines, and all day vigorous counterattacks took place in the battle area. At Cergy, the 4th Guards Division attacked part of the American 42nd Division, which had recently come from Champagne, and was repulsed after some hours of desperate fighting. It was the same on the 30th, when, on the eastern side of the salient, Berthelot had to face a series of heavy counterattacks in the neighborhood of Saint-Euphraise. The enemy won back the station of Fer-de-Tardenois, and the American 32nd Division, Major General Hahn at Siège and Munier Wood, found every yard disputed. On the last day of July, they swept forward and captured Siège and the slopes beyond, while the French on their right were at last able to debouch from Munier Wood. Bowen had found a line which he believed he could hold, and it was now the business of Mangin to turn the flank of the defense as de Kut had turned it on the Marne. We have seen that the ridge culminating in the heights of Grand Rousseau gave him an avenue into the heart of the German position. His right wing east of Plessier-Hurleux and the Soissons road was now ready for its final attack on the key point, the hill called 205. Bowen lay along the edge of the plateau east of the lower crease and its western tributary, and thence along the watershed between the Ourcq and the Vesle. As the Allies now stood, they had no direct observation over this plateau and the roads from Bresny, Bassouche, and Fismes, which were the arteries of the German supply. But if they could carry Hill 205, they would enfilade the Crease Valley, look over the 5 or 6 miles of downs to the Vesle, and even beyond to the roofs of Fismes. The hill was the key of the whole countryside, and its capture would force Bowen back upon the line of the Vesle Heights. Mangin struck at dawn on Thursday, 1st August, with his whole army, but especially with his right wing, and by 9 in the morning he had the crest of Hill 205. Then followed 2 hours of furious counterattacks, which achieved nothing. Late in the afternoon, a new division of shock troops borrowed from Prince Rupert, advanced to an attack which dwindled away into isolated rushes. Buchan admitted defeat, for not only was his front turned between the Ourcq and the Vesle, but his hold on Soissons was fatally loosened. There was nothing for it but retirement, and the Americans under Goode's right, fighting north of Sergy, found the enemy's resistance suddenly beginning to falter. On the 2nd, the whole Allied line swept forward, and Mangan entered Soissons. Already, since 15th July, the Allies had taken some 40,000 prisoners. There could be no resting place short of the Vesle. During the first days of August, the whole countryside between Ourcq and Esne was murky with the smoke of burning villages, while the four armies of France pressed in the contracting arc of the German front. On the 4th, they had reached the line of the Esne and the Vesle. Next day, they forced the passage of the latter river at many places on both sides of Esne, and crossed the Esne just east of Soissons. That day, American troops of the 32nd Division entered Fismes, and on the 6th, ground was gained on the northern bank of the Vesle. Footnote: on this day, Foch was made a Marshal of France. The dignity of Marshal, said the decree of the President, will not be merely a recompense for past services. It will consecrate for the future the authority of the great soldier who is called to lead the armies of the Entente to final victory. End of footnote. Then once again came a halt. Buchan had reached a line on which he could stand. It was not a position to be altogether desired. The Chemin des Dames and the heights of the Vesle did not form a continuous ridge, but there was the valley of the Esne between, and on the east the hills died away into levels, with Reims as an allied outpost to menace that flank. The Germans, however, mindful of the strength of the Esne defenses in 1914, turned to it as a natural refuge. But 1914 was not 1918. Then Germany had had a great superiority in guns, and something not far from an equality in men. Now superiority and equality had gone beyond recall. The Crown Prince had thrown in 74 divisions since 15th July, and had wholly used up his reserves, besides drawing largely from the neighboring group commanders. Ludendorff, at the best, had no more than 26 reserve divisions at his disposal, and Foch had now a greater mass of maneuver than his antagonist. Moreover, the disastrous Second Battle of the Marne had played havoc with the German first-line troops. Every division was under strength, and some, even of the picked units, were short by more than 30%. 10 divisions were broken up, and the establishment of battalions was reduced from 850 to 750 or less. Indeed, so bad was the case that Ludendorff was compelled to appeal to Austria for men, and now for the first time an Austrian division was identified on the front in France. The dreams of an attack on Amiens and an advance in Flanders was gone forever. The initiative had definitely passed to the Allies, and Ludendorff's one aim was to find security for the coming winter. He must build up as soon as possible a new reserve, and to do this he must shorten his front at certain useless salients, such as those on the Lys and at Montdidier. He aimed at a winter front running along the Ypres and the Valschachte heights, continuing on the low ridges between the Lys and La Bassée, and from Arras to the Weiss holding the crest of the Bapaume and Lassigny uplands. He had now stabilized the position on the Esne, and he had hoped that the French would break their teeth on his new front, and that the battle would decline into one of those fruitless struggles for a few miles of trench in which the old actions had been wont to die away. He hoped in vain. Foch had no mind to waste 1 hour in operations which were not vital. At a conference held on 23rd July, he had expounded his plan to his colleagues. He recounted what he regarded as the necessary preliminaries to the final battle: the freeing of the Paris-Nancy line in the Marne area, the freeing of the Paris-Amiens line, the reduction of the Saint-Mihiel salient, the liberation of the northern coal mines. The first had now been achieved, and the time was ripe for the second. He had won in the Marne salient by carrying an attack no further than the limit fixed by the advantage of surprise, and then striking swiftly elsewhere. It was his supreme merit that he saw the battle as a whole, and he was now preparing his deadly arpeggio on a far broader front. On Thursday, 8th August, Sir Douglas Haig, south of the Somme, flung his Fourth Army against Prince Rupert. End of Chapter 97, Part 1. Section 31 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 97, The Turning of the Tide, July 18th to September 24th, 1918, Part 2. 2. During July, the British and French armies north of the Lys had been slowly improving their position and preparing a starting place for attack. The Hamel action we have noted, but there were others. For example, on the 28th of June, Plumer, with the 5th and 31st Divisions, advanced to the eastern edge of the forest of Nieppe and at Maris. On the night of 30th June, Byng took ground northwest of Albert. On the nights of 5th and 7th July, Rawlinson gained ground on both sides of the Somme and secured the whole ridge which runs east of Hamel and the Bois de Vert. On 12th July, the French First Army advanced more than a mile between Castel and Meilly-Reneval, capturing the former village. On the 19th, the 9th Division retook the village of Meteren, while on the 23rd, as we have already seen, the French advanced 2 miles north of Montdidier. On the night of the 28th, the Australians with Rawlinson went forward north of the Somme, and next day the village of Maris, southwest of Balliol, was taken by the 1st Australian Division with Plumer. Early in August, Ludendorff began his first withdrawal. On the 2nd, Marwitz fell back across the Ancre between Darnencourt and Hamel, and there was a slight retirement north of the La Bassée Canal. Between the 5th and the 9th, east of Robeck, the British line was advanced more than a mile on a front of 6. Ludendorff's intention was clear, and the moment had come for Haig to speed and confuse his departure. The British commander-in-chief had 2 alternatives, to advance on the Lys or on the Somme, and he decided that the latter should take precedence. The area chosen for the new attack was the front of 14 miles, astride the Havre, the Luce, and the Somme from just south of the Amiens-Roye road to Morlancourt. The British forces for the past 3 months, save for the divisions engaged on the Aisne and the Marne, had had a time of comparative quiet, and the arrival of the Americans had given them opportunities of training new drafts out of the line. In this area were disposed the British Fourth Army under Rawlinson and the left wing of the French First Army under Devanny, both forces temporarily under the British commander-in-chief. Infinite pains had been taken to make this surprise complete. By an elaborate piece of camouflage, the enemy was induced to believe that an attack in Flanders was imminent. The Canadians who, along with the Australians, were cast for the principal part in the British attack, had been secretly brought down from the north a few days earlier, and only went into line just before the battle. The German front, the left of Marwitz's Second Army and the right of Foudier's 18th Army, was at the moment held by 7 divisions, and there was no great depth of reserves behind. For the attack, Haig had accumulated not less than 400 tanks, mostly of the Whippet type. It was an occasion for the use of Foch's tactics in their purest form. There was to be no artillery bombardment except just at the moment of advance. The ground had been perfectly reconnoitered from the air. The objectives were ambitious but strictly defined, and the troops to be used were among the corps d'élite of assault in the British Army. Rawlinson had 7 divisions in line of battle, On the right, the Canadian Corps had the 3rd, 1st, and 2nd Canadian Divisions in line, with the 4th in support. In the center, the Australian Corps had the 2nd and 3rd Australian Divisions in line, with the 5th and 4th in support. The left wing, north of the Somme, was held by the 3rd Corps, with the 58th and 18th Divisions in line, and the 12th in support. The 3 divisions of the Cavalry Corps under Cavanaugh were waiting east of Amiens, and a special force of motor machine gun brigades and Canadian cyclists had orders to operate along the Amiens-Roye Road. Strategically, the area was of high importance. Haig's ultimate purpose was that of Foch, which had been already described. His immediate aim was to free his communications, as the French had freed theirs on the Marne. To this end, the enemy must be driven out of range of Amiens and the Paris Railway. Montdidier must be retaken, and the enemy's own communications must be broken by the domination of the important road and rail center of Charles. The battleground was of the familiar type of the Santerre Plateau. North of the Somme, the downs ran southward into an awkward spur in the bend of the river at Tripoli. In the south, in the valley of the Arve, long bare slopes gave a similar advantage to the German defense. The center between the Somme and the Arve was open upland, sprinkled with coppices, which presented no natural obstacle. From Amiens ran straight as an arrow the 2 great Roman highways to St. Quentin and to Roye, and there were dozens of good parish roads to link them up. The whole countryside was an ideal area for tanks, being dry and unenclosed, while the Roman highways provided avenues to direct the assault. An immediate success in the center was a practical certainty, but it looked as if the 2 flanks might have severe fighting. In the first week of August, much rain fell, and on the night of the 7th, a heavy mist soaked out of the ground. When day dawned on Thursday the 8th, it was such another morning as 21st March. Just before daybreak, an intense bombardment was opened between the Ancre and the Havre. 4 minutes later it stopped, and the tanks and infantry moved forward. Rawlinson advanced at 4:20, de Benny some 20 minutes later. In the center, success was immediate and continuous. The Canadians and Australians, pressing along the 2 Roman roads, marched steadily towards their final objectives. Long before noon they had taken Damiens and Marseilles, and were beyond the main Albert-Montdidier highway. Hutter was completely surprised. At one point the British tanks took captive a German regimental mess while it was breakfasting. At another, the whole staff of a division was seized. In some villages, the Germans were taken in their billets before they knew what had happened. And parties of the enemy were made prisoner when working in the harvest fields. The Canadian cavalry passed through the infantry and captured a train on the line near Charles. Indeed, that day the whole British cavalry performed miracles, advancing 23 miles from their points of concentration. Only on the flanks was there any hindrance. North of the Somme, the 3rd Corps carried the woods of Cressères and Tripoli in the river bend, but they failed to take Malancourt, and before nightfall a vigorous German counterattack recovered Tripoli. So too, de Benny, on his 3 miles of front, had difficulties at Moricel, in the Havre Valley. This fell about 8 a.m., and there began a long fight for Moriel and for the woods on the edge of the crest. When these were taken, the enemy resistance broke, and de Benny was able to bring up his wing level with the British center. That night, the new line ran from left to right, west of Morlancourt, along the slopes just west of Tripoli, just west of Framerville, and thence through Caves, Beaucourt, and Rosenvillers-Placier de Pierrepont. In whole of the Amiens outer defense line had been gained except at Le Quesnel, and that fell during the night. The Allied front was in 4 miles of Chalmers, and the salient of Montdidier had become dangerously sharpened. This conspicuous success, in Ludendorff's phrase, the black day of the German army in the history of the war, was due to the brilliant tactical surprise and the high efficiency of the new tanks. Footnote: one Whippet, musical box by name, pushed through to more than 6 miles behind the German front and did immense damage. Its surprising adventures may be read of in Sir A. Montgomery's Story of the Fourth Army, Appendix K, and Major William Ellis's The Tank Corps, page 201, etc. End of footnote. But it was also due in some degree to a clearly marked deterioration in the quality of the German infantry on that part of the front. The machine gun detachments especially did not display their old tenacity. The Allied casualties were extraordinarily small. One Canadian division, which was in the heart of the battle, losing only 100 men. De Benny had mastered the difficulties of the Avre Valley, but the British left north of the Somme was still awkwardly placed owing to the loss of Tripoli. On the morning of Friday 9th, however, the Third Corps, with the assistance of a regiment of the American 33rd Division, Major General Higginson, made a fresh attack, captured Warlencourt on the Ancre and the high ground beyond it, took Tripoli village, and cleared the whole of the Tripoli Bend. In the center, the Allied front was advanced, largely by the brilliant work of the cavalry, to the outskirts of Maricourt and Proyart, and thence led by Maricourt, Rouvoy, Arvillers, and Contois to Pierrepont on the Avre. This front seriously outflanked Montdidier on the north, but there was more to follow. For on the 10th, Humbert's French Third Army struck in on the south flank of the salient between Montdidier and the Mats. Humbert had received no reinforcements and had only the troops which at the moment were holding the line, but his attack was the extra blow needed to complete the work of Rawlinson and de Benny on the north. He took the village of Le Troncoy and Le Fretoy and rang the knell of the enemy in Montdidier. The Germans did not appear to realize their danger, but de Benny and Humbert pushed on through the darkness of the night, and by the morning reached Faverolles, and cut the road to Roye, by which alone retreat was possible. During Saturday the 10th, the Montdidier garrison surrendered, and large quantities of material fell into Allied hands. All day the British and the French pressed forward, and by nightfall were 6 miles east of the town. Rawlinson was close on Le Hons, de Benny was in La Boissière, and Humbert held free camps in Conchy. That day's work had important consequences. It put Chalmers at the mercy of the Allies, but the place was now under direct observation not 3,000 yards away. Roye itself was under their guns, though at long range. The great Amiens-Paris railway was completely freed for traffic, as was also the other line which ran up the Avre Valley to Montdidier. Prince Rupert's reserves had been drawn into the battle, and the original 7 German divisions on the front had now grown to 16. Hodier inside the salient was severely straitened in his communications, and had now no line of lateral supply, not directly threatened. Foch had repeated his tactical performance of 18th July on the Marne. He had freed his own communications and cut the enemy's, and the heights of Lassigny, towards which Humbert was striving, exactly paralleled that hill 205 above Rozoy, the taking of which by Mangin had driven Bohn back to the Vesle. During the night of the 10th, Rawlinson advanced astride the Somme and carried the high ground north of the river between Estehem and Dernancourt, thus widening the battle front. On Sunday, the 11th, Hodier flung in fresh divisions to check the British advance. He retook the hill west of Lyons, but was driven off it, though he still held part of the town. He struck also against Humbert and checked the speed of his progress. Next day, the 12th, Rawlinson advanced south of the Somme, taking Proyart and clearing Lyons, and de Benny had some small gains southwest of Roye. The following day, Humbert made progress east of the Mats, and took the isolated western outlier of the Lassigny Range and the village of Gury. On the 14th, he was in Bivelle, north of the heights, and his right wing carried Ribecourt on the Oise. On the 15th, the whole of the Signy Massif was in his hands, and he had direct observation over the plain to the north, and the communications of all the enemy's southern front in the salient. The first phase of the Allies' offensive, which may be called the Battle of Amiens, had now reached its close, but they were in the old battle area, whose tangled wilderness gave unrivaled opportunities for defense, and the enemy had been heavily reinforced. He had a moment of respite, but it had been won at the expense of his waning reserves. Since 8th August, he had employed 35 divisions. He had lost the use of Chalmers and of the lateral railway from Peronne to Roye, and the fall of the Signy range made a further retreat inevitable. In all the west, Ludendorff had now only 16 fresh divisions in reserve, of which 11 belonged to Prince Ruprecht's group. His chance of a counterstroke had gone forever, and the most he could hope for was to hold the line of upland between Arras and the Oise till he could make an orderly retreat to the Siegfried line for winter quarters. For that purpose, he created a new army group under Buchan, comprising the 2nd, 18th, and 9th Armies, which took position between Prince Ruprecht and the Imperial Crown Prince, from Albert to Soissons. At the same time, he was busy shortening his front on the Lys and the Ancre, and by the 15th we were in Locarno and Cologne, in the first area, and had regained Beaumont-Hamel, Serry, Poissy, and Bourcoy in the second. The mental condition of the enemy has been described by Sir Douglas Haig, buoyed up by the hope of immediate and decisive victory, to be followed by an early and favorable peace. Constantly assured that the Allied reserves were exhausted, the German soldiery suddenly found themselves attacked on two fronts and thrown back with heavy losses from large and important portions of their earlier gains. The reaction was inevitable and of a deep and lasting character. The effect upon their leaders was still graver. Ludendorff tendered his resignation, which was not accepted. At conferences at Spahn on the 13th and 14th August, with the Emperor and the Imperial Chancellor, he urged that peace should be sought at once on the best terms obtainable. But the civilian statesmen did not dare, as yet, to undeceive their people. Meantime, his one hope was a slow and stubborn retreat to the Siegfried system. Between the 8th and 15th, the Allies had taken over 30,000 prisoners, of whom 22,000 had fallen to Rawlinson's army. With 13 divisions of infantry and 3 of cavalry, the British Fourth Army had engaged and defeated 20 German divisions. On the 15th, Mass was said in Amiens Cathedral, in thanksgiving for the final deliverance of that city. Polk had no intention of affording Ludendorff a leisurely retreat. It was his business to hustle him as soon as possible from what he had chosen as his intermediate line, the Bapaume Ridge and the Somme south of Peronne. The fighting of the 15th and 16th convinced him that Devaney and Humbert had, for the moment, reached the limits of fruitful advance. Roye was still in German hands, though Devaney's position on Caesar's camp prevented any use of the place by the enemy. It was time for a new blow in a new quarter. On the 17th, Mangin, with the French 10th Army, struck between the Oise and the Aisne against the awkwardly placed right wing of Karlovitz's 9th Army. It was a strictly limited operation on a short section of 10 miles, and it began by small actions. Mangin, on the first day, advanced for about a mile, took 1,700 prisoners, and occupied the plateau west of Namsyl. It was an adroit performance, for Bohun, much harassed by requests for reinforcements everywhere, disregarded the business as only a local attack. He withdrew his troops there to the battle zone and waited, but next day Mangin pressed in on a broader front. His men were very weary, having been long in battle, but the indomitable spirit of their general lifted them forward, and he varied his hour of attack so cunningly that he wholly confused the enemy. On the 20th, he struck harder on a front of 16 miles and approached the outlet, taking 8,000 prisoners and 200 guns. He had established himself firmly on the western part of the heights of the Aisne and threatened to light the German front on that river and their line west to the Weiss. 3 divisions were spared by Buchan from his reserve, including the Bavarian Alpine Corps, but they were too late to save the critical ground. The result was that by the evening of the 20th, the whole front was closely engaged on the 100 miles between the Havre and the Vesle, and Buchan and the Crown Prince had every man they could muster involved in its defense. It might well have seemed impossible to Ludendorff that the energy of the Allies could find a new battleground, but he was still far from grasping the relentless assiduity of Foch's plan. On the night of the 20th, Mangin, having done his work, held his hand. On the morning of Wednesday, the 21st, Byng struck with the British Third Army. End of Chapter 97, Part 2. Section 32 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 97, The Turning of the Tide. July 18th to September 24th, 1918, Part 3. At first, Foch had wished to direct the next British blow on the Royal-Jalness position, but Haig had persuaded him that the better plan was to outflank it from the north. The British commander correctly defined Ludendorff's mind, and since the Siegfried line was nearer his front, between Arras and Albert, than farther south, he resolved to upset the enemy calculation by striking direct at the sanctuary. He had other reasons for this course. Owing to Rawlinson's success south of the Somme, the Germans held an awkward salient, which might be shattered by a blow on its northern side. He wished to turn from the north the line of the Somme south of Peronne, as a step toward the main objective, Cambrai-Saint-Quentin. Again, north of the Ancre, the ground was less shell-pitted and more suitable for tanks. His aim was by a limited advance to recover the Arras-Albert Railway, and 2 days later to deliver a general attack north of the Somme with the Third and Fourth Armies. There has rarely been a more complete surprise. All week the enemy had been slowly falling back from his uglier salients, north and south of the Lys and south of Arras. The British were again in Merville and Otterstein, and the Germans on the Ancre were feeling their way towards a secure position for the defense of the Bapaume Ridge. But Byng struck before they were ready, and his purpose was that of Haig on July 1st, 1916. He sought to turn the uplands by an advance north of the Ancre, an enterprise which had failed in the earlier battle, with the result that the British had been compelled to resort to a frontal attack. This time the plan was subtler, for the turning movement was not an isolated action, but part of a fast, coordinated engagement. The possession of the plateau between Boucquoi and Avlain-Zevel gave us an advantage which we had not possessed in 1916. It was a thick morning when Byng advanced at 4:55 a.m., the weather of 8th August and of 21st March. On a front of 9 miles between Moyenville and Beaucourt, the 42nd New Zealand and 37th Divisions of Harper's 4th Corps and the 2nd and Guards Division of Haldane's 6th Corps broke through the enemy front at the first rush. Then the 5th, 63rd, and 3rd Divisions passed through and completed the work, and the 21st Division cleared the Ancre bank. Beaucourt was taken, and Achelet-le-Petit, Courcelles, and Moyenville, names known too well to us in the old Somme fighting, and by the evening we had advanced between 2 and 3 miles to where the enemy made a stand along the Albert-Arras Railway. It was sufficient, for Haig did not need to hasten. He was still only nourishing the battle. Next day, the 22nd, the left wing of Rawlinson's 4th Army, the 47th, 12th, and 18th Divisions of the 3rd Corps, with the 3rd Australians and the 38th Division on either flank, came into action between Albert and the Somme, and had a like success. Albert was recovered by the 18th Division and the village of Méault, and our line was pushed 2 miles beyond Méault to the slopes looking towards Ricourt. Meantime, Humbert had taken Lusigny town on the 21st, and Boën was withdrawn to the south bank of the Oise, everywhere, between Glugny and Pontoise. The ground was now prepared for the main operation, for that last of the many Somme actions, which may be called the Battle of Bapaume. The Germans were in retreat on a wide front, and it was our business to confuse and cripple their withdrawal. On the 23rd, Byng and Rawlinson, on the 33 miles of line between Lyons and Mercatel, made steady progress. At 4:45 a.m. south of the Somme, the 32nd and 1st Australian Divisions advanced 2 miles, taking Choignolles and Choigness, and over 2,000 prisoners. North of the river, the 18th and 38th Divisions of the 3rd and 5th Corps pushed east and south of Albert, while the 4th and 6th Corps attacked the Miramont, Bory, Bacquerel line. Gomencourt, Ervelers, and Boyelles were taken, and we won a footing on the Thiepval Ridge. Byng was now astride the Arras-Bapaume road, and closing in on the latter place from the north. That night the Australians took Bray. On the 24th, the whole Thiepval Ridge was cleared by a brilliant concentric attack, in which the 38th Division greatly distinguished itself, and Byng was on the edge of Bapaume. By the 25th, we had Mametz, Martinpuch, and Lessars, but there was a stiff knuckle of resistance around Bapaume itself. On the 26th, Devaney took Fresnoy, and on the 27th, he was at last in Roye, and Boën was in full retreat between the town and the Oise. By the 28th, the French First Army had pushed forward 9 miles to the upper Somme in the Canal du Nord. Meantime, on the 26th, Haig had struck again, this time with Horn's First Army astride the Scarpe. The last of the battles of Arras was beginning, a preparation for the next great stage of the British advance. At 3 a.m., Sir Arthur Currie, with the 51st Division and the 2nd and 3rd Canadians, attacked on a 5-mile front. Wancourt was taken, and the old storm center of Monchy and Jupep, and he finished by nightfall in the outskirts of Rouerre, winning as much in a day as had been won in 6 weeks in that area during the 1917 Battle of Arras. Next day the advance continued. The Rouerre and Cavrel fell. This was a grave matter for Ludendorff, for he saw both his line and his reserve shrinking with a perilous speed. In 7 days, the British alone had taken 26,000 prisoners. The Bapaume Ridge, thanks to our brilliant outflanking movements, was already but lost, and Horn on the Scarpe threatened to return the Siegfried line itself. In that region, the British were already beyond the front they had held on 21st March, but he still clung to his hope of an intermediate stand, to enable him to withdraw in good order to the Siegfried system when the weather broke. His scheme was to take position on a front which was roughly that of the Ailette and the Oise, the Upper Somme and the Tortille. On Thursday, 29th August, Boën was retreating to this line. To hold it, he had to retain Péronne, but he cannot have hoped that he could retain it long. He was fighting for time to get back to the Siegfried positions without too great a loss in men and guns. Once there in that great fortified zone 7 miles deep, he believed he could stand fast for the winter. But he was preparing for the worst, for he gave orders for the preparation of a new position farther east, the Hermann line, from the Upper Scheldt by Sallies and Le Cateau and Guise for the Hundling and Brunhilde positions in the south. That day Rawlinson had Comblies and Morval, and Byng's New Zealanders at last entered Bapaume. Farther north, Byng had already been 24 hours in cross-sales, and Horn had taken Greenland Hill. South of the Somme, we held the western bank opposite Brie and Peronne, and occupied him. De Benny was on the river line to our right, and Humbert was in Noyon. The fall of Bapaume was a grave matter for the enemy, for it lost him a large accumulation of stores and it opened up to Byng the road to Cambrai. On the 30th, Horn moved along the Arras-Cambrai road and found the enemy resistance stiffening. Nevertheless, by the evening, the Canadians were in the skirts of Escaut-Saint-Maine and Hautecourt, and the British on their left had taken Epernay. Horn was now in close touch with the famous Drocourt-Quéant switch, which, it will be remembered, had been constructed to link up the Siegfried Line proper with the old German front south of Lens, after the Battle of Arras had destroyed the northern Siegfried pivot. By the south we reached the edge of Bullecourt and took Bancourt and Fauvecourt. In the French area, de Benny, Humbert, and Mangin all made ground. But the great blow was struck by the 2nd Australians, with Rawlinson. By a superb operation conducted in the darkness, their 5th Brigade crossed the Somme on the night of the 30th and captured the German trenches southeast of Clery. At 5 in the morning of the 31st, it rushed Mount Saint-Quentin, the key of Peronne, a position defended by picked German troops. This attack, made with little artillery support by a small force, was one of the most amazing achievements in the war. That day there were violent counterattacks against all the new British line between the Scarpe and the Somme, but they were repelled with ease, and Maria's Wood, north of Peronne, the scene of the famous stand of the South Africans in March, was taken. On 1st September, the 14th Brigade of the 5th Australian Division entered Peronne, while we gained a long string of villages to the north. Bouchevesne, Rancourt, Sallies-Salicelle, and Bullecourt. Mangin that day pushed north of the outlet to the west of Coucy-le-Château, and de Benny advanced east of Nesle. In Flanders, we retook Balliol Station, crossed the Loire River, and were about to recapture Camel Hill. Ludendorff's intermediate position had gone, and he was once more a wanderer. Footnote: in the actions which may be collectively called the Battle of Bapaume, 23 divisions of the British 3rd and 4th Armies defeated 35 German divisions, taking over 34,000 prisoners and 270 guns. End of footnote. He still struggled to find a resting place short of the main Siegfried line, but clearly there was no such position in the southern sector, once the upper Somme had been crossed. In the north, however, he had the line of the Canal du Nord, a water line which he hoped would be an obstacle too difficult for tanks to cross. His problem now was not to stand, but how to find the means of retiring. The ceaseless pressure of the Allies delayed his going, and unless he found some intermediate defense, he might never reach the Siegfried zone. He hoped by means of the Canal du Nord to check Byng, while to the north and south his men retired before Horn and Rawlinson behind the Drocourt-Quéant switch and the main Siegfried front. But he had not reckoned with Haig. On Monday, 2nd September, while Rawlinson was advancing swiftly east of Peronne, and Byng was beyond Croissels and Bullecourt, the right wing of Horn's First Army, Sir Arthur Currie's Canadian Corps, including the 4th British Division and the 1st and 4th Canadians, and the left wing of the 3rd Army, Sir Charles Ferguson's 17th Corps, comprising the 52nd, 57th, and 63rd Divisions, attacked at 5 a.m. astride the Arras-Cambrai road against the Drocourt-Quéant switch. It was, as the Germans well knew, the key of their whole front, and they had no less than 11 divisions on the 9 miles between the Sensee and the Quéant. The attack went clean through all the lines of one of the strongest positions in the west, and took 6 miles of the switch, the villages Etienne, Drury, with the important hill of Dory, Villers-les-Cagnicourt, Cagnicourt, and Noriel, at 8,000 prisoners. Footnote: in the whole battle of the Scarpe between 26th August and 3rd September, the British took over 16,000 prisoners and some 200 guns. End of footnote. The feat was beyond doubt one of the greatest in the campaign, and it made Ludendorff's plan for an immediate stand impossible. He had no time for counterattacks, but hurried his troops in the south behind the Canal du Nord, and in place of the old switch, put his trust in the line of water and marsh in the Sensee Valley, east of Etienne, which protected Douai, and which was continued southward from Maguillon by the Agache River and the Canal du Nord. By the evening of the 4th, our troops were on the canal bank, and found the enemy entrenched on the east side everywhere, from the Scarpe to the Tortille. Next day, south of Peronne, both Rawlinson and Devaney crossed the Somme. The former by the evening held the line, Athis, Doing, Bousseau, and the latter the line Bellancourt, Givry, Marest. Mangin was now well north of the Alette, while his right wing was moving eastward along the Chemin de Mans, and the French 6th and 5th armies had driven the Germans from the Vesle and stood on the crest between the stream and the Aisne. In Flanders we had recovered Neuve-Chapelle and Fauzegarde, and north of the Lys Plumers front ran from Vormazelli by Wolfgerem to Blostert. Lens had been evacuated, but not yet entered by Horn's troops. The German front now presented a curious spectacle. The flank of the Siegfried Zone had been turned, but the attack was temporarily checked by a water line. Farther south, the enemy attempted to hold the Canal du Nord to cover his retreat, but this front had also been turned on 4th September by the passage of the Tortille River and the canal north of Mosselanes by the British. South again, Marwitz and Houdier were falling back at their best speed to the Siegfried Zone, with no chance of an intermediate stand. Meantime, Humbert was working his way up the right bank of the Oise, and Mangin's Pinchers were feeling at the Saint-Gobain-Massif, which played to the south of the Siegfried Zone, the part which the Drocourt-Quéant switch had been meant to play in the north. Here, however, the French had a difficult problem, for the gap between the Saint-Gobain forest and the Oise and the valley of the Alette were alike too narrow for an easy advance. Farther east, the enemy hold on the Aisne heights was endangered. The whole front which Ludendorff had vainly hoped to establish for the winter in impenetrable defenses was now a thing of angles and patches, and parts of it as fluid as wax under flame. For a week the Allied armies were occupied only in pressing the German retreat. They struck no great blow, for their immediate task was to secure the kind of front from which they could launch that final battle for which Foch had been preparing since July. Douai was covered by the water line, Cambrai and St. Quentin by the Siegfried Zone, and Lyon by the difficulties of the Saint-Gobain-Massif. Foch had no intention of doing the obvious thing, and delivering a direct attack against sectors on which the enemy would be prepared to meet him. His tactical method was to secure surprise, and strategically his attacks were coordinated after the fashion of Pinchers. On the 6th, Rawlinson advanced 7 miles east of Peronne, while Byng reached the western end of Havrincourt Wood. Devaney took Ham, and Humbert pushed 2 miles beyond Chauny and approached Tegnier. Mangin occupied the lower forest of Coucy, and de Groot broadened his front towards the Aisne. On the 7th, Byng took the greater part of Havrincourt Wood, and Rawlinson was in Beauvoir and Rossel, while Humbert took Tegnier and crossed the St. Quentin Canal, and Mangin, on the Aisne Plateau, pressed north of Vaux-Salon. By the 10th, Rawlinson was for the most part in the old British reserve lines constructed prior to 21st March. Byng and Horn were beyond our front on that date, while from Le Fère to the Alette, Houdier was back in the position from which the enemy's offensive had begun. He had drawn in his front between the Sensee and the Oise, and from the Scarpe to the Aisne was holding practically a straight line. The result of this was to shorten his front by 70 miles, as compared with the 14th of July, which meant a saving of over 30 divisions. Nevertheless, he was hard-pressed for men. Since March he had lost more than 1.5 million, and as reinforcements he had only the 1920 class, already partly drawn upon. 100,000 men scraped up from the interior and the lines of communication, and the 70,000 wounded who returned every month from hospitals. These reserves were far too few, the more so as their morale was clearly declining, and Ludendorff labored to strengthen every natural defense, such as his northern pillar on the Passchendaele and Weissachter heights, and to increase by inundations the depth of the water line. He also pushed on his preparation of positions in the rear, the Hermann Line and Antwerp-Meuse Line, and evacuated the civilian population from Douai, Cambrai, and St. Quentin. He had cause for his anxiety, for the whole complexion of the war had changed. Between March and May 1917, the British had forced the Germans back to the Siegfried Zone, taking in the process 21,000 prisoners and 200 guns. In 1918, starting from a front many miles farther west, they had performed the same feat in 1 month, and had 70,000 prisoners and 700 guns to their credit. North of Havrincourt, the enemy was behind the Canal du Nord, and south of it the Siegfried Line ran along the La Vacquerie and Boniface ridges to the Scheldt Canal, and thence to St. Quentin. In front of that line, he held strong forward positions about Havrincourt and Appéhy, which must be taken before the main zone could be assaulted. Accordingly, on the morning of Thursday, 12th September, being struck with the 4th and 6th Corps between Trécault and Havrincourt, he took both villages and cleared the ground for the coming battle. That same day, far to the south, Foch began a new action, the last of the preliminaries which he had set himself. 4. His aim was to wipe out the St. Mihiel salient and open the gate to the river and the vital railway which fed the enemy on the Aisne and the Oise. The enemy position at St. Mihiel, like most salients, was the relic of an unsuccessful offensive. The great German plan in 1914 had included an enveloping movement by the Gap of Nancy and the heights of the Meuse, as well as by the Sambre and the Oise. The movement failed, but it left in the third week of September 1914 a sharp salient running from Fresny due south over the wooded hills to a bridgehead on the west bank of the river opposite St. Mihiel, and thence east to Pont-et-Mousson and the Moselle. This triangle was some 15 miles long on its northern side and 25 on its southern. It was the sharpest on the whole front, but owing to the curious blind nature of the country and to the fact that within it there ran to the apex a sheltered avenue for communications, it had so far been retained by the enemy. It was vigorously assaulted by the French in the spring of 1915, from both north and south, but it was never seriously threatened. For offensive purposes, it was of value to the Germans, who had threatened at long range the main line from Bar-le Duc to Nancy, and it entirely cut the railway running down the Meuse Valley from Commercy to Verdun. The result was that the Verdun corner was always an isolated part of the French front, and it was largely for this reason that the Crown Prince launched his attack there in February 1916. Defensively, it was important as protecting Metz and the Brie mines, but there was no section of the front where a considerable advance by the Allies would have more profound strategical results. Because of the Ardennes, the main communications of the enemy with Germany were sharply divided into two. There was a northern system from Liège through the Belgian plain, which served everything as far south as St. Quentin, and there was a southern system through Treves and Luxembourg, and through Mayence and Metz, which supplied the front from Laon to Lorraine. If the Allies advanced to the key junction of Langoon, the whole southern system would vanish. If they cut the main lateral line anywhere, it would grievously put out of gear. The plain of the Wur was a nerve center of the German battle line. On 11th September, the Army Group of Galwitz had a detachment of 6 divisions under Fuchs on the 40 miles between Fresny and Pont-et-Mousson. But since the divisions were not at full strength, the force was not more than 50,000 men. 2 of these divisions were in the apex of the salient, As local reserves there were 2 further German divisions and 1 Austro-Hungarian. Ludendorff's extreme shortage of men had decided him to evacuate the salient, and the withdrawal would have begun on the 12th. But he had delayed too long, for Foch was aware of his plan and struck while he was in the act of retirement. From the early stages of August, Pershing had been collecting his far-flung divisions, and by the end of that month, the American First Army had been created under his own command. He had now at his disposal 4 corps staffs and 20 divisions fit for the line, besides the 3 engaged in the British area. Footnote: 3 American corps had been so far engaged in the main battle: the 1st, General Liggett, and the 3rd, General Bullard, on the Ourcq and Vesle, and the 2nd, General Reed, on the Somme. End of footnote. The time had come to create an American sector of the front held by American forces. At the most, these troops had 6 months' experience on the battleground, and judging by the time which it took Britain and France to master the ritual of modern war, the experiment did not lack boldness. Yet it was right that it should be made, for America's war effort must culminate as soon as possible in the appearance of her own armies under her own generals. In this, the first major action of America in the field, the French staff were called in to assist in the scheme, and various seasoned French units were added to the American troops. On the night of the 11th, the dispositions at St. Mihiel were these. At the southern side of the salient, on the extreme right, lay General Liggett's 1st American Corps, with in line, from right to left, the 82nd, 90th, 5th, and 2nd Divisions, and the 78th in reserve. On the left lay the 4th American Corps, under General Dickman, within the 89th, 42nd, and 1st Divisions, and the 3rd in reserve. West from Richecourt, around the apex of the salient, was the French 2nd Colonial Corps, under Blondlot. On the northwest side of the salient lay the 5th American Corps under General Cameron, with in line the 26th American, the 15th French, and the 4th American Divisions. The whole forces were under the American Commander-in-Chief. At 1 o'clock on the morning of the 12th, the American artillery opened on the 11-mile front from Vieille to Ziffre. At 5 o'clock, the first wave of attack crossed the parapets, accompanied by flotillas of tanks. An immense number of Allied airplanes accompanied the advance, and not an enemy machine was seen in the sky. The main attack was from the south, and it moved fast through the narrow lanes and thick woods on the rim of the salient, while the northern attack south of Fresny struggled southward to join hands. By 10 a.m., the Americans were in Thiaucourt, and had cut the railway within the salient, which meant that the German divisions at the apex were caught between 2 fires. Meantime, the northern attack had taken Combres and reached Domentin-la-Montagne, while American cavalry was scouring the bypass of the forest. All day the battle lasted, and early on the morning of the 13th September, the northern and southern forces met at Vignoles, and the salient had disappeared. Footnote: the 26th Division from the north won this race, closely followed by the 1st from the south. End of footnote. For 3 days the battle continued, and at the close of it the heights of the Meuse were entirely cleared of the enemy, and the Allied line ran from the Meurthe below Pont-a-Mousson, north of the Bois de Petre, 3 miles to the east of Thiaucourt, 2 miles east of Saint-Bernard, 2 miles east of Fresny, and thence along the eastern foot of the Meuse heights to the old Verdun front at Besançon. Already the advance guard of the Americans were under the fire of the fortress guns of Metz. 16,000 prisoners, over 400 guns, had been taken, together with a mass of every kind of stores. The losses of the Allies were very small. 2 American divisions had only 300 and 600 casualties apiece, while 1 division of French cavalry, which took 2,500 prisoners, had only 4 men killed. The destruction of the St. Mihiel wedge was an achievement of the utmost significance. It proved, if proof were needed, the quality of American troops organized in the largest units and acting under their own commanders. Strategically, it vastly assisted the Allied communications and restored in that area the power of attack at any moment and in any direction. In truth, in that angle of our front which had its apex at Verdun, the Allies were now in the position which the Germans had held in the northern salient before the March offensive. They could strike at their will east into Lorraine, or north down the Meuse into the Champagne. Until the attack was delivered, the enemy could not tell which side was their objective. In that angle lay the United States First Army, and other American armies would follow, so that the concentration of the great new Allied reserves had taken place in a region which menaced more than any other the whole existence of the German front. No enemy salient any longer was left as an advance guard in the west. Something still remained to be done in the north, for in certain sections Haig was not yet in close enough touch with the Siegfried Zone. On the 13th, Byng advanced in the Gauzecourt and Havrincourt area. On the 15th, Rawlinson took Messines, and on the 17th, Holmen. Meantime, on the 14th, Mangan and de Gucht had attacked north of the Aisne and along the Vesle, and the former took Alamo and La Faux Mill, and next day, Valley and the key position of Mont de Cygne. On the 18th, Byng and Rawlinson struck on a front of 13 miles between Holmen and Gauzecourt, and made an advance of some 2 miles, while a counterattack between Trescott and Merves was repulsed during the afternoon. Next day, Byng retook Merves, the greater part of which had been lost on the 17th. On the 18th, de Bagny, fighting on a front of 6 miles west and southwest of St. Quentin, took Savy Wood, and on the 19th, Humbert increased his ground east of the Crozat Canal. All this time, Plumer and Horn were steadily making local gains in their area to prepare the way for the coming battle. Thereafter there was a lull, but on the 24th, Rawlinson pushed forward between the Omignon and St. Quentin and took Selency. South of St. Quentin, de Bagny had been steadily creeping on, and by the 24th had taken Essigny and reached the right bank of the Oise. The stage had now been set, and Byng, Rawlinson, de Bagny, and Humbert from the Scarpe to the Oise were close up against the last German defenses, while Mangan had fought his way to the edge of the Chemin de Dames. Foch was now ready for his supreme effort. Since 15th July he had reduced the enemy's strength by 500,000, and with the aid of the American reserves had increased his own by the same number. Ludendorff had no longer sufficient troops to defend his long western front. He could only save a breakdown in one part by thinning another, and if the attacks were simultaneous, he could not repel them. His sole hope was his water line in the Siegfried Zone, continued to the south and east by the Brunhilde and Hunding lines, positions to which the Allies had not yet advanced. The Siegfried Zone, as German military commentators about this time told their countrymen, for their comfort, was not a line, but a fortress quadrilateral, 38 miles by 25, a granite wall of 24,000 square kilometers. Ludendorff issued to his divisions elaborate instructions about tactical precautions against tanks, but he relied chiefly on his prepared defenses. Then, he hoped, would enable him to stand with a minimum garrison, till such time as the coming of winter took the edge off the Allies' ardor. But before Foch struck, news came of great doings in the east. On 12th September, Prochet d'Esperey had moved forward in the Balkans, and on the 19th, Allenby had begun his whirlwind advance in Palestine. Germany was already drawing in all her outland detachments for the defense of the West. She was pleading with Austria for support, and Turkey and Bulgaria were left to their own resources. The moment had come for the Allies to press in everywhere on the yielding fortress. End of Chapter 97, Part 3.
Section 33 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 98. The Downfall of Bulgaria and Turkey. From the 9th of December 1917 to the 31st of October 1918. Part 1. On the 21st of June, M. Malinov succeeded M. Radoslavov as Premier of Bulgaria. There was no popular movement behind the change. It was devised and executed by King Ferdinand with the concurrence of the fallen Premier, and its motive was to give the government a spurious air of reformation in the event of negotiations with the Allies. M. Malinov was a politician with an ambiguous record, having been by turns Russophile and Germanophile. His chief characteristic was that, whatever faction he belonged to, he kept a foot in the other camp. For honest politics there was scant hope in any class of the public men then flourishing in Bulgaria. Scarcely one but had subscribed to her widest demands for territorial acquisitions in Greek and Serbian Macedonia, scarcely one but had affirmed with every emphasis of rhetoric his undying devotion to the cause of the Central Powers. Yet in June, in spite of Germany's apparent triumphs in the West, Bulgaria was beginning to grow anxious. During the previous winter, large sections of her population had been starving, for Germany had systematically plundered her of foodstuffs. Her administration was corrupt and incapable. Her army was on short rations and ill supplied with boots and clothing. From January 1st, 1918, Germany had ceased to pay the monthly subsidy, and from the 1st of March had refused to be responsible for munitions. Bulgaria looked with uneasy eyes on Turkey's new arrogance, which led her to defy Germany in her Transcaucasian policy. And the question of Dobrudja was becoming rapidly a bone of contention between all the partners of the Teutonic League. By the Peace of Bucharest, Constanza and the greater part of the Dobrudja had been placed under a condominium of Bulgaria's allies, and she could get no assurance that her will would ultimately prevail. She was quarreling bitterly with Turkey over Thracian questions, and there also Germany seemed inclined to temporize with Constantinople. Bulgaria, herself skilled in political treachery, saw too clearly the signs of the same thing in her masters. She sought to establish her autocracy in the Balkans, but she had no desire to be herself a part of the greater autocracy of Berlin. Ferdinand, who dabbled in the classics, may have remembered the Roman historian's phrase, Germani socis pariter atque hostibus servitudinem imposquerant. End of quote note. Footnote, the Germans had imposed slavery on friend and foe alike. End of footnote. Above all, he was a shrewd observer and judged rightly the weakness of Germany's whole position. So, while he was loud in his protestations of loyalty to the Teutonic League, in which all his ministers joined, he was casting about for some cover should the skies fall. To quote again M. de Calais saying, he was looking for the cart filled with straw in case he might have to jump from the window. The Allied front in the Balkans had been all but stagnant since the futile offensive of May 1917. In December of that year, the Commander-in-Chief, General Serey, who had shown little capacity, had been recalled and his place taken by General Guyamat, the former commander of the French Second Army. Throughout the early part of 1918, there had been a considerable readjustment of the Allied troops. Units had been withdrawn from the French and British commands for the front in the west, but, the Italians had strengthened their force in Albania, and the new Greek army had been so greatly increased that it represented the largest Allied contingent. On the 30th of May, the troops raised by Venizelos showed their quality by attacking the Bulgarian positions just west of the Vardar, on a front of 7.5 miles, advancing 1.25 miles and taking 2,000 prisoners. The movement was carried out by the Ceres division, which had the humiliation of Fort Rupert to avenge, and it gave them command of the Liomnica Valley, in which Gevgeli stood. In June, Franchet d'Esperey succeeded Guillemat, and during the summer, by a number of local actions, the position of the Allied front was eased and strengthened. Meantime, the morale of the Bulgarian forces was not improving, desertions were frequent, and the minor offensive planned to take place west of Lake Ochrida had to be postponed for this reason. During July, the French and Italians moved southwest of Ochrida in the direction of Elbasan, their purpose being to straighten the front between the Adriatic and the lake. The important road junction of Berat was taken by the Italians, and over 1,000 prisoners. The failure of the Austrian attack in Italy led to a steady activity by both sides in Albania. Towards the close of July, an Austrian counterattack drove General Ferrero back to Berat, thereby endangering the French on his right. Between the 22nd and the 26th of August, further counterattacks retook Berat and forced Ferrero back some 5 miles to the Malakassa Ridge, which was the last defense of the harbor of Valona. This withdrawal necessitated a further retreat of the French left wing. Thereafter, the Albanian front was quiet, and the interest of Europe in the Balkan battleground languished. Its difficulties were so notorious, the demands of other eras so urgent, that it was generally believed that the war would end with the opposing forces much in their present positions. This expectation was to be dramatically reversed. The Allied High Command perceived that, so soon as Germany was gravely jeopardized in the West, there must come a weakening of the allegiance of her Eastern allies. For their hope of military support from her would be gone, and the bribes for which they had espoused her cause would become the most worthless of promissory notes. A vigorous attack upon Bulgaria and Turkey would, at its worst, complicate Germany's military problem, and, at its best, might put these discontented tributary states out of action. In the case of Bulgaria, the best was scarcely to be hoped for, so formidable seemed her mountain defenses. But a bold offensive might disintegrate her political unity and bring to a head the dissatisfaction of her people and her armies with what promised to be a campaign of barren sacrifice. The enemy front was held from left to right by the Bulgarian Fourth Army under Tochev from the river Mesta to Lake Tahinos. The Bulgarian Second Army under Lukov from Tahinos to Doiran, the Bulgarian First Army under Neresov from Doiran to the bend of the Cherna, the German 11th Army, Bulgarian in constitution, but with a German staff and under the German General Stoibel, from the Cherna bend to the Skambi Valley, and an Austrian detachment in Albania. Facing it from east to west lay the British and Greeks east of the Vardar, the French and the Serbians, the latter including southern Slav regiments, between the Vardar and the Monastir, an Italian detachment under General Mombelli west of Montasir, a further French contingent, and then Ferrero's Italians to the Adriatic. Of the total Allied forces, Greece supplied 9 divisions, France 8, Serbia 5, Britain 4, and Italy, apart from her Albanian army, had 1.5 divisions at Monastir. The enemy forces were some 15 or 16 divisions in line, which, with reserves, totaled 265 Bulgarian and 3 German infantry battalions, besides 14 pioneer battalions and 48 cavalry squadrons. Germany was aware of the weakness of the front, but took no steps to remedy it. She was not averse to Bulgaria suffering a local defeat, which might make her an easier ally to manage, and she seems, strangely enough, to have been convinced that the Greek army, when it came to fighting, would in large part desert to her side. But the gravest weakness lay not in inferiority of numbers and equipment, but in division of command. The Bulgarian 2nd and 4th armies were under the Bulgarian commander-in-chief Yakov, but the Bulgarian 1st and the German 11th armies were the group command of General von Scholz. The key to the Bulgarian front was Uskub, for if that place were won, the communications would be cut between the two parts of the enemy force. An advance against it by the narrow trench of the Vardar Valley was out of the question, and it could be taken only by a turning movement from the east or the west. On the east, such an operation was impracticable because of the great barrier of the main Balkan range running from west to east. On the west, there was better hope, for there the ranges ran irregularly with a general direction of north to south. In the autumn of 1916, the Allies had taken Monastir. But their advance could not be continued, since east of the town was the great bend of the Cherna, containing the Selechko mountains, and while the enemy held these, it was difficult to advance towards Prilep and the Babuna Pass, which led to Uskub. The first stage in any action must be to clear the Cherna bend and the Selechko range. Franchet d'Esperey resolved to make his attack not from Monastir, but from the east in the space between the Cherna and the Vardar. In that area, north and northeast from Lake Ostrovo, the Allied front lay roughly along the Kai-Makchalan and the Dobropoye ranges, which formed the old Serbian frontier. But in certain vital parts the Bulgarians held the crest, and had created along the south slopes an apparently impregnable position. Franchet d'Esperey's plan was to take the enemy by surprise with an attack on a narrow front, and the event of success to extend his area of assault on both flanks and make a push for the Cherna. He argued that if he could carry the 1st and 2nd Bulgarian lines on his side the river, the enemy's resistance might be so weakened as to permit of a real breakthrough. For, though the Bulgarian communications were better than those of the Allies, they were fighting in a sense on exterior lines, and it might be possible by a swift advance to split their front. To puzzle the enemy as to the area of the main attack, the British 27th Division on the 1st of September made a feint attack in the Vardar Valley. On Saturday, the 14th of September, the Allied guns bombarded heavily the line which ran northeast from Kai-Makchalan. Early on the morning of Sunday the 15th, the Serbians, under Misic, with the French in their left, attacked the 7-mile front between Mount Sokol and Vetranik, held by the Bulgarian 2nd Division. They were immediately successful. With a fury hoarded through 2 years of difficult waiting, the Serbs pressed up the steep hillsides, won the crest, and carried all the enemy's first line. The French were stayed for a time at the razor back of Sokol, but early on the 16th this was taken, and, according to plan, the front of attack was enlarged on both sides to some 16 miles. That day the Allies went 5 miles forward and through the enemy's second lines. The Southern Slav Division, fighting with the Serbs, had reached the vital crest of Kozjak, nearly 6,000 feet high, and were looking down on the affluents of the lower Cherna. More than 3,000 prisoners and 24 guns had been taken at the expense of few Allied casualties. The right of the German 11th Army, which might have saved the situation by a counterstroke, remained mysteriously supine and presently paid the price of its impassivity. It was one of those assaults the impetus of which grows with each mile of advance. On the 17th, the Allies were 20 miles beyond their starting point, and their front had stretched to a width of 20 miles. On the 18th, the Serbians had reached and crossed the Černa and were pushing towards Prilep by the eastern skirts of the Selečko Mountains, while their cavalry had entered Pološko and their right wing was approaching the Vardar itself. A little more and the road and railway would be cut, which formed the immediate connection between the enemy's right and left armies. Meantime, the British and the Greeks facing the Bulgarian First and Second Armies made certain that no reserves would be sent westward, for on the 18th they attacked the east and west of Lake Doiran, while the Greek First Corps of the 3 divisions pinned the enemy down on the Struma. The Doiran battle was a hard struggle, for the enemy was prepared and knew the place for the key of his whole front. General Milne had but 2 corps, the 12th and the 16th, both now fallen below 1/2 of their normal establishment. West of the lake lay the British 26th and 22nd Divisions, the Greek Ceres Division, and the French regiment, the whole under Lieutenant General Sir H. F. Wilson. East of the lake was the Cretan Division and the British 28th Division, both under the other corps commander, Lieutenant General Sir C. F. Briggs. On the 18th, the Allies won ground in both areas, but not their whole objectives. The height called the Grand Couronne, which had baffled us the year before, still repelled our efforts. On the 19th, the attack was repeated, but still the front held. Meantime, to the west, the whole line was in action from Monastir to the Vardar. The Serbians were across that river and far north of the Černa, and the enemy was retreating in complete disorder, burning the villages which he abandoned. By the 22nd, the Bulgarian Second Army, which had made a gallant resistance, was compelled at last to fall back from the Doiran front, closely pursued by the British and the Greeks. By the night of the 23rd, the Serbians were in Gradsko, and since the 15th had advanced 40 miles, beyond doubt one of the major exploits of the campaign. The British and Greeks were pressing east of the Vardar, across the Beleš Mountains, towards the Strumnica. The French were approaching Prilep, and Mombelli's Italians were moving north and east of Monastir into the Černa Bend. Next day, French cavalry entered Prilep and found huge quantities of abandoned stores. The Bulgarian position was now beyond hope. The direct communications of their armies were completely severed. More, their broken right wing had now but one way of retreat open, the road from Prilep by Kirčevo and Uskub. By the evening of the 25th, the Serbians had the Babuna Pass and the town of Istip. They were close on Veles, and Uskub was almost within their grasp. The enemy front was cut in two, and the halves driven into a divergent retreat. Its right wing, the German 11th Army, was being pressed northeast towards Kaikandelen. Its left wing, the 1st and 2nd Bulgarian armies, was pushed north to the Strumnica, and the British had entered Bulgaria at Kosturino, 100 miles south of Sofia. Footnote: the Derbyshire Yeomanry, the leading troops of the 16th Corps, who had been brought from the right to the left of the Anglo-Hellenic army. End of footnote. The Austrians in Albania had their flank in the air. Moreover, the enemy was now making but a pure defense. The spirit had clearly gone out of him, and he was being flanked from post to pillar at the Allies' will. He was manifestly beaten and demoralized, and he owed his condition partly to the gross mishandling of the situation for the past year by Germany, which had weakened both the morale and the physique of his armies, and partly to the superior prowess of his opponents. The conduct of all sections of the Allied command had been exemplary, and especial mention should be made of the Greeks and the Serbians. Venizelos' new levies had behaved like veterans and had shown a fighting quality scarcely revealed in their race since the great age of Hellas. As for the Serbians and the Southern Slavs, they had advanced with the patient and unrelenting fury of men who have to avenge a martyred people and a ruined land. They swarmed over precipitous mountains as if they had been level lawns. They broke through the strongest defenses like steel through wax. By sheer indomitable courage, they routed the enemy wherever and in whatever numbers they found him. The crumbling Teutonic League was faced by men who had already gone through the nadir pit of suffering, and for whom nothing mortal had any terrors. For Bulgaria the end had come. She saw no prospect of aid from her allies, and, now as ever a devotee of realpolitik, she resolved to make the best of a bad business. On the night of the Thursday, the 26th, a Bulgarian staff officer appeared under a flag of truce at the British headquarters. Speaking on behalf of the Bulgarian commander-in-chief, he asked for a suspension of the hostilities for 48 hours to permit the arrival of authorized delegates to discuss the conditions of peace. Milner referred the request by telephone to Franchet d'Esperey, who refused the armistice but undertook to receive the delegates. On the evening of Saturday, the 28th, Lukov, commanding the Bulgarian Second Army, the Bulgarian Minister of Finance, and M. Radev, the ex-minister, arrived at Salonika and next day were received by Franchet d'Esperey. They accepted without demur the Allied terms. These were that the Bulgarian army should be immediately demobilized and its arms and equipment placed in Allied custody, that all Greek and Serbian territory at present occupied by Bulgaria should be at once evacuated, that all her means of transport, including her railways and her ships on the Danube, should be placed at the Allies' disposal, that she should cease to be a belligerent except with the Allies' consent, that her territory should be available for the operations, and the strategic points should be occupied by British, French, or Italian troops. On the morning of Monday, the 30th of September, these conditions were ratified by the Allied governments. At noon, the armistice was signed at Salonika, and Bulgaria ceased to be a participant in the war. Meantime, in the past few days, the Allied armies had been sweeping forward. On the 27th, the British took Strumnica and advanced north and east along the river valley. On that day, the Serbians captured Veles, and on the 30th, French cavalry entered Oskub. Farther to the west, the French and Italians reached the Elbasan-Ochrida road, and in Albania, Ferrero advanced and took Berat. The news of Bulgaria's defection brought consternation to Berlin. At first, the German view was that Malinov had engineered it without the consent of the king and the people. But this argument was speedily dropped when it became apparent that it was the people and the army who had forced the step, and that the views of Ferdinand mattered nothing. Then came brave talk of holding the Danube front, and the name of Mackensen was brought forward as a warning to check the Allied rejoicings. But Mackensen was in no position to help. He had 4 divisions in Romania, and there were some 30 German and 14 Austro-Hungarian divisions in Russia, much depleted and of poor quality. But the Central Powers were not so beloved on that front as to make it possible to send reinforcements to the Danube, and even if they could not hope to check Franchet d'Esperey's advance. Germany had perforce to acknowledge defeat in that quarter and do nothing. Events marched swiftly in the Balkans. On the 4th of October, Ferdinand abdicated in favor of the Crown Prince Boris and retired to his estates in Hungary. The new king issued a proclamation announcing that he would respect the constitution and was imbued with the spirit of democracy. The Allies advanced to the Danube, meeting with no resistance except from the broken Austro-German fragments now littered through Serbia. On the 12th of October, the Serbians entered Niš, their ancient capital. There had been a brilliant naval raid on Durazzo by Italian and British cruisers on the 2nd of October. On the 7th, the Italians occupied Elbasan, and on the 14th they took Durazzo. On the 19th, 24 days after the launching of the offensive, the Allies reached the Bulgarian shore of the Danube. By the end of the month, the Serbians were in Belgrade, and the Balkan states south of the Danube and the Save were virtually cleared of the enemy. The downfall of Bulgaria was such a peripeteia as rarely occurs in a campaign. In an area which had been, by almost universal consent, written down as incapable of producing a military decision, a heterogeneous Allied force moved against defenses elaborated during 3 years in what was little more than an exploratory operation. There was no vital strategic objective within 40 miles, and those miles were made up of precipitous mountains and unfordable rivers. Yet, in 3 days the formidable enemy was in flight. In a fortnight he had made peace on terms of complete surrender, and in 3 weeks the Allied cavalry were watering their horses in the Danube. Bulgaria's power of resistance had decayed at the heart. The Salonika campaign, which for 3 years had seemed to be a fruitless divergent adventure, now found its justification because the foundations of victory had been laid on the main front in Western Europe. The Central Powers had been since 1914 a beleaguered fortress, and it is in the way of such fortresses to fall suddenly. To the besiegers the walls look as stout as ever, and the garrisons as alert, but they cannot read the hearts within. And lo, when they attack for the 100th time with a somewhat wary resolution, the flag falls and the gates are opened. Bulgaria had made little of her huckstering. Soured by the injustice of the old Treaty of Bucharest, and led by men without vision, she had deliberately chosen the path of the short view and the easy advantage. She had already paid a heavy toll in loss of men, in famine, and in a sordid bondage to Germany. She was now to pay the further penalty of surrendering her will as a nation and submitting humbly to justice. In her conduct of the war, she had shown revolting brutality to Serbia and her Balkan neighbors. But, on the whole, she had behaved well to the prisoners of Western allies, and, apart from her initial treachery, her record was less black than that of her colleagues. For one man there could be no pity. Her wretched king was one of the meanest figures that ever degraded a throne. He fled to his refuge beyond the Danube, followed by the hatred of his subjects and the contempt of the civilized world. The immediate military consequences of Bulgaria's surrender were enormous for the strategy of the war. The southern frontiers of Austria and Romania were thrown open to an Allied invasion. The subject races of Austria-Hungary were put in a new position of vantage in the struggle for independence. Above all, the direct communications were cut between Germany and Turkey. No longer could the Balkan Zug start from Berlin on its 4-day journey to Constantinople. It was true that Germany, owing to her command of the Black Sea, could still keep in touch with the Bosphorus through South Russia and Romania, and, though Turkey was now outflanked, she was not yet surrounded. Had Germany the will to send support, she still had the routes, provided that Turkey had the will to resist. But Turkey was following fast upon Bulgaria's heels, and already that will had almost gone. For on the 19th of September, Allenby had begun his amazing advance, and on the day when Bulgaria signed the capitulation, he was already at the gates of Damascus. End of Chapter 98, Part 1. Read by Wendell Farkas, Uppsala, 2023.
Section 34 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 98, The Downfall of Bulgaria and Turkey, December 9th, 1917 to October 31st, 1918, Part 2. 2. The capture of Jerusalem on December 9th, 1917 left a curious situation. The Turkish army was split into two parts, with its right wing holding a line curving southeast from about 3 miles north of Jaffa, and its left running in a semicircle north and east of Jerusalem, astride the Nablus and Jericho roads, about 6 miles distant from the city. Between the two wings lay a patch of rocky hill country, with no lateral communications except those far in the rear. Clearly, the next step in Allenby's campaign must be to push east to the Jordan and cut the Hedzid Railway, with the assistance of the Arab army from the south. But in that intricate campaigning ground on advance was impossible without careful preliminaries. When a move came, it was swift and sudden, but it must be preceded by long preparation. His first care was to secure his advanced bases at Jaffa and Jerusalem, for the enemy was too close to both of them for comfort. This work was performed during the last 10 days of December. On the night of the 20th, the 21st Corps on the British left began to move. The 52nd Division crossed the El Oja stream in spite of its swollen current, established its footing on the northern bank, and next day constructed bridges and brought over its guns. On the 22nd, the 54th Division on the right swung forward and took the villages of Rantieth and Fedja, while the 52nd passed beyond their objectives and secured high ground that denied any observation over Jaffa harbor to the enemy. These operations drove the Turks 8 miles from Jaffa and gave the 21st Corps elbow room. Meantime, the task of the 20th Corps on the British right had been delayed by the wild weather of the week before Christmas. On the night of 26 December, the enemy opened an attack astride the Jerusalem-Nablus road. The 60th Division bore the brunt of it, and an assault was also made on the line held by the 53rd Division, northeast of Jerusalem. The two divisions held the enemy, and by noon of the 27th, the 74th and 10th Divisions had counterattacked and driven in the Turkish right. That evening, the enemy's attempt had wholly failed, and on the 28th, the 20th Corps made a general advance northward. By the night of the 30th, it had progressed on a 12-mile front to a depth of more than 2 or 3 miles. The result of the operations was that not only had the enemy attempt to retake Jerusalem been defeated, but the area held by the British around Jaffa and Jerusalem had been substantially increased, and their main line of lateral communication, the Jaffa-Jerusalem road, put out of danger. Any further progress northward was out of the question until highways had been improved and the railway from the south brought nearer the front. Allenby's next step must be to secure his right flank by driving the enemy beyond the Jordan, a step which was necessary both as a preparation for a northern advance and to secure a starting point for an attack upon the Hedges line. He had already made up his mind that his main advance, when the time came for it, would be by the coastal plain, and was therefore his object to draw as much as possible of the enemy's strength east of Jordan by capturing points which would threaten the security of the vital junction of Dera. The land between Jerusalem and the Jordan Valley was no easy country to operate in. It fell steeply in a succession of stony bridges and deep-cut glens to the great trench more than 1,000 feet below sea level. The work was entrusted to the 60th and 53rd Divisions, and the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division was for the time being attached to the 20th Corps. On February 19, 1918, the 6th Division advanced and carried El Montar, the most conspicuous crest among the ridges. Behind it, the mounted troops were able to assemble in cover, and on the 20th, Talat ed-Dam was taken, which the Arabs call the Hill of Blood. All day, the 2 infantry divisions crept forward, and the cavalry assisted in terrain such as cavalry has rarely operated in. At 8:20 on the morning of the 21st, the Australians rode into Jericho. Patrols were pushed forward to the banks of the Jordan, and the Turks retired across the river. It had been a difficult piece of work, performed through appalling country in the worst of weather. So impossible was the ground that one battery of field artillery took 36 hours to cover 8 miles. Allenby's right flank was now secure, but he must broaden his base before he could undertake an attack east of Jordan against the Hedjus Railway. He must seize the high ground on the north bank of the Wadi el Aljah, which enters the river north of Jericho, and thereby control the approaches by the road from Besan. And he must push north of Jerusalem on both sides of the Nablus road so as to prevent the use by the enemy of all the northern routes to the lower Jordan Valley. The 20th Corps was accordingly disposed in 2 parts. Its right wing endeavored to secure the Jordan to a point north of the Wadi el Aljah. Then came a gap which was sufficiently protected by the intricate nature of the country. Beyond that, its center and left were directed along the Nablus road to the line Sinjil Deir Sedan. It was arranged that the 21st Corps should make a small movement to conform. The total advance contemplated was one of 7 miles on a front of 26. This stage in the operations began on 8th March. At first it went swiftly, but on the 9th resistance stiffened, and the 20th Corps had some heavy fighting before on 11th March. It obtained its objectives. Next day the 21st Corps completed its share of the work. Allenby had won a strong defensive line, which protected his flank in any movement beyond the Jordan. On 1st March, Lyman von Sanders took over from Falkenhayn the chief command in Palestine. He had been promised by Enver wholehearted support and that no operation would be undertaken elsewhere. But Enver did not keep his word, and at the very moment was secretly planning an advance in the Caucasus. The new commander found the Turkish forces in poor condition, badly supplied, chronically short of drafts, and strategically ill-placed. The 8th Army under Javad was on the coastal plain, the 7th under Fezri lay astride the Jerusalem-Nablus road to the Jordan. East of the river was the 4th Army entrusted with the defense of the Hedjus Railway, and with its units widely scattered. This last army was not under the direct command of Lyman von Sanders, who was indeed utterly opposed to the whole railway defensive. He would have concentrated everything against Allenby and left Medina to its fate. As it was, the precarious, undefined left wing must paralyze any serious strategy and dissipate such strength as remained in the Turkish forces. The way had now been prepared for a serious attempt by Allenby on the Hedjus Railway, in conjunction with the Arab army from the south. The latter force, under Sharif Faisal, the son of the king of the Hejaz, was based at Aqaba, and since the beginning of the year had been pushing north of the Hejaz line till it was within 7 miles of Man, while isolated detachments were well to the northwest of that place, and had raided and cut the railway. In the words of Colonel T.E. Lawrence, the process was set up ladders of tribes, giving a safe route from the sea bases like Wedge and Aqaba to the advanced bases of operation. Tefillah, 15 miles from the southeast corner of the Dead Sea, had been taken by the Arabs and held till enemy reinforcements reoccupied it in March. Allenby's first plan was for a raid on the line, which would damage it by the destruction of the viaduct and tunnel near Amman, and might, by forcing the recall of the Telifa and Man garrisons, open the way for Sharif Faisal. Amman lay 30 miles north by east of Jericho. Beyond the Jordan was a mile or so of marsh and scrub, then clay ridges steeply cut by gullies, and beyond them the stony and swampy plateau of Moab. Ammon itself lay in a pocket of the tableland, through which ran the Hejaz line. The expedition, which was entrusted to the 60th Division, the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division, the Imperial Camel Corps, and brigades of light armored cars and mountain artillery, started on the night of 21st March in a deluge of rain. Moving down the valley of Acor, the troops found themselves faced with the river in roaring flood and severe Turkish fire from the scrub on the left bank. Swimmers managed to reach the farther shore with tow ropes, and by 7:45 next morning, the leading battalion had crossed. By 8:30, a bridge was completed, but it was not possible to enlarge the bridgehead so long as daylight lasted, owing to the violence of the enemy fire. Early on the morning of the 23rd, a New Zealand regiment managed to cross, and galloping northward, drove off the Turks from the bank. That day, 3 bridges were built, and by 10 p.m., the 60th Division and most of the cavalry were east of the river. On the 24th, the 60th Division, working its way up the gullies, carried the position at Shunet Nimrin, which protected the pass leading to Es Salt, and advanced 4 miles along the Ammon Road, while the mounted troops followed the tracks to Ain el-Sir and Na'ur. The weather was an unceasing downpour of rain. All wheeled transport had to be sent back, and the horses could barely keep their footing on the muddy slopes. The cavalry reached Na'ur on the evening of the 25th and Ain el-Sir on the morning of the 26th. The last dash for the railway now began, the Australians aiming at the line north of Amman, the New Zealanders at the line south of it, and the Imperial Camel Corps at Amman itself. By the evening of the 27th, the New Zealanders reached the railway, but the Camel Corps was checked a mile west of Amman, and the Australians were also held, though one of their demolition parties blew up a bridge north of the town. On the 28th, a brigade of the 60th Division came up, and a general attack was made on the Amman position, but without success. Things went no better next day, but the Turks had received reinforcements. At 2 in the morning of the 30th, the attack was renewed, but since artillery could not be brought up, owing to the state of the roads, it was clear that success was impossible. Moreover, enemy forces from the north were threatening our rear at Es Salt, for the Trans-Jordan advance had created an acute salient in the British front. Accordingly, Allenby withdrew his troops, and by 2nd April the whole force had recrossed the Jordan, except for a garrison left on the east bank to hold a bridgehead. One result of the operations had been to concentrate all available Turkish troops, including part of the garrison of Man, for the defense of Amman. This gave Sharif Faisal his opportunity. His patrols cut the Hejaz line north and south of Man, and on 13th April he carried Senna, and on the 17th the station of Man itself. There, however, he was checked, and being short of ammunition, fell back on Senna. Meantime, he had made havoc of large sections of the railway, both south and north of Man. The British withdrawal behind the Jordan allowed the Turks to reoccupy the strong Shunet Nimrin position, from which on 11th April they made heavy and futile attacks on our bridgehead. Allenby resolved to make a second raid into Gilead to try and cut off the forces at Shunet Nimrin, which were some 5,000 strong, and to endeavor to hold El Salt till Faisal could come up from the south with the object of denying the enemy the use of the coming harvest. A brigade of the 60th Division was to attack at Shunet Nimrin, while a mounted force consisting of the better part of the Desert Mounted Corps was to move northward from Goraniya to Es Salt, cut the communications of the enemy at Shunet Nimrin, and occupy Jisr es Jaddah in the north, from which the flank attack had come that compelled our previous retirement. The British movement anticipated by a narrow margin a Turkish attack designed to drive back Allenby from his most advanced position just west of the Jordan. The operation began on 30th April, when the 60th Division captured the outworks at Shunet Nimrin, but could not carry the main position. The cavalry took Assault by the evening and left an Australian brigade to guard its flank in the direction of Jisr et Damiat. Early next morning, 1st May, this brigade was attacked by the 3rd Turkish Cavalry Division and part of the 24th Division, and was driven back with a considerable loss of guns and transport. This put the cavalry at Assault in an awkward predicament, for they were cut off from their base, since Shunet Nimrin had not fallen. Accordingly, it was arranged to attack the latter point again on 2nd May. The infantry of the 60th Division advancing from the west and the cavalry from Assault in the northeast. But on that day, the cavalry had to fight a defensive battle at Assault, and so could give little assistance to the 60th Division, which made no headway. As the hope for Arab assistance had not been forthcoming, there was nothing for it but to withdraw. By the 4th of May, the British troops, except for the Bridgehead garrison, were again west of the Jordan. One principal result of these operations had been to convince the enemy that our plan of operation concerned the east of Jordan, with Deraa as a main objective. Lyman strengthened the troops at Shunet Nimrin and sent to Assault as chief reinforcement the German 146th Regiment from Macedonia, which was precisely the consequence which the British commander desired. 1/3 of the enemy force was now east of Jordan. For the time being, Allenby had to hold his hand. The grave situation in Western Europe made it necessary for him to reorganize his forces, for all white troops that could be spared were ordered to France. Early in April, the 52nd Division had gone, to be followed immediately by the 74th. Presently, 9 regiments of yeomanry left, 10 more British battalions, and a number of siege batteries and machine gun companies, and in May a further 14 British battalions. To replace these losses, the Indian 7th, Meerut, and 3rd Lahore Divisions arrived from Mesopotamia, and a number of Indian cavalry regiments and infantry battalions were dispatched from India. The result of the brilliant work and reorganization performed by the Commander-in-Chief in India, Sir Charles Munro. In July and August, a further batch of British battalions was replaced by Indian units. All this meant a reduction in fighting strength and complicated provisions for readjustment and training. The summer could therefore witness no British offensive on a large scale. Nevertheless, there was a good deal of activity. Between the 9th and 11th of April, the 21st Corps on the British left advanced 3 miles on a front of 12, taking among other places the village of Rafat. On 8th June, they again attacked on the coast and deprived the enemy of important observation points. During July and August, there were many successful raids by Indian infantry and cavalry. In July, the Turks, stiffened by German battalions, made a vigorous attempt to break into the British salient, which had its apex at the Jordan bridgehead. On the 14th, they attacked its northern flank at Abu Talol on the Jericho-Basan road, and after a momentary success were driven out by the 1st Australian Light Horse Brigade, with a loss of 276 Germans, including 12 officers. A thrust at the same time against the Jordan bridgehead was anticipated and frustrated by the fine charge of an Indian cavalry brigade. During these months, too, the Turks failed to restore the Hejaz line north and south of Man, and Medina was definitely cut off from the north. Much of the summer was spent by Lyman in quarreling with Constantinople. He could not get adequate supplies. The driblet of drafts received scarcely balanced the increasing desertions, and he complained bitterly of Enver's breach of faith in the Caucasian adventure. In August, he told Ludendorff that he might hold his own in the coastal plain, but that he was in the gravest danger east of Jordan, where a defeat would be fatal. Yet he proposed to take the risk of standing his ground rather than embark on a lengthy retreat with troops whose morale was already shaken. The British strategy had been completely successful. The enemy had his mind centered upon his left wing. The stage in the Palestine campaign just recorded was in the main a stage of preparation, intermediate between the brilliant advance on Jerusalem and the still more brilliant operations which were presently to bring Allenby to Damascus and Aleppo. It had been most arduous campaigning, owing partly to the drenching rains of the early spring, and partly to the natural difficulties of the Jordan Trench and the hills of Moab. Of its immediate results, let Allenby speak. On 12th December, the enemy still remained within 4 miles of Jerusalem. He is now 22 miles from the Holy City. To the east, he has been driven across the Jordan, and his communications with the Hejaz raided. His losses between December 12, 1917 and May 31, 1918 were considerable. The number of prisoners amounting to 330 officers and 6,088 other ranks. His one attempt on a large scale to assume the offensive and retake Jerusalem failed and was turned into a defeat, accompanied by a considerable loss of territory. We come now to what must rank among the most dramatic tales in the war, an exploit undertaken at the precise moment when its chances were brightest and its influence on the general strategy of the war most vital, perfectly planned, perfectly executed, and overwhelming in its success. The little campaign, which began 3 years before on the banks of the Suez Canal, had grown slowly to a major operation. In face of every difficulty, the Allies had crept forward, first across the Sinai Desert, then after long delays through the Turkish defenses to the south, and then in a bold sweep to the gates of the Holy City. It had been always, so to speak, a campaign on sufferance, working only with the margin of strength which could be spared from the greater contest in the West. But it had moved patiently to its appointed end, for it was in the true tradition of those dogged older wars of Britain which had created her empire. Her feet might be stayed for a season or retire, but in the long run they always moved forward. The last crusade was now approaching its climax, and the crusaders would have startled the soul of St. Louis and Raymond and Richard of England could they have beheld that amazing army. For only a modest portion of it was drawn from the Western peoples, Algerian and Indian Moslems, Arab tribesmen, men of 1,000 creeds of Hindustan, African Negroes and Jewish battalions were among the liberators of the sacred land of Christendom. In September, the Turks held the front from the coast north of Java through the hills of Ephraim to a point halfway between Nablus and Jerusalem, and thence to the Jordan and down its eastern bank to the Dead Sea. On their left flank, at a considerable distance, the Arabs of Sharif Faisal were threatening the neighborhood of Man. The Turkish dispositions were from west to east. The 8th Army, under Javad, comprising the 22nd and Asian Corps, the 7th, 20th, 19th, 16th, and 40th Divisions. The 7th, under Versailles, comprising the 3rd and 20th Corps, the 1st, 11th, 26th, and 53rd Divisions, and east of the Jordan, the 4th, under Kachuk Janal, which included the 2nd and 8th Corps, the 28th and 62nd Divisions. All these units were greatly below establishment. With a ration strength of over 100,000, they had in line only some 32,000 rifles, 4,000 sabers, and 400 guns, and the garrison of Man and the posts on the Hejaz Railway gave them a further 6,000 rifles and 30 guns. Their general reserve was small, 3,000 rifles and 30 guns, distributed between Tiberias, Nazareth, and Haifa. Against this force, Allenby had 2 divisions of cavalry, 2 mounted divisions, 7 infantry divisions, the Mirat, Lahore, 53rd, 54th, 10th, 60th, and 75th. The British divisions having now a large admixture of Indian troops, an Indian infantry brigade, 4 extra battalions, and the equivalent of a French infantry brigade, a total of 12,000 sabres, 57,000 rifles, and 540 guns. The situation had been reversed since the days of Gaza. Moreover, Lyman von Sanders' command had behind it a record of failure, and above it, as above the whole Teutonic League, the skies had darkened. It was in the Allied interest to strike soon, for beyond the enemy front lay the plains of Sharon and Estrelon, which would become swamps with the first winter rains. Allenby's strategic plan could not be in doubt. It was difficult to join hands with Faisal if the communications of any force east of the Jordan were liable to be cut by the enemy, transferring troops from the west to the east bank. And this danger remained so long as the Turks controlled the crossing at Jisr el-Dimieh. If, however, the enemy west of the Jordan were defeated, this obstacle would be removed, and the Fourth Army east of the river must either retreat or be isolated. The communications of the Seventh and Eighth Armies were very imperfect, running mainly through Baisan to Damascus. This meant that the Eighth Army on the enemy's right had no direct communication, all the routes trending northeast by El Aful and Belsan to the junction of the Palestine and Hejaz lines at Deraa, except by the road along the western shore of the Sea of Galilee. Now, behind the Turkish front lay the hills of Samaria, stretching to the sea at Mount Carmel, and beyond these the plains of Esdraelon and the valley of Jezreel. If, therefore, the front of the Eighth Army could be broken and our cavalry sent through, they might ride over the coastal plain of Sharon, cross the hills, and reach Esdraelon and Jezreel before the enemy could make good his retreat. Once El-Baluf and Besan were in our hands, the Eighth and Seventh Armies would be cut off, and if Deraa, east of Jordan, could be reached by Faisal, the Turkish armies would cease to exist. Allenby therefore determined to thin his front elsewhere and concentrate his energies on breaking up the Eighth Army in the plain of Sharon and opening a road for the cavalry. He was playing not for a local success, but for final victory, and he was preparing to use his cavalry as that arm that had not been used since the outbreak of war. He made his dispositions with extreme care. Opposite the Eighth Army was the British 21st Corps, under Lieutenant General Sir Edward Buffon, now comprising the Lahore, Meerut, 54th, 60th, and 75th Divisions, the French detachment of the 5th Australian Light Horse Brigade. Behind it lay the Desert Mounted Corps under Lieutenant General Sir Harry Chauvel, waiting to exploit its success. The 20th Corps under Lieutenant General Sir Philip Chetwood lay astride Nablus Road and along the Jordan Valley. It now contained only 2 infantry divisions, the 53rd and the 10th, and most of the cavalry had gone to Bulfin's area. In order to screen their departure, Major General Sir Edward Chater, with the Australian and New Zealand Mounted Division and various other infantry and cavalry units, was ordered to demonstrate eastward, as if an attack were contemplated beyond the Jordan. This led the enemy to keep the Fourth Army in position and to refrain from strengthening his threatened right wing. Finally, a mobile Arab column under Faisal, supported by a French mountain battery and British armored cars, assembled 50 miles east of Amman for the advance on Deraa. Our complete preeminence in the air prevented the Turkish aircraft from detecting these preparations, and 4/5 of the British force was concentrated on 1/5 of the total front without a suspicion of the truth reaching the enemy. When our attack was launched, it fell everywhere with the shock of an utter surprise. At 4:45 on the morning of Thursday, 19th September, the 21st British Corps made its attack, its dispositions being, from left to right, the 60th Division, the Meerut, the 75th, the Lahore, the 54th, and the French detachment. Progress on the right in the foothills was necessarily a little slow, but the center and the left in the plain of Sharon swept clean through the enemy's defenses. His first positions, held by the Turkish 7th and 20th Divisions, fell at once. Presently the 60th Division were at the Nahr Fault, the stream by the side of which, in September 1191, Coeur de Lion's English horsemen won their great victory, and were wheeling to the right against Tulkuram, leaving the coast road clear for the cavalry. By 11 a.m., the 75th Division, after a harder fight, had taken the ridge of Etira, and the Lahore Division had taken Jujala, Gigal, and were pressing into the foothills. The 8th Army was in utter rout, pouring along the roads to Nablus and Messadia, desperately harassed by our airmen and mounted troops, while the main body of our cavalry was riding for Esdraelon to cut them off in rear. That night, Chedwode advanced with his 20th Corps to close the roads leading to the lower Jordan Valley. The Turkish 7th Army fought well, but the 53rd and 10th Divisions that night and the next day slowly pressed forward towards Nablus. On the 20th, Bulfin, with the 21st Corps, moved through the mountains of Samaria, and by the evening reached the line Bakabet Lud Masada, Station Atara. The enemy's resistance was appreciably stiffening in that difficult country, and he was showing something of his traditional tenacity in defense. He did not realize that already his doom was sealed, but the cavalry had completely fulfilled their task. By noon on the 19th, their leading troops were 18 miles north of the old front line, and wheeling northeast towards Edrelon and Jezreel. That afternoon, they were through the last barrier of the Samarian hills. By 5:30 a.m. on the morning of the 20th, the 13th Brigade of the 5th Cavalry Division, which in less than 24 hours had ridden 50 miles, had reached Nazareth and taken 2,000 prisoners, including part of the staff of Lehman von Sanders, who only escaped by the skin of his teeth. Footnote: the brigade was too weak to occupy the whole town and had to retire. Lyman got most of his headquarters away by the Tiberias Road, and himself left after midday. End of footnote. That night, the 4th Cavalry Division reached Besan, 80 miles from its starting point, and seized the railway bridge over the Jordan, while the Australian Mounted Division took Jenin, and so closed the last outlet from the south. In 36 hours, the trap had been shut. The 21st Corps held the line Samaria-Atara, the 20th Corps the high ground northeast of Nablus and Mount Ebal, and the cavalry the whole hinterland to the north. Between them lay the remnants of the Turkish 8th and 7th Armies, with no possible way of escape except by the road southeast to the Jordan, crossing at Jizr el-Damiyah. Every track was choked with the rout. Camps and depots were in flames, and British airmen steadily bombarded each section of the retreat. At 1:30 on the morning of the 22nd, the New Zealand Mounted Rifles Brigade and the West Indian battalions from Chaytor's force seized the crossing at Jizr el-Damiyah and deprived the two Turkish armies of their last hope of retreat. They were being relentlessly driven by the Allied infantry into the arms of the cavalry. It remained only to reap the fruits of success. By the 24th, the two armies had, for the most part, passed into our hands, with such of their stores as remained undestroyed. Meantime, while the 4th Cavalry Division and the Australian Mounted Division were collecting the fragments, the Desert Mounted Corps occupied Haifa and Accra, for it was necessary to clear the coast route as soon as possible to provide bases for the next advance. There now remained, of all Lyman's forces, only the 4th Army, east of the Jordan. Till the 3rd day of the battle, it had shown no signs of moving, though the west bank of the river was falling steadily under our power. On the morning of the 23rd, it began its retreat towards El Salt and Amman, closely pursued by Chaytor's horsemen, and ruthlessly bombed from the air. That night, the New Zealanders entered Es Salt, and 2 days later, Amman fell. Amman had meantime been evacuated. Chaytor and Faisal had now joined hands, and the Arabs pressed the fleeing Turks northward along the Hejaz Railway. Chaytor remained at Amman to intercept the retreat of the 2nd Turkish Corps from the Hejaz, and on the 28th duly added that unit to the list of captures. The game was totally in Allenby's hands. His next step was to move on Damascus, and so intercept what was left of the Turkish Fourth Army in its northward flight. It is likely that the bulk of that army might have reached Damascus in time to organize a defense, had it not been delayed by the brilliant destructive work done on the railway by Colonel Lawrence and his Arab Camel Corps. Performances which for ingenuity and audacity recall some legends of the Arabian Nights. Chauvel and the Desert Mounted Corps were ordered to advance in 2 columns, one by the south end of the Sea of Galilee and Deraa, the other round the north end by Capernaum and El Canitra. On the 25th, Tiberias was occupied, and the Australian Mounted Division concentrated there. On the afternoon of the 25th, the 4th Cavalry Division moved out of Baisan on its 120-mile ride, and the Australians left the following day by the northern route. The left-hand column had a stiff fight at the crossing of the Jordan, and again at El Canitra, but they made good progress round the skirts of Mount Hermon, and by 10 a.m. on the 30th were 12 miles southwest of Damascus. The right-hand column had meantime gained touch at El Remta with the Arab forces, whose vanguards by the 27th had entrenched themselves 17 miles north of Deraa, across the line of the Turkish retreat. Early that morning, Lawrence's Arab Camel Corps entered Deraa, and the next day the 4th Cavalry Division and the Sherifian troops pushed northward. On the 30th, the Australian Mounted Division had closed all the northern and northwestern exits from Damascus, and the 5th Cavalry Division laid in the southern outskirts. At 6 in the morning of 1st October, Faisal and Chater entered the city. Footnote: a detachment of the Australian Light Horse Regiment reached the Serail at 6:30 a.m. Colonel Lawrence and the Camel Corps came a little later. Chauvel entered at 8:30 a.m. End of footnote. It was the 12th day from the opening of the attack. 3 Turkish armies had melted away. Over 60,000 prisoners and between 300 and 400 guns were in Allenby's hands, and the dash for Damascus had destroyed the faintest expectation of an enemy stand. All that remained was a mob of 17,000 Turks and Germans, of whom perhaps 4,000 were effectives, fleeing north without discipline or purpose. Of the many brilliant episodes of those marvelous 12 days, perhaps the most brilliant was the converging movement of Chauvel's Desert Corps and Faisal's Arabs on the most ancient of the world's cities. Damascus had been an emporium when Tyre was young, and she was still a mighty city centuries after Tyre became a shadow. Rich in holy places, for is it not on that minaret called the Bride of her great mosque that, according to popular belief, the Lord will take his stand at the day of judgment? She had one shrine of peculiar interest for this last crusade. Within her walls lay the tomb of Saladin, the greatest of those who fought in Palestine the Battle of Asia against Europe. One of Faisal's first acts was to remove the tawdry bronze wreath with which the German emperor in 1898 had seen fit to decorate the sleeping place of the great Sultan. Allenby did not rest upon his laurels. His next objective was the line Rayak-Beirut, for he wanted a port and a railway running inland to shorten his communications. On 6th October, Rayak was occupied without trouble by the Desert Mounted Corps, and the junction with the broad gauge line to Aleppo was won. Meantime, the Meerut Division had been marching north along the coast from Haifa through Tyre and Sidon, and on the 8th occupied Beirut amid the plaudits of the inhabitants. The rest was a triumphal procession. The Desert Corps reached Baalbek on the 11th, and riding down the valley of Orontes, took Homs on the 15th. The Meerut Division, following the coast, occupied Tripolis on the 18th, thereby providing a shorter supply line for the cavalry at Homs. The next and last stage was Aleppo, that great mart through which in the Middle Ages the wealth of Asia flowed to Venice and the West. The 5th Cavalry Division and the armored cars were sent forward, and after a few small brushes with the enemy, reached the place on the 25th, where they were joined by an Arab detachment. Next day the town was cleared and occupied, Lyman von Sanders having retired to Alexandretta. Our cavalry patrols advanced 15 miles and occupied Muslimi Junction, thereby cutting the Baghdad Railway. Since 19 September, the Allies had moved their front 300 miles to the northward. They had taken over 75,000 prisoners and huge quantities of stores. They had entirely destroyed the Turkish armies in Syria and driven the enemy back behind the Salesian gates. They had cut too the much-prized line which was to link Berlin with the Persian Gulf. The Turkish Empire and all the hopes that Germany had built on it were crumbling under the deadly pressure from the south. It was the moment for Marshall to move in Mesopotamia, when British column advanced up the Tigris and another along the Kifri, Kirkuk, Alton, Karwupi Road. The left column under Lieutenant General Sir A.S. Cobb drove the Turkish force on the Tigris steadily back, cut off its retreat by means of an inflanking cavalry movement, and on the 30th October, near Shurghat, compelled its surrender. It numbered 7,000 men under its general, Ismail Haki. In the meantime, the right-hand column had taken Kirkuk on the 25th and advanced to Alton Kupri. The resounding events in Syria had weakened the enemy resistance everywhere, and its echoes were heard in Persia and Transcaspia. Mosul was now within General Marshall's reach, but when he entered it in the first days of November, it was without opposition, for Turkey, like Bulgaria, had followed the path of wisdom and surrendered to the Allies. On the 3rd of July, the Sultan Muhammad V died. He was an old and feeble man at his best and had never been more than a puppet in the hands of the Committee of Union and Progress. His successor, his brother, Mohammed VI, had not been many weeks on the throne before he gave signs of some independence of character. The estrangement between Enver and Talat was increasing, and as Germany's prospects darkened in the West, the policy of self-kipent began to have supreme attractions for Turkey's governors. The defection of Bulgaria and Allenby's exploits in Syria gave impetus to the movement. On 10th October, Enver and Talat resigned. On the 11th, Izzat, an honest soldier, succeeded Enver at the War Office, and Tiluk, a colorful ex-diplomat, became Grand Vizier. Jadavid remained Minister of Finance, and the constitution of the government suggested that though Enver might have fallen, Talat was still active behind the scenes, and the committee still the repository of the supreme power. But the situation was too serious to be met by any juggling with cabinet appointments. Turkey's end was near, and the blindest of the young Turks was constrained to admit the truth. The British and French were at the Maritsa and marching on Andriopol, and a Greek corps was moving between Kavala and Drama. Presently, the enemy from the west would be at the gates of Istanbul. On the 14th October, Turkey appealed to President Wilson to use his influence to secure an armistice and to begin negotiations for peace. To this, the president sent no reply, and Constantinople could not afford to wait. General Townsend, who had been a prisoner since the fall of Kut, was released and sent to the headquarters of Admiral Sir Somerset Calthorpe, commanding the British naval forces in the Aegean, to ask that negotiations should be immediately opened for an armistice. Admiral Calthorpe stated the conditions of which this would be granted, and during the last week of October, the Turkish plenipotentiaries arrived at Mudros. On the 30th, an armistice was signed, and from noon on the 31st, hostilities ceased. The main terms were the opening of the Dardanelles and the Black Sea, the immediate repatriation of Allied prisoners, the demobilization of the Turkish army, the severing of all relations with the Central Powers, and the placing of Turkish territory at the disposal of the Allies for military purposes. Footnote: Terms of armistice with Turkey. signed on October 30th, 1918. 1. The opening of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, and secure the access to the Black Sea, Allied occupation of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus forts. 2. The positions of all minefields, torpedo tubes, and other obstructions in Turkish waters to be indicated, and assistance to be given to sweep or remove them as may be required. 3. All available information as to mines in the Black Sea to be communicated. 4. All Allied prisoners of war and American interned persons and prisoners to be collected in Constantinople and handed over unconditionally to the Allies. 5. The immediate demobilization of the Turkish army, except for such troops as are required for the surveillance of the frontiers and for the maintenance of internal order. The number of effectives and their disposition to be determined later by the Allies after consultation with the Turkish government. 6. The surrender of all war vessels in Turkish waters or in waters occupied by Turkey. These ships to be interned at such Turkish port or ports as may be directed, except such small vessels as are required for police or similar purposes in Turkish territorial waters. 7. The Allies to have the right to occupy any strategic points in the event of any situation arising which threatens the security of the Allies. 8. Free use by Allied ships of all ports and anchorages now in Turkish occupation, and the denial of their use to the enemy. Similar conditions to apply to Turkish mercantile shipping in Turkish waters for purposes of trade and the demobilization of the army. 9. Use of all ship repair facilities at all Turkish ports and arsenals. 10. Allied occupation of the Taurus tunnel system. 11. The immediate withdrawal of the Turkish troops from northwest Persia to behind the pre-war frontier has already been ordered and will be carried out. Part of the Transcaucasia has already been ordered to be evacuated by Turkish troops. The remainder is to be evacuated, if required by the Allies, after they have studied the situation there. 12. Wireless, telegraph, and cable stations to be controlled by the Allies. Turkish government messages accepted. 13. Prohibition to destroy any naval, military, or commercial material. 14. Facilities to be given for the purpose of coal, oil, fuel, and naval material from Turkish sources, after the requirements of the country have been met. None of the above material to be exported. 15. Allied control offices to be placed on all railways, including such portions of the Transcaucasian railways as are now under Turkish control, which must be placed at the free and complete disposal of the Allied authorities, due consideration being given to the needs of the population. This clause is to include Allied occupation of Batum. Turkey will raise no objection to the occupation of Baku by the Allies. 16. The surrender of all garrisons in the Hejaz, Assyria, Yemen, Syria, and Mesopotamia to the nearest Allied commander, and the withdrawal of troops from Cilicia, except those necessary to maintain order as will be determined under Clause 5. 17. The surrender of all Turkish officers in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica to the nearest Italian garrison. Turkey guarantees to stop supplies and communication with these officers if they do not obey the order to surrender. 18. The surrender of all ports occupied in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, including Macerata, to the nearest Allied garrison. 19. All Germans and Austrians, naval, military, and civilian to be evacuated within 1 month from the Turkish dominions, those in remote districts to be evacuated as soon after as may be possible. 20. The compliance with such orders as may be conveyed for the disposal of the equipment, arms, and ammunition, including transport of that portion of the Turkish army which is demobilized under Clause 5. 21. An Allied representative to be attached to the Turkish Ministry of Supplies in order to safeguard Allied interests. This representative is to be furnished with all that may be necessary for this purpose. 22. Turkish prisoners to be kept at the disposal of the Allied powers, the release of Turkish civilian prisoners of a military age to be considered. 23. Obligation on the part of Turkey to cease all relations with the Central Powers. 24. In case of disorder in the 6 Armenian vilayets, the Allies reserve to themselves the right to occupy any part of them. 25. Hostilities between the Allies and Turkey shall cease from noon local time on Thursday, the 31st October, 1918. End of footnote. The surrender of Turkey brought to an end the hopes of the Teutonic League of using gains in the East to redress the balance in the West. It shattered the whole fabric of policy built up laboriously during the past 4 years between the Baltic and Indian Ocean. It left Germany with no crutch to lean on but her Western armies. We turn now to that battlefield where, long before Turkey signed the Armistice, the fate of those armies had been decreed. End of Chapter 98, Part 2. Section 35 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 99, The Breaking of the German Defenses, September 25th to October 10th, 1918. On the 25th of September, the Germans between the North Sea and the Moselle held a position difficult indeed, but not hopeless. They still possessed many of the chief points of vantage in the west: the Ypres ring of hills, the Weissachta Messina's ridge, the St. Gobain massif, the main part of the Esnede heights, the uplands about Rheims, and a strong line protecting the road down the Meuse Valley. They had the water line in front of Douai, and the Siegfried system still intact, covering Cambrai and St. Quentin, while its extension, the Hunding and Brunhilde zones, defended the country between the Oise and the Aisne and their positions in Champagne. Their worst anxiety was on behalf of their left, for at all costs the Allies must be warded off Mézières and Le Guillaume and the vital railway of the south. There, accordingly, Ludendorff had strengthened his forces, for he believed that the American attack at Saint-Mihiel would be followed by an advance into Lorraine. His second main preoccupation was a centre from Douai to St. Quentin. He could not afford to lose Cambrai, because it was the road and railway junction which supplied the Siegfried zone, and he had some cause for nervousness, since in front of it was a gap in the water defenses. The Siegfried zone itself must be maintained, while behind it lay the great railway from Lille by Valenciennes and Hirson to Mézières, on which his position was based. If this were breached, his whole battle plan would be in ruins. Therefore he labored to keep his left and center at maximum strength, for, in spite of his experiences in August and September, he could not conceive the possibility of an assault by the Allies on every section. Footnote: Ludendorff's memorandum of 14 September, printed in German, White Book, Vorgeschichte des Waffenstillstands, issued July 31st, 1919, shows that he had still considerable hopes of the military position, and was not prepared to talk of peace except upon terms advantageous to Germany. End of footnote. The dispositions of the opposing forces on the eve of the final struggle were these. The German group commands remained as before: Prince Ruprecht on the right, Bowen and the Imperial Crown Prince in the center, and Gallwitz on the left. From the north, the order of their armies was as follows: the 4th under Armin, from the sea to the Lys; the 6th under Kast to a point north of Arras; the 17th under Otto von Bülow in front of Douai and Cambrai; the 2nd still under Marwitz, but about to pass under Karlowitz to St. Quentin; the 18th under Hutier, astride the Oise; the 7th under Eberhard, north of the Aisne, the first under Moudre, north of Rheims, the third under Einem in Champagne, the fifth presently to be under Marvitz, north of Verdun, and covering Lugion and Metz, a special detachment under Fuchs. The Allied forces from left to right were the Belgians north of Ypres, the British Second Army under Plumer to the Lys, the new British Fifth Army under Sir William Birdwood in front of Lens and Lille, the British First Army under Horn opposite Douai, the British Third Army under Byng before Cambrai, the British Fourth Army under Rawlinson to St. Quentin, the French First Army under de Bagny to the Oise, the French 10th Army under Mangin on the Ailette and the heights of the Aisne, the French 5th Army under Berthollet in front of Rheims, the French 4th Army under Gerard in Champagne, west of the Argonne, and the American 1st Army under Pershing, from the Argonne across the Meuse to a point north of Nancy. The Allied commander-in-chief had compelled Ludendorff to conform to his will, and to make his chief concentration within the outermost bend of the great salient, leaving much of the rest very weak, in spite of all efforts at reinforcements. The German High Command was in this dilemma. They had two sections of acute importance, Lorraine and the Siegfried Zone, and with shrinking forces both had to be maintained against an opponent with far greater strength in guns and men. Defeat in either quarter would be fatal, but the defenses of both were still strong. Ludendorff pinned his faith to the 7 miles of the Siegfried system and the masked and tortuous terrain through which the Meuse flowed to Mézières. Foch made his plan cunningly, so as to exploit every weakness in the enemy's position. He instructed Pershing to extend the left of the American First Army to La Hazare in the Argonne, and to be ready with 9 divisions in line on the front west of the Meuse. He aimed at striking almost simultaneously against each of the danger points. Pershing, with Gerard on his left, would attack down the Meuse in the direction of Mézières, so that if he succeeded, the enemy would be forced back towards the Ardennes. At the same moment, other French armies would press towards Laon and Hirson, and the British would attack the Siegfried Zone, break through it, and cut the main German communications. Simultaneously, the Belgians and the British left would advance in the north where the enemy was weak, in the direction of Ghent, so as to clear the Belgian coast and complicate any retirement. The strategy was that of a general pressure on all parts of the salient, and the vital elements were the attacks of Pershing and Gerard in the south, and of Haig in the center. For if the first made retreat imperative, and the second destroyed the machinery of retreat, a comprehensive disaster must follow. In this scheme, the Americans and the British were cast for the most difficult roles. The course of the first lay through a desperate country, partly the wooded upland of the Argonne, where little impression had been made on the enemy's defense since the first months of war, partly among the blind hollows lying east towards the Meuse. There lay the formidable Kriemhilde positions, and there the enemy would thicken his troops at the first move. The problem with the British was, if possible, more intricate. They had to attack in the area where the enemy's defenses were already most highly organized, and his forces were strongest. If the Siegfried Zone held, the German morale might well recover and a new era of resistance open. Nor should it be forgotten that Haig's armies had borne the heaviest share of the summer fighting, and that every division had been sorely tried. Yet the attempt must be made, for it was the essential part of the whole strategy, and the measure of the difficulties was the measure of the honor in which Foch held the fighting quality of his British and American allies. It is necessary to emphasize the importance of the task allotted to the British forces, for it sets in high relief the courage and insight of the British commander-in-chief. So difficult seemed the operation of breaking at one bound through the Siegfried line, that the British government endeavored for some weeks to dissuade Sir Douglas Haig from the attempt. Their nervousness was natural, but the responsibility thus placed upon the commander-in-chief might well have dismayed a weaker man. The movement was undertaken on Haig's initiative. He bore the sole burden of it, and therefore to him belongs the full credit of what was destined to be one of the decisive actions of the war. He had made Folk's strategy his own, and the two men wrought as if with a single mind, so that it is hard to say from which came the first origination of certain of the details. Folk's earlier plan, for example, had been to direct the Americans on Brie. It was Haig who advised against eccentric attacks and urged the advance down the Meuse. The latter's judgment was as unerring as his resolution was unshakable. The British War Office was fixed in the opinion that the war could not end before July 1919, but on 9 September Haig told Lord Milner that the conflict had changed its character and was on the eve of a decision. Polk resolved to begin on his right flank, where the enemy was waiting for the expected thrust toward Metz, while the main American strength had been moved to the left bank of the Meuse. There he hoped for a surprise, though he was aware of the strength of the Kriemhilde defenses. If Pershing could push far enough down the air, he would turn the flank of the whole enemy position on the Aisne, against which Gerard would be pressing from the south. The American commander had 3 corps in line, from left to right: General Bullard's 3rd Corps, 33rd, 80th, and 4th Divisions, General Cameron's 5th Corps, 79th, 37th, and 91st Divisions, and General Liggett's 1st Corps, 35th, 28th, and 77th Divisions. A rifle strength of some 108,000 men in front line. In reserve were the 1st, 3rd, 29th, 32nd, 82nd, and 92nd Divisions. On the night of Wednesday, the 25th, the Americans opened artillery fire on the east bank of the Meuse, as if an attack were coming in that quarter. Then followed a bombardment of the enemy back areas, everywhere between the Sweep and the Verdun. At 2:30 on the morning of the 26th, in a cold, wet fog, the guns at Gerard and Pershing began the severest kind of preparation, and at 5:30, on a front of 40 miles, the infantry of the two armies crossed the parapets. The first rush took Gerard's 6th Corps of attack through the front positions, which had been ceaselessly strengthened ever since the Champagne Battle of September 1915. Places famous in the action fell into his hands: Navarin Farm, Tahor, and the Buttes de Tahor, Souain, and Mesnil. His average advance was some 3 miles, for he was operating in most difficult country, that series of long, low ridges, each of which was tunneled and fortified to the last degree of elaboration. His attack was a complete surprise, and by the evening he had broken the back of a position which Einem had thought impregnable. Pershing had, to begin with, the easier task, and his progress was more rapid, for before night fell, he had put 6 miles of enemy ground behind him. He swept over the Forge brooks and into the region of wooded hills, not yet desecrated like those of Verdun. The Americans, fighting with superb dash and resolution, took Malancourt and Davenot, Epineville, Cheppy, and Varennes. They were held up for a little by machine gun fire from Montfaucon, but before noon next day, the 79th Division carried the place. In Montfaucon, they had won the commanding observation point of the whole district, from which in the old battles at Verdun, the fire of the German heavy guns had been directed. The Volker line, the advance guard of the Kriemhilde position, had been reached and in 2 places pierced. Gallwitz hurried every man he could spare to stop this breach, for he argued correctly that Gerard's advance was a containing battle, and that the Americans were the spearhead. There was no German general reserve, so he had to borrow troops where he could from other parts of the front. But it seemed wise to borrow them, for Polk was clearly directing his main effort on the Meuse. Next day the enemy knew more of Polk's mind, which thought in terms not of isolated thrusts, but of linked and cumulative actions. For that day, Friday, 27th September, Haig struck towards Cambrai. To appreciate the importance of the stroke, it is necessary to sketch the nature of the Siegfried Zone, before which were drawn up the armies of Horn, Byng, and Rawlinson. Its northern limit was the southern end of the waterline, which protected Douai. North and south of Meuse, the enemy had the Canal du Nord as an extra defense to cover that gap between the waterline and the Scheldt Canal, which offered an avenue of approach to Cambrai. But the strongest part of the zone was opposite Rawlinson's front, between St. Quentin and Beausoleil, where the Scheldt Canal formed the outworks of the system. The principal German trenches were on the east bank, but on the west bank lay advanced posts skillfully sited, so as to deny the attack effective artillery positions. The canal gave cover for resting troops and gave shelter to the garrisons of the outpost line during a bombardment. The configuration of the whole section was most curious. From Vendiel south to Bellecourt, the canal passed through a tunnel 6,000 yards long, which was connected by shafts with the trenches above. North of Vendiel, the canal lay in a deep cutting, the sides of which were honeycombed with dugouts, and edges studded with armored machine gun emplacements. From Bellecourt south to Bellinglis, the cutting became shallow, till at the latter place the canal was almost on the ground level, while south of Bellinglis it was dry. From Bellecourt southward the enemy had two heavily wired trench lines, nearly a mile west of the canal, while north of Vendiel his positions were on the east bank. These were, so to speak, the outpost and battle zones of the system, but it ran back for a distance of from 5 to 7 miles, a belt of country containing many subsidiary lines and numerous fortified villages, and culminated in what was known as the Beaurevoir-Fronçon line, a double row of trenches analogous to the front position. East of that, there was open country. Haig had selected the southern section between Vendiel and Holmen, held by Rawlinson's Fourth Army as the main area of attack. But there the Siegfried defenses were at their strongest, and a long preparation was necessary. He therefore decided to attack first with the First and Third Armies from Vendiel north to the waterline, in order to puzzle the enemy as to the quarter in which the chief blow would be delivered, and to enable the two armies to get forward so as to simplify Rawlinson's task. On the night of the 26th, a heavy bombardment opened between St. Quentin and the Sensee. The night was very wet, but before dawn the clouds departed, leaving clean air and a rain-washed sky. At 5:20 a.m. on the 27th, just as light was breaking, Byng and Horn advanced on a front of 13 miles between Gouzencourt and Sauchy-Lestrée. The dispositions from right to left were the 4th, 6th, 17th, and Canadian Corps. The key of the problem was the debouchement on a narrow front in the Meuse area, for the Canal du Nord north of that place was too strong to be passed in the face of the enemy. But if the canal could be crossed there, the northern sector might be turned by an attack fanning out from the bridgehead. This task was entrusted to the 52nd and 63rd Divisions and the 4th and 1st Canadians. Just at dawn, these divisions stormed the canal and swung forward on Grandcourt, Anneux, and Bourlon, the storm center of the First Battle of Cambrai, while our engineers built bridges in their rear. At Grandcourt, there was a stubborn fight, but the 63rd Division took the place by the evening, while the 4th Canadians took Bourlon, and the 3rd Canadians Bourlon Wood. On their right, the 57th and 52nd Divisions were east of Anneux, and close upon Fontaine Notre Dame. Farther south, the Guards and the 2nd Division made good progress, and the 31st Division took Ribecourt and Flesquières, while on their right, the 5th and 42nd Divisions had established a flank between Ribecourt and Beaucamp. In the left center, the 1st Canadians and the 11th Division had taken Sans-le-Marquion, Haincourt, and Epinoy, and on the extreme left, the 25th Division was across the canal and moving on Paldol. That evening, we had taken over 10,000 prisoners and 200 guns. We were everywhere across the Canal du Nord, and were close on the Scheldt Canal south of Cambrai. Next day, Gouzecourt fell, and Marcoing, and Fontaine Notre Dame, and at Marcoing we reached the east bank of the Scheldt Canal, while farther north we were in Sallies and Palluel and Abbachel-au-Bac. Cambrai was now menaced on two sides, and the defenses of the gap had been destroyed. The great road and rail junction was out of action, and Douai was also threatened by the turning of its water line on the south. Worse still, the crossing of the Canal du Nord by tanks and the passing of the Scheldt Canal at Marcoing had broken Ludendorff's confidence in his outer Siegfried defenses. He was now engaged hotly in two vital areas, and having no general reserves, and being unwilling to take troops from Rawlinson's front, he could look only to the Saint-Gobain and Esny sections and to the already thin lines of Armand and Cast in the north. That day, 28th September, he found that the cup of his misfortunes was in no wise full, for at 5:30 in the morning it was Armand's turn. A force commanded by the King of the Belgians made up his own army under General Gillan, the French 6th Army under de Gaulle, and the 19th and 2nd Corps of Plumer's 2nd Army, attacked on a front of 20 miles from south of Dixmude to Ploskirch Wood. In the northern area, there was a preliminary bombardment of some hours, assisted by British ships from the sea. In Plumer's section of 4.5 miles south of the Ypres-Sonnebec road, there was no warning, preparation. The advance was instantaneously successful. The Belgians, led by their king, fought as men fight who have much to avenge. Armand had no more than 5 divisions and could make little stand. The Belgians took Sonnebec and Poelcapelle and cleared Holstedt Forest, while under Plumer the 14th, 35th, 29th, and 9th Divisions, supported by the 41st and 36th, pressed far beyond the limits reached in the Third Battle of Ypres, and took Zandvoorde and Birkhofer. On their right, the 31st, 30th, and 34th Divisions captured Weissachta and reached the crest of the ridge. Next day, the Belgians beat off all counterattacks and went through the second enemy position, carrying Dixmude, Passchendaele, Moorslied, and part of Estrubeek, and reached the ruler's Menin road, while Plumer cleared Ploskirch Wood, took Messines, and held all the left bank of the Lys from Comines westward. Over 10,000 prisoners and some hundreds of guns remained in the Allied hands. Ludendorff's perplexities had thickened. Gerard was still pressing on and was now some 2 miles north of Saint-Pé, and within half a mile of Montos, while Pershing was close on Bruils, and had made the Argonne a precarious German salient. The Americans found their task laborious in that confused countryside, and their difficulties were increased by their ardor. But first they were not always careful to clear the ground behind them. That mitraillage, the need of which their allies had learned from bitter experience. Also, as was natural with the new army, some of the divisional staff and transport work was scarcely adequate at the start to the fighting quality of their men. The center divisions especially had suffered heavily as they neared the German main line of resistance and were relieved by the 1st, 3rd, and 32nd Divisions from reserves. Pershing was only 20 miles from Sedan, but it looked as if the gate of the Meuse might be harder to unlock than folk had imagined. But Cambrai and Douai were in dire peril, and there was imminent risk of the whole German front being outflanked on the north by King Albert's advance. Ludendorff dared not thin the St. Quentin section where Rawlinson was waiting, and his hope of reinforcements from Eberhard and Moudre had gone. For on the 28th, the day of the Belgian attack, Mangin and Berthelot had struck between the Ailette and the Vesle. The new attack began modestly, but by the second day it had reached a depth of 3.5 miles. Italian divisions under General Albergi, fighting gallantly in the center. By the 30th, Mangin's front ran from Bourg by Bray and Launois to Falaine, and then along the south bank of the Ailette to a point west of Esny-le-Château, while Berthelot to the east had occupied the whole ground between the Vesely and the Esne. That day, too, Gerard had carried, after a hard fight, the hill called Mont Couvelet, which commanded the Esne Valley as far as Vouziers. On the 28th, no part of the German front was disengaged, except the Siegfried Zone from Vouthiel southward. There and there only could reinforcements be found to support the cracking lines in Flanders, on the Esne and on the Meuse. But on the 29th that hope vanished. Verhaeghe delivered his supreme attack on the German defenses. He struck at the strongest point, and it crumbled before him. For 2 days the guns of the Fourth Army had not been silent. The enemy's garrisons were forced into tunnels and deep dugouts, and the bringing up of food and ammunition was made all but impossible. Footnote: in this bombardment we returned to our old methods, because there was no longer an opportunity of obtaining a surprise, and tanks, except in 1 or 2 sectors, could not be used to prepare the way for the infantry. End of footnote. The Germans were therefore in a state of confusion and fatigue when Haig struck, at 10 minutes to 6 on the morning of Sunday the 29th. The area of attack was from Marcoing to Saint-Quentin. The right wing of the Third Army, the 5th and 4th Corps, advanced between Marcoing and Vautier, and the left wing of Debaney's French First Army between Saint-Quentin and Césaire. But the main thrust was that of the center, Rawlinson's Fourth Army, on the 12 miles between Holmen and Venthiel, its dispositions being, from left to right, the Third Corps, the Second American Corps, Major General G.W. Reed, and the Ninth Corps. The Third Corps had the section of the Scheldt Canal where the cutting was deep. The Americans had the tunnel area, and the Ninth Corps had that part of the canal where it approached ground level and curved eastward. This action was one of the greatest of the campaign, whether we regard the difficulties to be faced or the strategic value of the gains. Ludendorff was fighting for his last hope, and he had warned his men accordingly. One captured order reminded his troops that our present position is our winter position. Another ran thus: there can be no question of going back a single step farther. We must show the British, French, and Americans that any further attacks on the Siegfried Line will be utterly broken, and that that line is an impregnable rampart, with the result that the Entente powers will condescend to consider the terms of peace which it is absolutely necessary for us to have before we can end the war. Germany was already busy with peace proposals, and she had nothing to bargain with except those defenses in the west. The key of the position was the angle of the Scheldt Canal, where it turned east to La Tronquerie, and held the village of Bellenglise in its bend, for if the canal were forced there, the defenses on either side would be turned. The work was entrusted to the men of the 46th North Midland Division, which had had a long and brilliant record in the war. Theirs was an amazing performance. The canal before them was some 50 or 60 feet wide, sometimes as much as 10 feet deep in water, sometimes a mere trickle. It was a morning of thick fog when, behind the tornado of the barrage, the Midlanders, carrying lifebelts and mats and rafts, advanced to the attack. Some parts of the canal were impassable, so the crossing had to be made on a narrow front, swimming or wading, and in some cases using the footbridges which the enemy had left undestroyed. They passed the canal west and north of Bellenglise, swarmed up the farther wall, and took the German trenches on the far bank. Then, fanning out, they attacked in rear the positions to the south, capturing many batteries still in action. That day this one division took over 4,000 prisoners and 70 guns. South of the Midlanders, the 1st and 6th Divisions pressed along the west part of the canal bend, over the Thornley Ridge, and reached the west end of the small tunnel at La Tronquerie. There they found on their left the 32nd Division, which had passed through the 46th and taken the villages of Lohaucourt and Magny-la-Fosse on the east bank. Meantime, on the Midlanders' left, the American 2nd Corps had done nobly in the tunnel section between Bellenglise and Boney. On its right, its 30th Division, Major General Lewis, men from Tennessee and the Carolinas broke through the main Siegfried defenses and took Bellecourt and Norroy. North of them, its 27th Division Major General O'Brien reached Boney and fought a desperate fight for the possession of that village. All day the American front was hotly engaged, bodies of the enemy holding out at the strong points of the intricate system. But by the evening they had cleared the area with the help of the 5th and 3rd Australian Divisions, who came up in support. On Rawlinson's left, the 12th and 18th Divisions of the 3rd Corps advanced toward Bent Hill. The 3rd Army to the north made good progress. The New Zealanders cleared Welsh Ridge and took La Bequier. The 62nd Division took Masnieres, and the 63rd on their left crossed the Scheldt Canal east of Cantaing and reached the southern skirts of Cambrai. Farther north, the Canadian Corps took St. Ollie and Sancourt and reached the environs of Cambrai from the northwest. Meantime, on the right of the battle, the Bayeux took Césaire and Uverlers and crossed the St. Quentin-la-Fère road. Already both Cambrai and St. Quentin were gravely outflanked. It had been foggy all day, and in the night the wind rose and the rain fell. On Monday the 30th it was still cloudy. That day the 4th Army pressed through the gap in the main Siegfried defenses. The 1st and 32nd Divisions took Thoreny and Le Tronquoy and Le Tronquoy Tunnel, while the enemy evacuated Villers Gosselin and Gonalou and withdrew behind the Scheldt Canal. The position now was that we were close up to the west bank of the canal between Venthoul and the Crevecoeur. North of Crevecoeur, in the Great Bend of Cambrai, we were on the east bank, and from Venthill to Le Tronquoy we were well to the east of the canal and through the chief Siegfried trenches. But at Cambrai the German resistance had stiffened. The Canadians were in the suburbs of Proville and Tilloy, but they could only advance slowly. On Tuesday, 1st October, Rawlinson again attacked in conjunction with Tabeni. The latter had hitherto fought chiefly with his right wing. He now flung forward his left, broke through the Siegfried line, and took Cauchy, while his vanguard entered St. Quentin and held the city as far as the canal, though the enemy still resisted in the eastern suburbs. Byng also advanced, and his right, the 3rd and New Zealand Divisions, took Crevecoeur and Rumilly. The Canadians were still battling fiercely in the northern and western skirts of Cambrai. In 5 days, 11 German divisions had been brought up against them, or if they advanced another half-mile, Cambrai must fall. Rawlinson took La Vergy with the 32nd Division, and the Australian Corps captured Joncourt, Estrée, and Boney, and pushed their line well to the north and east of this last village. The record of that corps was one which it would be hard to parallel. They had been fighting continuously since July, and had advanced in a straight line from Villers-Bretonneux till now they were halfway to the French frontier. Whatever new task was laid upon them, they performed it with an apparently effortless mastery. The greatest battle in history was now approaching its climax. The whole 250 miles of front from the Meuse to the sea were ablaze. The Belgians and Plumer were threatening Lille from the north. Cambrai was outflanked. St. Quentin had fallen, and the larger part of the main Siegfried line had gone, while the Allies were battling through the fortified zone to the last defenses of Beaurevoir. Mangin had regained the west part of the Chemin de Mons, and Berthollet had reached the Aisne and cleared all the land between that river and the Vesle. Gerard was through the first position in Champagne and close on the final Brunhilde line. Pershing, though his advance was naturally slower, was feeling for a blow at the most deadly spot of all. Germany's manpower was quickly shrinking, and already, owing to the disbandment of units, she had only 183 divisions in the west, most of them far below strength. Wounded men coming out of the hospital were returned direct to the front without passing through the field depots. Her home depots were empty, and her only reserves, apart from her 1920 class, were returned prisoners of war from Russia, who were mutinous and incompetent. From 15th July to the last day of September, the Allies in the West had taken more than 250,000 prisoners, over 3,600 guns, and 25,000 machine guns. It needed but one effort more to break through the last defenses and leave the enemy, baffled and depleted, to meet the onset of the Allies in a war of movement. Ludendorff could not have withdrawn, even had he so desired. He fell back, indeed, in the one moderately quiet section of the front, that of the British Fifth Army, between the Lys and Vimy. On 2nd October there was a general retirement between Lens and Armentières, and Birdwood occupied Duverne, La Bassée, Logis, and Aubers. By the night of the 4th October he was on the line Fresnoy, Salamins, Vendenne, Le Vale, Wavrin, Erquinum, Houplins. On Thursday, 3rd October, Arlenson attacked on the 8-mile line between Secquehart and Le Catelet. The 32nd Division took Secquehart, the 50th Gouy and Le Catelet, and the 2nd Australians broke through the northern part of the Beaurevoir-Fonson line, the last works of the Siegfried Zone. We were now peeping into open country. That day the British were again in Armentières, and Lens was clear of the enemy. On the 5th, the villages of Montbrun and Beaurevoir were captured. This compelled the enemy to leave the upland, called La Terrière Plateau, in the bend of the Scheldt Canal between Le Catelet and Crèvecoeur, and his withdrawal enabled Byng's right, which was still on the west bank between Crèvecoeur and Ventille, to cross and come into line with Rawlinson. The position by 7th October was therefore as follows. Haig had crossed the Canal du Nord and the Scheldt Canal. He had broken through all the main Siegfried line and was pressing upon the last defenses, and one section being actually beyond them. The time was therefore ripe for a great movement on the broadest possible front, which should destroy the whole zone. For, in the words of the official dispatch, nothing but the natural obstacles of a wooded and well-watered country lay between our armies and Maubeuge. In the action, which began on 26 September, 30 British and 2 American infantry divisions and 1 British cavalry division had engaged and defeated 39 German divisions and taken over 36,000 prisoners and 380 guns. Nor was the prospect brighter for the enemy on other parts of the front. Pershing had begun on the 4th the second stage of his battle between Brueils on the Meuse and Apremont on the Aire. 10 days of some of the fiercest and most difficult fighting in the annals of war. The American 2nd Division with Garrard took on the 5th the key position of Blancmont in Champagne and compelled a withdrawal of the German line. Next day the enemy began to retire on the whole front between Reims and the Argonne, and by the 6th had reached everywhere his final positions on the northern banks of the Aisne and the Sweep. On the 6th, Gerard crossed the Aisne at several points, an achievement of supreme importance, since it turned all the German positions on the Reims heights and compelled an extensive retreat. With these positions gone, the Saint-Gobain-Massif and Laon itself were in acute danger. The Belgian advance in the Ypres section continued steadily but slowly, for the nature of the ground greatly complicated the supply problem. Indeed, this difficulty was only surmounted by dropping food and ammunition for the advanced troops from airplane squadrons. Meantime, the Beni at Saint-Quentin was now 4 miles east of the canal. If Pershing could get forward in time, there was every chance of the retreat becoming a rout. The next great movement was begun early on Tuesday, 8th October, by Haig. It was a wild, wet autumn morning, when Byng at 4:30 and Rawlinson at 5:10 attacked on a 17-mile front, from south of Cambrai to Secquehart, while Devaney extended the battle 4 miles farther south. The enemy resisted desperately, but no gallantry had power to stay the rush of the Allied infantry and the deadly penetration of their tanks. The whole Siegfried Zone disappeared in a cataclysm. On the right, the American 30th Division took Brancourt and Piedmont, and following the front northward, The British 66th and 25th Divisions captured Suresnes, the 38th Villers-Outreau and Malancourt. The New Zealanders laid down in Esne, the 3rd, 2nd, and 63rd Sarandvillers, Forenville, and Neergem, while on Byng's extreme left the 57th Division forced its way forward in the southern part of Cambrai, which the Germans had previously set on fire. By the evening, Haig and Debaney had advanced between 3 and 4 miles, and the Siegfried Zone was no more. The enemy was falling back to the Oise and the Selle, and for a moment his organization had been utterly broken. Every road converging upon Le Cateau was blocked with transport and troops, and our cavalry were galloping eastward to confuse the retreat. On that day we took over 10,000 prisoners and nearly 200 guns. During the night the Canadian Corps forced its way at last into Cambrai from the north, and joined hands with the 57th Division in its streets. Next day, Wednesday the 9th, Byng and Rawlinson again advanced and pressed the retirement. Cambrai was occupied, and the Canadians pushed 3 miles east of the town. Beauhain was in our hands. Caudry was outflanked, and our advance guards were within 2 miles of Le Cateau, the old battlefield where, on August 26, 1914, Smith-Dorrien and the Second Corps had saved the British retreat. All day our cavalry had been hustling the enemy and cutting off his rear guards. By the 10th, the Germans had found a temporary lodgment on the line of the Little River Selle, and Haig's front ran from Richterfell Wood along the west bank to the Viesley, and thence by St. Hilaire and Avesnes to the Scheldt at Thorn St. Martin. Debaney, in the meantime, had pressed east and southeast of St. Quentin, and held the west bank of the Oise-Sambre Canal as far north as Bernard. The lateral railway from St. Quentin by Bussigny to Cambrai was wholly in our hands. Simultaneously with this main action, vital progress was made on other parts of the front. On the 8th, Gerard's right was 2 miles north of the Esne. Pershing, in order to clear his right flank for a further advance, attacked on the east bank of the Meuse. His 33rd Division crossed the river from the west, and in conjunction with the French 18th and 26th Divisions, seized the triangle of hill between the towns of Rueils, Ornes, and Regnerville. By the 10th, he had cleared that bank as far as Sivry, while his left and center were able to advance and seize the Grand Pre defile, through which ran a lateral railway that for some days had been denied to the enemy. Footnote: on 9th October, Pershing handed over the direct command of his First Army to Lieutenant General Liggett, and constituted the American Second Army east of the Meuse under Lieutenant General Bullen. End of footnote. In this advance, the 1st Division showed the utmost fortitude and gallantry, and in its 10 days' battle lost over 9,000 men. Gerard took Charlerange, and by the 11th, Mangin and Guillemot, who had now replaced Berthollet, had occupied the whole of Chemin de Mems. The battle of 8th to 10th October may be reckoned the determining action in the campaign. Consider what had happened in the 15 days since the 26th of September. Polk had played on the whole front a crescendo of deadly music. First came the attack of Pershing and Gerard. The next day Haig broke through the main defenses of Cambrai. Next day Plumer and the Belgians were through the Ypres front, and Mangin and Berthollet were advancing between the Ailette and the Esne. Next day Haig destroyed all but the last lines of the Siegfried Zone. A few days later, Birdwood was pressing the enemy retreat between Arras and the Lys. On 4th October, Gerard reached the Esne. On the 8th, the British and Americans swept through the Siegfried Zone to open country, and Cambrai fell. On the same day in the south, Pershing and Gerard, Mangin and Berthollet were advancing in a linked movement. The death blow had been struck to the remnant of Germany's military power. Lille must go, and Laon and St. Gobain's Heights were as good as lost. The whole southern Hunding and Brunhilde positions, where they had not been already broken, were outflanked. Polk's conception, indeed, had not been fully realized. He had set Gerard and Pershing too hard a task, and they were not far enough forward when the Siegfried Zone fell to pin the enemy to the trap which had been prepared. Nevertheless, on 8th October, Germany was finally beaten. The main attack had been that of the British and Americans under Haig, and the Battle of October 8th to 10th was rightly described by Polk and the French staff as a classic example of the military art. It had no defect either in plan or execution. The enemy was fairly and squarely defeated in a field action. He was defeated, but before that date he was already crumbling. For though, on paper, 20 divisions of British infantry, 1 of American infantry, and 2 of British cavalry, rather 24 German divisions, an immense preponderance in strength was on the Allied side. The German units were depleted, wearied, and disheartened, and their organization was cracking. Ludendorff's strategic position was so desperate that no local stand could save him. There was talk of a German retreat to the Meuse, but it was an idle dream, even had it been possible to conduct such a retirement without crippling losses. With the Allies pressing on in every quarter, the Meuse was no line to abide on. Had Polk's plan succeeded in its entirety, by 10th October, Ludendorff would have been brought to the eve of surrender. But the day of doom was merely postponed. Long before her broken divisions could reach the Meuse, Germany would be on her knees. End of chapter 99. Section 36 of the History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 100, The Last Phase of the West, September 30th to November 4th, 1918. Part 1. 1. The destruction of the Siegfried defenses broke the nerve of the German High Command, and when Ludendorff began to waver, it was inevitable that the civilian statesmen should follow suit. The Western offensive had collapsed, and even a Western defensive was becoming doubtful. Bulgaria and Turkey were on the verge of utter defeat. Austria was pleading for peace at any price. The German people were dumbly determined that somehow or other the war should end before the winter. If the army was to be saved by hook or by crook, a way must be found to suspend hostilities, for every day made it clearer that retreat to a line of assured defense was beyond its power. Accordingly, the High Command bade the politicians quicken the pace of their negotiations, and, discarding their old line of argument, begged unequivocally for an armistice. They were well aware that such a step would go far to wreck the morale of the troops, but they had no other choice. First, however, a government must be set up which must find favor in the eyes of their enemies, for Hertling and Hintze were fatally compromised. On 30th September, the Emperor accepted the resignation of the Imperial Chancellor and the Foreign Secretary, and announced his desire that the German people shall cooperate more effectively than hitherto in deciding the fate of the fatherland. At the same time, all the Secretaries of State placed their portfolios at the disposal of the Crown. The other posts mattered less at the moment, but a new Chancellor was urgently required, for with him it would lie to open negotiations with the enemy powers. The Emperor's choice fell upon Prince Maximilian of Baden, the cousin of the reigning Grand Duke, and the president of the upper house of the Baden legislature. He was a man of 51, a student of popular philosophy, and an amateur of liberal thought. His personal charm was considerable. He spoke fluently and well, and he had earned some reputation by his efforts on behalf of the Allied prisoners of war. He was fond of expounding a democracy of his own, which he sedulously distinguished from the molluscous type in vogue, as he said, in America, as well as from the class tyranny of Bolshevism. For the statesmen of the Allies, notably Lord Grey of Falladon and Mr. Wilson, he professed small respect, but he preached a diluted version of their doctrines. For example, in December 1917, he warned the Baden Upper House that the German people were too apt to maintain an indolent attitude of acquiescence towards the authorities without any longing to assume personal responsibility for the cause of the fatherland, and concluded, the sword cannot break down the moral opposition that has reared itself against us. If the world is to be reconciled to the greatness of our power, it must feel that behind our power stands a world conscience. The new chancellor had therefore a fair record for amiable, if somewhat vague, liberalism. He lost no time in setting to work on the task for which he had been appointed, for army headquarters were urging that any hour might see a breakthrough, and pleading that negotiation should be instituted while they had still some semblance of an army. On the evening of 28th September, Ludendorff had come to the conclusion that all was lost. Next day he and Hindenburg met the Emperor at Spa, and the immediate result of which Ludendorff was not informed was the fall of Hertling and the declaration cited above about parliamentary government. On 1st October, Hindenburg informed the civilian statesman, who asked for a little delay, that he insisted on the peace offer being made not later than next morning, and the Friar von der Busch, whom Ludendorff had sent to Berlin, drew such a tragic picture of the military position that Peyer and Prince Max were convinced. The Allied tanks, he said, and the German weakness in reserves had combined to bring about the debacle. On 3rd October, Hindenburg repeated his demands more peremptorily. Next day, Prince Max became Chancellor, and on 5th October sent to President Wilson a note, the draft of which had been prepared by Ludendorff, asking him to take in hand the restoration of peace, and to invite the Allies to send plenipotentiaries to open negotiations. He announced that Germany accepted the President's proposal set forth in his message to Congress of January 8, 1918, the famous 14 points, and in his later pronouncements as a basis for the discussion of peace terms. In order to prevent further bloodshed, he asked for the conclusion of an immediate armistice on land and water and in the air. That same day, the government of Vienna dispatched a message to Washington with the same purport. These appeals marked a notable step in German policy, for they specifically accepted as their basis a speech which President Wilson had made in New York on 27 December on the eve of the opening of the Fourth Great American War Loan. In that speech, he had declared that the price of peace was impartial justice in every item of the settlement, no matter whose interest is crossed, and had developed this thesis in 5 particulars. Footnote. First, the impartial justice meted out must involve no discrimination between those to whom we wish to be just and those to whom we do not wish to be just. It must be a justice which plays no favorites and knows no standard, but the equal rights of the several peoples concerned. Second, no special or separate interest of any single nation or any group of nations can be made the basis of any part of the settlement, which is not consistent with the common interest of all. Third, there can be no leagues or alliances of special covenants and understandings within the general and common family of the League of Nations. Fourth, and more specifically, there can be no special, selfish economic combinations within the League, and no employment of any form of economic boycott or exclusion, except as the power of economic penalty, by exclusion from the markets of the world, may be vested in the League of Nations itself as a means of discipline and control. Fifth, all international agreements and treaties of every kind must be made known in their entirety to the rest of the world. End of footnote. Germany may well have believed that these principles would be unacceptable to certain classes among her opponents, especially in France, and hoped thereby to drive a wedge into the alliance. But Mr. Wilson had also dealt faithfully with the governments of the Central Powers. They have convinced us that they are without honor and do not intend justice. They observe no covenants, accept no principle, but force in their own interest. We cannot come to terms with them. They have made it impossible. The German people must by this time be fully aware that we cannot accept the word of those who force this war upon us. We do not think the same thoughts or speak the same language of agreement. Prince Max's acceptance of the speech of 27th September involved, therefore, a repudiation of his predecessors. That day, 5th October, in the Reichstag, he elaborated his policy. He stood, he said, on the ground of Germany's reply to the Pope's note of August 1st, 1917, and of the Reichstag resolution of 19th July in the same year. He was an enthusiast for a League of Nations on the basis of equal rights for all, both weak and strong. He advocated the complete restoration of Belgium and hoped that an understanding could be reached as to an indemnity. He would not permit the Russian treaties to stand in the way of a settlement. Finally, he declared that in selecting the members of the new government, he had selected only those who stood on the basis of a just peace, regardless of the war situation, and who had openly declared this to be their standpoint at the time when we stood at the height of our military successes. Among such could not be reckoned Prince Max himself, for in the preceding February, on the eve of the Great Western attack, he had written a letter to Prince Alexander of Hohenlohe, in which this striking passage occurred. As I reject parliamentary institutions for both Germany and Baden, I had to tell the German and the Baden people that I understand their need, but that I do not believe such institutions would bring them any help. As regards the question of peace, my line is exactly the same. Even I naturally wish to make as much possible out of our successes, in contrast to the so-called peace resolution. The hateful child of fright in the Berlin dog days. I want to get as much in the way of indemnities as we can in any shape or form, so that the end of the war will not leave us impoverished. On this point, I do not quite agree with you. I still think that it is not necessary to say more about Belgium than has been said already. The enemy know enough already, and Belgium is the only commodity we have to barter with in dealing with an enemy as cunning and wide awake as England. The publication of this letter did not improve Prince Max's prestige. The Whig aristocrat is an ancient type, and his wavering impulses and intermittent flirtations with democracy have made sport for the cynic in every age. On 8th October, Mr. Wilson replied. In the first place, he asked the Imperial Chancellor what precisely he meant. Did Germany accept the terms he had laid down in his speeches, and was her object in entering upon discussions merely to decide the practical terms of their application? In the second place, he announced that America could not propose to her allies a cessation of hostilities so long as the armies of the Central Power were upon Allied soil. As a guarantee of good faith, there must first be withdrawal from invaded territory. In the third place, he asked if Prince Max spoke for the constituted authorities of the Empire, who had so far conducted the war. Germany made haste to answer, for by 12th October, the date of the reply, the last remnants of the Siegfried Zone had gone, and Gironde and Pershing had made dangerous progress toward Mézières. To President Wilson's first and third questions, the answer was yes, on the understanding that the governments of America's allies also accepted the President's principles. As for the second, Germany and Austria were willing to evacuate invaded territory as a preliminary to an armistice, and suggested a mixed commission to make the necessary arrangements. Small wonder that Germany assented. To get her troops back intact to her frontier was her dearest wish. She was in truth offering nothing and asking everything. Evacuation by consent would no doubt mean that the French and Belgian towns, still in her power, would suffer no further destruction. But it was unlikely, with the shadow of defeat hanging over her, that she would persist in such destruction and so increase the indemnities to be exacted from her. It would mean, on the other hand, the immunity of her armies from a besetting danger, for Ludendorff was engaged in an impossible task. Her reply opened the eyes of the most ingenuous among the Allies to the snare spread before them. Peace negotiations were impossible without an armistice, for otherwise the currency of negotiations would be changing from day to day. But an armistice such as she suggested would rob Foch of that military advantage which he had so laboriously won. There was nothing to prevent Germany, once safe inside her frontiers, from breaking off negotiations and instituting war on a new plan. It was clear that if an armistice came, it must be one which was equivalent to surrender. On 14th October, Mr. Wilson made his reply, and there was no dubiety about the terms. Events of some significance had happened within the past days. On the morning of 10th October, the Irish mailboat had been torpedoed, with the loss of nearly 500 lives. On 14th October, the report of a British committee on the treatment by Germany of prisoners taken in the spring of 1918 was published, recording certain ugly cases of callousness and brutality. The Allies were not in the mood to be tender with their falling enemy. The President told Prince Max that no armistice could be considered, while Germany continued her illegal and inhuman practices. He pointed out that one of his principal terms had been the destruction of every arbitrary power which could disturb the peace of the world. The power which had hitherto controlled Germany was of this type. What guarantees were there that it had been changed? It is indispensable that the governments associated against Germany should know beyond a peradventure with whom they have been dealing. Most important of all, he clinched in memorable words the question of an armistice, and destroyed Germany's last hope on that score. It must be clearly understood that the process of evacuation and the conditions of an armistice are matters which must be left to the judgment and advice of the military advisers of the government of the United States and the Allied governments, and the President feels it his duty to say that no arrangement can be accepted by the government of the United States which does not provide absolutely satisfactory safeguards and guarantees of the maintenance of the present military supremacy of the armies of the United States and of the Allies in the field. This was final. Foch and Haig, Petain and Pershing were not likely to fling away the predominance which was now assured to them. Footnote: on October 15th, President Wilson informed Austria that the 10th of his original points must be modified. In view of the recognition by the USA of the Czechoslovaks as a de facto belligerent government and of the national aspirations of the Southern Slavs, the President is no longer at liberty to accept a mere autonomy of these peoples as a basis of peace, but is obliged to insist that they, and not he, shall be the judge of what action on the part of the Austro-Hungarian government will satisfy their aspirations. End of footnote. 2. The history of events runs down two parallel streams, one of diplomacy and one of war. We turn to the campaign in the field. By the evening of 10th October, Haig was in the western skirts of Le Cateau, and our troops held the very slopes where in August 1914 Smith-Dorrien had fought his great battle against odds, and bluffed Kluck at a moment when that general had victory in his hands. Pershing and Gerard were threatening the southern section of the vital lateral railway. Lille was in danger of envelopment. The two great salients between the Lys and the Somme, and between the Selle and the Argonne, were becoming daily more precarious. Ludendorff had no further thought of holding what for 2 years he had regarded as his key positions, Lille and the Saint-Gobain Massif. For the other keys, such as Cambrai and Saint-Quentin, had gone. His one object was to protect the railway Lille, Valenciennes, Hirson, Béziers, long enough to ensure an orderly withdrawal. For if it fell too soon, large parts of his intricate front would be cut off. Accordingly, he expedited the general retirement between the sea and the Meuse, and massed his chief resistance in the sections where the railway was most directly threatened. against Pershing and Garrard in the south, and against Rawlinson, Byng, and Horn in the center. The Selle is a little stream which runs from the hilly ground around Beauvais and Bossigny northwards by Le Cateau and Sallies to join the Scheldt. On its east bank, the enemy had taken up position, and Haig's first business was to master the river line. By the 13th, he had reached the Selle as far north as Haspers, and held strong bridgeheads on the east bank. Meantime, Horn's left and Birdwood's right had been closing in on Douai from north and south. On the 12th, the western side of the Sensee Canal, between Arleux and Corabin, had been cleared, and the outskirts of Douai reached, and east of Lens we were in Montigny and Arnay. On the 17th, Douai was evacuated by the enemy. The time had come for a forward movement in the north, with the difficulties of the countryside compelled long delays for the reorganization of traffic routes before each stage of the advance. At 5:35 on the morning of Monday, 14th October, King Albert attacked on the whole front between Dixmude and Comines on the Lys, with the Belgians on his left, the French under de Gaulle, and further Belgian troops in the center, and the British Second Army under Plumer on the right, between the Menin-Roulers Road and the Lys. In spite of the difficulties of the Flanders autumn, the Allies moved fast, for they were beyond the area which had been tortured by 4 years of incessant war. The British 10th and 19th Corps pushed forward to the heights overlooking Menin and Berwick. The 2nd Corps took Morcel. The French surrounded Roulers, and the Belgians took Isegem and the Courte Marche. Next day, Menin and Verdic fell, and Theroux was surrounded. By the 16th, Plumer held the north bank of the Lys from Villingen to Harlebeck, and had forced a passage at many points, while the French and the Belgians to the north had advanced 18 miles since the morning of the 14th. Our men had no choice but to retreat. By the evening of the 16th, the Allied front ran from the Lys at Harlebeck, by Pithem and the western skirts of Bruges to the neighborhood of Ostend. Next day, the British Navy had arranged to descend upon Ostend, but when Sir Roger Keyes arrived, he found the place empty, and the enemy fled. 3 days later, the advance guards of the Allies were on the Dutch frontier. This was the end of the use of Belgium for German submarines and aircraft, and by the work of these 6 days, Germany's sea base had been flung back 300 miles to the Weser. King Albert's advance had made Lille untenable. With Plumer at Harlebeck and Horn at Douai, its defense was outflanked, and Cast fell back between the Lys and the Sensee, with Birdwood's Fifth Army at his heels. On the 15th, we forced the Haute Canal on a wide front north of Pont-Avendin. Early on the morning of Thursday the 17th, our airmen reported that the enemy was retiring from Lille, and had sent out some thousands of civilians towards our lines. At noon, a patrol of the Liverpools entered the city, to be received with frenzied joy by the inhabitants, and that night divisions of the British 8th and 11th Corps had reached the outskirts. Next day, Lille was occupied by our troops, and the 15th Corps pressed on to the east, taking Rabaul and Tourcoing. The capital of the northeast was restored to France, and its statue in the Place de Concorde could once again be garlanded with flowers. The progress of that week was not less conspicuous in the south, where the French 1st, 10th, and 5th armies were directed towards the Hunding line, the last German defenses between the Lys and the Aisne. As early as the 11th, there were signs of a withdrawal from the Laon salient. The Saint-Germain massif was relinquished, and at 10 in the morning on the 13th, Mangin's vanguard entered Laon, and Te Deum was sung in the great cathedral. The 7th and 1st German armies were falling back on the Hunting line, which ran along the Serre from its junction with the Oise, then along the Sisson, and thence to the Enns at Condé-les-Herpeux. Behind that line lay another, the Hagen, which was the protection of the lateral railway at Hirson, as the Siegfried Zone had been its protection in the Valenciennes section. By the 15th, Mangin and Guillemot were in touch with the front hunting position. On their left, Debaney, with the French First Army, held the western bank of the Oise, from the mouth of the Serre to near Hauteville, whence he stretched north to the west of Mennevrette, till he linked up with Rawlinson at Faux-at-Digny on the Selle. The next move lay with Haig. Already he was within 8 miles of Valenciennes. It was his business to force the Selle position and reach a front from the Sambre-et-Oise Canal by the western edge of the forest of Mormal to Valenciennes, and so destroy the section of the main railway north of Avesnes. The advance began with an attack by Rawlinson at 5:20 on the morning of Thursday the 17th. He had in line from right to left the 9th, 2nd American, and 13th Corps, embracing the 40th, 1st, 6th, 30th American, 27th American, 50th and 66th Divisions, while Debaney moved forward in support on his right. The battleground ran from Le Cateau southward for 10 miles, including the upper course of the Selle and the difficult wooded slopes about Beauhain. The Germans were in strength, and for 2 days offered a gallant resistance, but Le Cateau fell to the 13th Corps, after a fine attack by the reconstituted South African Brigade, and by the evening of the 19th, the enemy's salient at Beauhain had been wiped out. He had been driven from the upper Selle and forced beyond the Sambre-et-Oise Canal, almost everywhere south of Catalan. This meant the loss to the Germans of the new waterline south of Le Cateau. Moreover, Debaney was not only across the canal with his left, but across the Oise itself with his center and right between Rivemont and Montdourney, whence his line ran southeastward to Pouilly on the Serre. Next day, Byng struck with the 38th, 17th, 5th, 42nd, 62nd Guards, and 19th Divisions, and Horn's right division, the 4th, cooperated. His aim was the Selle line north of Le Cateau to Denain, 5 miles from Valenciennes, where that stream joins the Scheldt. Here again the enemy resisted stoutly, and he had had time to wire his positions. Nevertheless, we forced the passage of the Selle, took Sallies, fought our way with the assistance of tanks up the eastern slopes, and by the close of the rainy afternoon were looking down on a little valley of the Harpies. On the left, Horn reached the left bank of the Esquiline River and took Denain. All along the line there was a conspicuous advance. Birdwood was now within 2 miles of Tournai. Plumer and de Cout were crossing the Lys on a wide front, and the Belgians, having taken Bruges and Zeebrugge, lay along the Lys Canal from Dens to the Dutch frontier. The Selle position had fallen, and Haig could now move towards his larger objective, the line from Valenciennes to the Sambre-et-Oise Canal, along the west edge of the Mormal forest. The enemy was seeking a new waterfront, and shelled in the Sambre Canal, each broad and navigable, and therefore formidable barriers against tanks, but separated by a wide neck of land. He was about to lose another part of his lateral line, for the Valenciennes section was almost out of use. But if he could hold the Mormal forest, he had an alternative, the branch from Avesnes to Maubeuge and Mons, and thence to Ghent and Brussels. The position was a strong one, the Scheldt, the Sambre Canal, and the Mormal forest, but it had one weak spot. Between the Scheldt and the northern end of the forest was a gap of 10 miles. Across this gap ran 2 little streams, the Ecolan and the Rhonelle, and on these the enemy proposed to stand. If Haig broke through that gap, the whole position must crumble. Haig struck in force on Wednesday, 23rd October, on a front of 15 miles from a point northeast of Hossy to Mazagien, south of Catalan. On the first day, Rawlinson on the right attacked at 1:20 in the morning with the 9th and 13th Corps, embracing the 1st, 6th, 25th, and 18th Divisions, while Byng on the left brought into action the 5th, 4th, 6th, and 17th Corps, including the 33rd, 21st, 5th, 42nd, 37th, New Zealand, 3rd, 2nd, and 19th Divisions. Next day, the 61st Division of the 17th Corps, and Horn's right, the 4th and 51st Divisions of the 22nd Corps, extended the battle 5 miles farther north to the Scheldt. The Battle of the Rivers, the Scheldt, the little streams in the Gap, the Sambre-et-Oise Canal, and farther south the Serre and the Aisne and the Meuse, was now beginning, the last of the great conflicts in the West. Everywhere in the center and left the Allies were now in open country and facing hastily prepared field defenses. But in the south, Mangin and Guillemot, Garrod and Pershing had still to carry the final system fortified on the old enemy plan. The problem before Pershing had now become the most difficult of that of any army commander. The German position in the Argonne was nearly invulnerable to frontal attack, and the plan of pressing forward on both sides of the wooded ridge was foreseen by the enemy and made difficult by prepared defenses of the greatest strength and the intractable nature of the terrain. The American First Army was given a task like the British at the Battle of the Somme, and like the British, suffered from its lack of experience and its too audacious gallantry. It had not yet learned, as the commands of Haig and Pétain had learned, caution and wildness by bitter experience. Haig's armies had now behind them a marvelously complete organization, which enabled them to fight continuously, and which could not have been improvised. But while some parts of Pershing's difficulties were no doubt due to the lack of the proper cooperation between infantry, artillery, transport, and aircraft, which cannot be learned in a few months, it must not be forgotten it was Pershing's purpose. His front of 18 miles between the Meuse and the Argonne was miserably supplied with roads, one along the Meuse, one on the edge of the Argonne, one by Montfaucon in the center, all bad and too much exposed to enemy fire. The finest transport system in the world must have broken down under such handicaps, but for the engineers to construct a new road system meant delay, and the problem was therefore that, if the war was not to drag into 1919, the splendid fighting stuff of the American infantry must be used in spite of all disadvantages. It was a bold decision for the commander to take, but it was essentially wise, and it was a decisive factor in victory. But the price paid was high. By 28 September, the Americans had penetrated 7 miles inside the enemy's lines. It took them 11 days to advance 2 miles more. They were now in direct contact with the Kriemhilde system, and the attack of 14th October, for which the 5th and 42nd Divisions had been brought up, failed to break it. On the 15th, the 77th Division on the left, which had been fighting continuously for 20 days in the Argonne woods, entered the town of Grand Pré, which was finally captured by the 78th on the 25th. Meantime, the enemy had evacuated Brielles on the Meuse, and the divisions on the right of the river were slowly creeping forward. When the second phase of Pershing's attack closed on 31st October, the last Kriemhilde position had not been taken. The American First Army had fought a new wilderness campaign which may well rank for valor and tenacity with the old. Against Haig, now approaching the Mormal Forest, the other great German defensive effort was made. The weather was bad, and the misty air made it hard to locate enemy batteries, while the undevastated woods and hamlets gave endless chances for machine gun resistance. The Mormal Forest, too, afforded a perfect screen for counterattacks. Yet in 2 days, the British 4th, 3rd, and 1st Armies advanced 6 miles. The launching of the attack at different hours was a repetition in miniature of Foch's general strategy. They forced the outer defenses formed by the Echelon and its tributaries, the Harpies and the St. George, taking Thiers on the Scheldt and the village of Verdunez-sur-Echelon. They did not attempt to enter the forest, nor to touch Landersees at its southwestern end. though they cleared the enemy out of the adjacent Bois l'Evêque. Nor did they make any further assault on the Valenciennes. Haig's aim was to take both this last town and the Mormal wood by turning movements. On the evening of the 24th, he was on the western skirts of the forest and within a mile of Le Quesnoy. For the next few days, he advanced slowly, but by the 27th was east of the main railway from the skirts of Le Quesnoy to Farmers, where the 51st Division was repeating its familiar exploits. In the operations in this area since 17th October, 24 British and 2 American divisions had been opposed by 31 German and had taken from them 20,000 prisoners and 475 guns. By the last day of October, Haig had established bridgeheads east of the Rhonelle, while Plumer and de Good had made good progress between the Lys and the Scheldt. The British advance had had its effect on the line farther south, and the Germans had evacuated the angle between the Weiss and the Serre. By the end of the month, Debaney was in the outskirts of Guise, while Guillemot had reached the line of Saint-Quentin of Petit-Banon, Condé-les Harpies. Each was about 23 miles distant from Hirson. This area offered special opportunities for a great advance, but was the old avenue by which the armies of France had been wont to move upon Namur and East Flanders. Though there were many little streams and woods, there were no broad rivers or continuous ranges to assist the defense. Garrod had changed direction and was facing northeast. The American front now ran from the Meuse at Sivry along the river to north of Brielles, and then south of Sierry, land of St. George and Champignols, to south of Grand Pré. In the month fighting on this front, they had taken 24,000 prisoners and over 150 guns. The condition of Ludendorff's forces was becoming tragic. If those of the Allies were tired, his were in the last stages of fatigue. On 21st March, he had possessed a reserve of 80 fresh divisions, and during April, May, and June, divisions were not sent back to the line without at least a month of rest and training. On 31st October, he had but 1 fresh division, and the intervals of rest had shrunk to 9 days, far too short to permit of recovery. Moreover, these wearied units were returned to the front without being brought up to strength, and divisions entered the line numbering less than 1,000 rifles. The regiments in some divisions had been reduced from 9 companies to 3. 25 divisions had been disbanded altogether, and their places were badly filled by 5 third-rate units brought during October from Russia. Of the 18,000 pieces of artillery on the Western Front on 15th July, a third had since then been captured or destroyed. Batteries had been reduced from 4 to 3 or even 2 guns, and divisions coming from Russia went into action without artillery, trench mortars, or machine guns. The total shortage of rifles on establishment was at least 500,000, and the only reserves were the remains of the 1920 class, the last hope of Germany's manpower, which he was now sacrificing. Ludendorff was fighting with the fury of despair to delay his retirement, so that he might move his vast quantities of materiel, and consequently he could give his broken troops no rest. The result was that their discipline was breaking, and the whole enemy morale was on the brink of collapse. Prodigies of gallantry and sacrifice were performed by the remnants of the old officer class, and notably by the machine gunners, but no valor could prevail against overmastering physical weakness. To make matters worse, it was clear that there was no city of refuge in the shape of a shorter line to which he could retreat and had a breathing space. There was indeed the theoretical line based on Antwerp, and running along the lower Scheldt to Termonde, and thence by the Dendre, covering Brussels, and by Namur and the Meuse to Mézières. But this line had the glaring disadvantage that in the central Meuse section it had no lateral communications, and that it would not be sufficiently shorter to enable him to save greatly in men. If he fell farther back, he might get a line about half the length of his present front, from Liège over the high moors of the Ardennes, covering Luxembourg, Thionville, and Metz. But that would bring him close to his own frontier and expose Germany's chief industrial area to the perils of war. To fall back upon that would be to admit defeat. As for the line of the Rhine, it had the same drawbacks intensified, and it was of an impossible length. But indeed, the whole discussion of those remote positions was academic. Had the enemy reached them, he could not have stayed in them, and it was very certain that he could never reach them. The Meuse was already turned. It needed but a final bound to set the Americans astride the Metz Railway. With Haig pressing fiercely in on the center, it was inevitable that the retreat would be largely shepherded northward, with appalling losses, into the Gap of Liège, and there on the scene of her worst infamies, Germany would meet her fate. The men who had outraged Belgium were mostly dead in dishonored graves, but justice would be done upon their haggard successors. The shadow of a far more terrible Sedan brooded over the proud German high command. End of Chapter 100, Part 1.
Section 37 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lori Waymeyer. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 100, The Last Phase in the West, September 30 through November 4, 1918, Part 2. Section 3. In such circumstances, it was small wonder that Germany strove feverishly for peace. She flung dignity to the winds, blasphemed her old gods, and recanted with indecent haste her former creeds, not as a penitent, but as a criminal who stands condemned, and seeks to ingratiate himself with his judges. Ludendorff's spirits indeed rallied for a moment. Mr. Wilson's second reply had appalled the army chiefs, with its prospect of complete military dissolution, and at the cabinet meeting of the 17th October he had protested against unconditional surrender and urged a last effort of defense on the ground that now it was clear that the Allies' terms could be no worse if Germany were utterly defeated. He still hoped to hold the British on the Selle and the Americans on the Kriemhilde line, but Prince Max, realizing that the mutterings of revolution in Germany were growing louder and that the General Staff had returned to a fool's paradise, chose to go his own way. On 20th October, he addressed a note to Mr. Wilson, agreeing to leave the conditions of armistice to the military advisers of both sides, and to accept the present relative strength on the fronts as the basis of arrangement, trusting to the President to approve no demand irreconcilable with the honor of the German people. He denied the charge of illegal and inhuman practices in war, but undertook, in order to avoid anything that might impede the efforts to secure peace, to instruct the U-boat commanders for the future to refrain from torpedoing passenger ships. As for the President's condition about the removal of every arbitrary power, he urged that Germany had already set her house in order. Her new government was free from all arbitrary influence and approved by an overwhelming majority of the people. A fundamental change has come about in this regard. The new government has been formed in complete accord with the desires of a parliament which issued from equal, general, secret, and direct suffrage. The leaders of the great parties of the Reichstag are amongst its members. In the future, too, no government can enter upon or carry on its office without possessing the confidence of the majority of the Reichstag. The responsibility of the Imperial Chancellor towards Parliament is being legally extended and safeguarded. The first act of the new government was to submit a bill to the Reichstag so amending the constitution of the Empire that the approval of Parliament is requisite for a decision on war and peace. The new German ministers claimed that their government had been democratized, but the claim was untrue. The sovereignty of the German Empire lay in the Bundesrat, or Federal Council, of which Prussia, represented by the Imperial Chancellor, held the presidency and the majority of votes. The secretaries of state were not ministers of the empire in the constitutional sense. They were subordinates of the chancellor, who was the spokesman of the federated governments with whom the power lay. The delegates to the Federal Council were not elected by any franchise, popular or otherwise. They were nominated by each government without parliamentary control. The recent changes had in no way modified the prerogatives of the Bundesrat or transferred the seat of power from it to a new imperial government. The Chancellor was not a member of the Reichstag, nor was there any constitutional guarantee that in the future he would not be appointed without the assent of the Reichstag majority. The German claim that responsible and representative government had been introduced was therefore false. The recent changes in no way touched the heart of the constitutional position, but that the claim should have been made was a proof of Germany's dire predicament. Only 9 months before, Prince Max had been declaring that he rejected the idea of parliamentary institutions for his country. Scarcely a German politician of note, but had praised the existing constitution as the last word in human wisdom. It was not easy for the Allies to believe in the sincerity of this deathbed repentance. History has rarely shown a parallel to such a case of a political creed brazenly flaunted for decades, and then suddenly, within a week or two, as brazenly recanted. On 23rd October, Mr. Wilson replied, Germany sought to place him in an invidious position with respect to his allies by addressing her communications only to him, but his cautious and measured answers were the authentic voice of the whole alliance. He took note of the German asseverations, but repeated that the only armistice that he would feel justified in submitting to his colleagues was one which made impossible a renewal of hostilities on the part of Germany. Should such an armistice be accepted, it would be the best proof of the bona fides of Germany's new professions. He solemnly warned Berlin that he found the boasted reforms far from adequate. It may be that future wars have been brought under the control of the German people, but the present war has not been, and it is with the present war that we are dealing. It is evident that the German people have no means of commanding the acquiescence of the military authorities, of the empire and the popular will, that the power of the King of Prussia to control the policy of the empire is unimpaired, that the determining initiative still remains with those who have hitherto been the masters of Germany. The President deems it is his duty to point out once more that, in concluding peace and attempting to undo the infinite injuries and injustices of this war, the government of the United States cannot deal with any but veritable representatives of the German people, who have been assured of a genuine constitutional standing as the real rulers of Germany. If it must deal with the military masters and monarchical autocrats of Germany now, and if it is likely to have to deal with them later in regard to the international obligations of the German Empire, it must demand not peace negotiations, but surrender. This note was the last main stage in the diplomatic conversations. It left no loophole of escape. In effect, it demanded the abdication of the emperor and the destruction of all for which he had stood. It asked that the great general staff should be deposed from their autocracy and placed under civilian control. It declined to treat save with new men bearing a popular mandate. To accept these demands was tantamount to an admission of final defeat in the field. Germany accepted them on 27th October, declaring that peace negotiations would be conducted by a people's government to which the military powers were subject. The American president had distinguished between peace negotiations and surrender, but the two things were now for Germany the same. The reply on 27th October, as Ludendorff correctly divined, was Germany's capitulation. On Saturday, 26th October, Ludendorff resigned. Few friends now remained to him. The German people at large saw in his military dictatorship of the past 2 years the cause of their misfortunes, and especially they blamed him for the rash optimism which had led to the March offensive, while the reactionaries reprobated him as the originator of the first armistice proposals which had taken the heart out of the army. He had had an amazing career since. In August 1914, he first entered Liège as a conqueror, and some weeks later stood, a still obscure general, by the side of Hindenburg in the Masurian battles. At the age of 53, he had been one of the triumvirate that ruled Germany, and now, almost on the anniversary of his crowning mercy of Caporetto, he had gone the way of the younger Moltke and Falkenhayn. He was a soldier of all but the highest ability, the indefatigable, clear-headed, iron-willed type of German officer, and it does not appear that either his nerve or his acumen failed. He was accused by his countrymen of proposing an armistice prematurely, and then attempting feverishly to go back on his policy and intrigue for a military coup d'etat. But the accusation was only the plea of those who, to salve their pride, maintained that the German army had been betrayed rather than defeated. Ludendorff judged correctly enough the situation of his troops, and sought to avert a supreme disaster. He resigned when that disaster was imminent because the direction of affairs had gone out of his hands. The government of Berlin was treating for an armistice the terms of which must lie at Foch's discretion, and the high command, from the Kaiser to the most junior staff officer, was now superseded by Prince Max and Erzberger, Solf, and Scheidemann, and the other proselytes of democracy. Upon Ludendorff and his world, the twilight of the gods was falling. In the wild legends of the northern races, the shades of the dead appeared to those on the brink of doom, and the heavens were filled with the shield maidens riding to choose the slain. The superstitious among Germany's rulers had in those days the spectacle of many portents to convince them of approaching calamity. Everywhere the wheel was coming full circle. The Belgians were approaching the dark land where each village spoke of German crimes. The British were almost within sight of the region where they had first met the enemy, swinging south, as he thought, to victories before the leaves fell. The French and the Americans had but a little way to go till their eyes beheld the wooded hills of Sedan. The alliances of which Germany had boasted were now utterly dissolved. Turkey and Bulgaria were prostrate, and Austria was pleading desperately for peace. More ominous still, that Eastern Europe, which had seen her most spectacular triumphs, was like to prove her worst undoing. The poison of Bolshevism, with which she had sought to inoculate her opponents, was beginning to creep into her own veins. Whatever crimes she had committed in the long war were now blossoming to her hurt. The gods alone, remember everlastingly they strike, remorselessly, and ever like for like, by their great memories the gods are known. 4. By the beginning of the last week of October, the dual monarchy as a state was dead. Count Julius Andrassy, who had taken Burian's place as foreign minister, made an ineffective journey to Switzerland to attempt to negotiate with the Allies, but he found every door closed and realized that he was fated not to repeat his father's achievement, but to sign the death warrant of that Austria-Hungary which his father had helped to create. The manifesto of the Emperor Charles, promising a separate state to each of the Austrian races, had been the last step in the process of disintegration. The Czechoslovaks had on 18th October, through their provisional government in Paris, declared their independence. The southern Slavs were preparing to follow suit. On 24th October, there was a mutiny of the Croat garrison at Fiume. Hungary and German Austria alike were clamoring to be free of the encumbrance of the antipathetic associates in the moribund empire. But the Austrian army in Italy was still alive. Until that army was destroyed in the field, the empire would not disappear. The army would remain till it was decisively beaten, and then the political and moral causes which had wrecked the dual monarchy would complete its ruin. It is not the least strange of the ironies of the war that on the 26th October, the only forces of the Teutonic League which had not suffered military defeat were the despised levies of Austria. Bulgarians and Turks had been vanquished. The Germans were staggering to their fall, but the Austrians were still unconquered. Their part in the campaign had been consistently decried by the German masters, but the sneer was not deserved. Out of a museum of antagonistic races, Austria had created an army which was of first-rate quality in many of the services and showed a stamina under enormous handicaps almost as great as Germany's own. Marvelous is the power of a military machine and a long tradition of discipline. It was the army which had always been the one true force of unity in the empire. In 1848, when the thing seemed to be dissolving, Radetzky's victory at Custoza had renewed its lease for another 70 years. Until the army was beaten, the Habsburg specter would not finally disappear. During the early autumn, there was much speculation among the Allies as to why Diaz did not launch an attack in cooperation with the offensives in France and the East. But the Italian commander-in-chief, as we have seen, had reasons for his delay. He had lent troops to Foch, and since Austria had now but the one front, she mustered against him a superiority of 12 divisions and a 20% predominance in artillery. She had all the best positions, and, as had been noted in earlier chapters, Italy was singularly ill-placed for attack. An abortive attempt would have strengthened Austrian morale and weakened the Italian, and Diaz was well aware that after the past year he could not take liberties with the delicate temper of his armies. The immense losses of Italy were not appreciated in Europe, but out of a population of 34 million she had mobilized 5 million men, had lost nearly 470,000 killed, and nearly 1 million wounded, of whom more than 500,000 were permanently disabled. He accordingly waited till the process of internal decay in Austria had become accelerated, and she had no hope of assistance from any of her allies. Fate so disposed it that the date of his final offensive should be the anniversary of Caporetto. Diaz's forces in October were in constitution a microcosm of the whole alliance. He had 51 Italian divisions, 3 British, 2 French, 1 Czechoslovak, as well as 1 American regiment. He had altered his dispositions considerably since the June battle. On the Asiago plateau lay the Italian 6th Army, containing 1 British division, the 48th. Between the Brenta and the Piave in the Grappa section was the 4th Army, under Giardino, including 1 French division. Along the Piave as far as south as the Montello was the 12th Army, under the French General Graziani, with 1 French division. At the Montello lay Caviglia's 8th Army. South of it was the 10th Army, the command of which Diaz had entrusted to Lord Cavan, consisting of the 11th Italian Corps and the British 14th Corps, which latter had 2 divisions, the 7th and the 23rd. South of Cavan, to the Adriatic, lay the Duke of Aosta's 3rd Army. Diaz's strategy was simple but sufficient. The battle was to begin with a feint attack by the 4th Army on the Grappa. Then the main blow was to be delivered by the 12th, 8th, and 10th Armies against the 6th and 5th Austrian armies, so as to drive a wedge between them and cut the communications connecting the Austrian forces in the mountains with those in the plains. He had not many advantages of position, but he had one. He held the interior lines, and if he could split the outer segment and capture the few precarious routes which linked the Trentino with Venetia, he could destroy the halves piecemeal. There were 2 points to aim for. One was the Feltre on the Piave, whence a road ran into the Trentino, another south to the plains, and a railway to Belluno. The second was to Vittorio Veneto, through which ran the communications of the Austrian 6th Army by way of the low watershed of the Valmarino. The task of the 12th Army was to fight its way up the Piave to Feltre, of the 8th Army to make good the Valmarino and Vittorio, and so drive the Austrian 6th Army northward, and of the 10th Army to move due east to the Livenza, protecting the flanks of the 2 armies on its left in their sweep northward, and driving the 5th Army in a different direction of retreat from its neighbor. The first step must be the crossing of the Piave. That was difficult everywhere, for there had been heavy rains and the river was in flood. It was most difficult, perhaps, opposite the front of the 10th Army, where it was a mile and a half broad, 100 streams racing between a multitude of islands, with a current of 10 miles an hour in the main channel. The largest island was that known of the Grave di Papadopoli, some 3 miles long by 1 broad. It occurred to Lieutenant General Sir J. M. Babington, commanding the British 14th Corps, that it might be well to occupy this island previous to the general attack, and Cavan agreed. The British troops in the front line were all in the Italian grigio-verde uniform, and no British guns were permitted to fire, for had the Austrians discovered our presence in that area, they might have guessed the scheme of the coming offensive. On the night of Wednesday, 23rd October, 2 British battalions embarked in strange little punts, each holding 6 men, and were ferried by Pontieri of the Italian Corps of Engineers from Shingle Bank to Shingle Bank, till they had crossed the main channel of the river, reached Grave di Papadopoli, surprised the garrison, and occupied the northern half of the island. There they hung on for 2 days, and on the night of the 25th were joined by other Italian and British troops, who mastered the rest of the place. All day on the 26th they were heavily bombarded, but they were able to begin the bridging of the main Piave channel behind them and make other preparations for the coming attack. Meantime, on Thursday, the 24th, the Grappa battle had begun. It was such a holding fight as the British and Greeks had fought at Lake Doiran a month before during the Balkan advance, and, like most holding battles, it was costly to the attack. The Italian bombardment began at 5 in the morning, and at 7:15 the infantry advanced in wild weather between the Brenta and the Piave. The enemy resisted stoutly, and positions were lost and recaptured many times, especially in the Pertica area and the Solarolo salient. This stubborn fighting endured through the 25th and 26th. And by the evening of the latter day, though Giardino had not advanced far, he had taken 4,000 prisoners. The action had the effect of misleading the Austrian command. This, it seemed, was the main offensive, and there was no danger on the Piave front, where the river ran in roaring spate. But by the morning of the 26th, Cavan had the whole island of Grave di Papadopoli, and that night at 11:30 the artillery of the 12th, 8th, and 10th Armies began their preparation. The firing of British guns gave warning that there had been change in Diaz's old dispositions, which the enemy's intelligence service had not foreseen. With the bombardment the rain began, and all night it poured, so that it seemed as if the weather which had saved Italy the year before was now likely to save Austria. But with the dawn it changed, and the rest of the battle was fought under clear autumn skies. At 6:45 on Sunday, the 27th, the 10th Army attacked from its position on the island of Grave, across the eastern channel of the Piave. The current was very strong, and it was hard for heavily laden troops to keep their feet. But by the evening the British 14th Corps on the left and the Italian 11th Corps on the right had won a considerable stretch of the eastern shore, and bridges were being rapidly built behind them. On the left in the Montello section, the 8th Army under Caviglia got a division beyond the river. but it failed to cross at the junction with the British, and there was a gap of 10 kilometers between the bridgeheads held by the two armies. Farther north, the 12th Army under Graziani was fighting its way up the Piave Gorge towards Feltre to turn the flank of the Austrians on the Grappa. The Monte Cosin ridge above Feltre was the immediate object of Graziani's Alpini. The difficulties of the 8th Army bridgehead on the night of the 27th made the situation serious, and Diaz took a bold step. He withdrew the 18th Corps from Caviglia and allotted it to Cavan, so that it might be passed over the British bridges and clear the front of the 8th Army. General Basso safely took 2 divisions of his corps across, but the weight of the traffic and the strength of the flood broke down the bridge behind him, so that he could not complete his deployment. Nevertheless, on the morning of the 28th, with such troops as he had on the east bank, Basso advanced in line with Cavan, and by the evening the 10th Army had pushed its patrols up to the river Montecano. This broke the resistance opposite Caviglia, and that night the 8th Army got its right over the Piave at Nervesa, and the 18th Corps was returned to it next morning. Meantime, Graziani had pushed up the Piave as far as Alano. That night, the crisis of the battle was past. On the 29th, Cavan moved steadily forward and reached the Montecano between Fontel and Ramera. The fires which lit the eastern sky showed that the enemy was in full retreat. The 8th Army was sweeping onto Vittorio and had entered Conegliano. Early next morning, the 12th Army was on Monte Cosin, and Feltre was under its fire. That day, Wednesday, the 30th, Diaz had driven his wedge fairly between the two halves of the Austrian front. Caviglia took Vittorio, and Cavan, who had now received the 332nd American Regiment, broke the improvised line of the Montecano and reached the Lavenza at Francenico and Sacile. In the words of the British commander's dispatch, "From this moment the retreat became a rout." The retirement had also begun in the mountains. Giardino found the resistance weakening on the Grappa, and the 6th Army reoccupied Asiago. That day, too, the Duke of Aosta's 3rd Army entered the battle and crossed the Piave everywhere between Cavan and the sea. On the 31st, the rout grew like an avalanche with its own movement, for, the enemy having once suffered defeat in the field, all the political and economic weakness of the past year combined to hasten his debacle. The Czech and Polish battalions surrendered wholesale. Even the Magyars showed themselves weary of war. Only a few picked units kept their discipline and vigor. That day, Cavan was across the Lavenza, and the Duke of Aosta, on his right, was advancing swiftly to the lower reaches of that stream. The 6th and 4th Armies were moving forward in the hills. The 12th was fighting in the gorge of Quero. The 8th was pressing on Consiglio and Pordenone. "The hostile masses," said the Italian communique, "are thronging into the mountain valleys, or struggling to reach the crossings of the Tagliamento. Prisoners, guns, material stores, and depots almost intact are being left in our hands." On 1st November, the Grappa front collapsed. Graziani was past the Quero Gorge and close on Feltre. Caviglia's left wing was nearing Belluno. Cavan was beyond the Lavenza, and the Italian cavalry were far to the east riding down the retreat. On the 3rd, Cavan was on the Tagliamento. On the 4th, he was across it. On the evening of the 2nd, the British 48th Division, on the Asiago Plateau, having carried Monte Cats and Monte Moschaga, bivouacked on Austrian soil. By the afternoon of the 4th, the 6th Army was far over the watershed and in the eastern outskirts of Trent itself. The Austrian armies had collapsed, and left in the conquerors' hands 1/3 of their total infantry and all their guns. Caporetto had been amply avenged. Those were strange days for the triumphant soldiers of Italy. When they crossed the enemy's lines, they passed into a land like a wild dream. Roads were in ruins, war material stood rusting by the wayside, as if there had been insufficient labor to use it. The neglected hospitals were in chaos. Everywhere was the proof that Austria had long been dying at the heart. The countryside was bare of food, and the wretched villagers were starving. Long lines of broken men, Italian prisoners taken the year before, were stumbling westward to their homes, but already 100,000 of these prisoners had perished of want. Austria's military adventure had ended not in a tragic cataclysm, but in a nightmare of senile decay. On the night of 2nd November, there was a continuous murmur of shouting to be heard along the Italian front. It was the news of the first step of the enemy towards capitulation. On 27th October, in reply to the American note of the 18th, the government of Vienna accepted all Mr. Wilson's conditions and declared itself ready, without awaiting the results of other negotiations, to commence negotiations for peace between Austria-Hungary and the opposing states and for immediate armistice on all Austro-Hungarian fronts. On the first day of November, the Vatican, mindful of the interests of that unhappy daughter of the Church, appealed to Britain in support of Austria's plea for a separate peace. After a request of this nature, the cessation of the sanguinary conflict appears to be imperiously called for by every principle of humanity. There was no need for the Allies to do as they had done with Germany, and refer Austria to the Italian High Command. Her bitter necessities did not allow her to waste time in pourparlers. On the evening of 29th October, an Austrian officer appeared with the white flag near Ala in Adige Valley. He had no proper authority and was sent back with a message that only a duly accredited mission would be received. On Wednesday, the 30th, the white flag appeared again, and an Austrian corps commander, General von Weber, with 7 other plenipotentiaries crossed the Italian lines. Next day, they were taken to a village near Diaz's headquarters, and on Sunday, 3rd November, the Italian Chief of Staff, General Badoglio, interviewed the mission and presented them with the Allied terms. These were promptly accepted, and at 3 o'clock on the afternoon of Monday, 4th November, the armistice came into effect, and hostilities ceased. The events of that week were like mad changes of a kaleidoscope. On the last day of October, 2 Italian sailors entered the inner roadstead at Pola and blew up the Austrian dreadnought Viribus Unitas. It was a theatrical climax, for in that vessel, in June 1914, the Archduke Francis Ferdinand had traveled to the Dalmatian coast on the way to his death at Sarajevo. On the evening of 3rd November, a detachment of Bersaglieri landed at Trieste, and the city passed under the control of Italy. Meantime, the fleet at Pola was surrendered to the southern Slavs, and everywhere throughout the dual monarchy there was revolution. New transient premiers, Lamache at Vienna, Michael Caroli at Budapest, flitted across the scene to give place to councils of soldiers and republican committees. Agram, Laibach, and Prague became suddenly the capitals of new states and the seats of the new de facto governments. On 1st November, Tisza was murdered. He had been the last stalwart of the old regime, the last buttress of autocracy. Narrow and fanatical both in his religious and political creeds, he was in many respects the strongest man in Central Europe, and his life was not without its stormy grandeur. He had played for high stakes and greatly failed, and it was of a piece with his character and career that he should go down with the sinking ship. The Emperor Charles at Schönbrunn was left alone in the palace that had once been so gay, where Joseph II had dreamed his dreams for Europe, where Metternich had planned and whispered, where the Treaty of Vienna had been signed, where the old Francis Joseph had puzzled at the whirligig of time. Gone were the nobles, the clergy, the glittering staffs. Not even a servant remained in the vast, silent corridors, now stricken, as if by enchantment, into an ageless sleep. The terms of the armistice put an end to Austria's army and navy, and placed all her territories at the disposal of the Allies for military operations. The vast straggling fortress of the Teutonic League had now been shorn of every outwork, and only the central keep of Germany remained. But that keep was already in desperate case, and was on the eve of hoisting the flag of surrender. End of Chapter 100, Part 2.
Section 38 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 101, The Surrender of Germany, November 1st through November 11th, 1918, Part 1. Ludendorff had gone, and the Supreme Command was in commission. His nominal successor was von Groener, the Württemberg general, but von Groener was an administrator rather than a strategist, and such strategical direction as was still possible seems to have been in the hands of von Lossberg, formerly Chief of Staff to Armand's Fourth Army in Flanders. Hindenburg contented himself with appeals for German unity, and the Emperor, who on 29 October sought refuge with army headquarters at Spa from the troubles of the capital, was in no position to interfere. He was occupied with adapting democratic tunes to the damaged trumpets of absolutism. Foch was now on the eve of his last step in the West. He had to get Gouraud and Pershing forward, so as to cut the Metz-Montmedy-Mézières line, and limit the avenues of retreat for the army groups of the Bavarian and Imperial Crown Princes to the Gap of Liège, and at the same time to push his British centre down the Sambre toward Namur, so as to make the retirement of the latter impossible. Then would come the final operation, the swinging of the American Second Army under Bullard northeastward through the Vosges on the iron fields of Brie, while at the same time Castelnau and Lorraine directed Mangin's 10th Army, which had been moved to the Moselle against Château-Salins. Metz would thus be isolated, the Metz-Arlon-Namur railway would be cut, and the southern German armies shepherded into captivity. In such an event, only a few beaten divisions would escape by the pass between Dutch Limburg and the Ardennes, and the most complete catastrophe in all history would have overtaken the German command. Haig, having crossed the little streams between the forest of Mormal and the Scheldt, was ready for his final movement. He was in the position of Wellington on the evening of Waterloo, when he raised his hat as a signal for everything to go in. For 3 months, the British armies had been locked in a continuous battle. For nearly 10 months, they had been in the forefront of the struggle. From 21st March to 27th October, a period of 218 days, it had only been possible to give the British divisions brief periods of rest out of the line, amounting on an average to 69 days in all, while the Australian average was 79 days, and the Canadian 102 days. During the same period, the percentage of casualties to strength in the British divisions was 118 for officers and 121 for men. Footnote: the Canadian figures were 97% and 84%, the Australian 83% and 85%. End footnote. The strain had been colossal, but the reward was very near, and however great the weariness of the Allied troops, it was a small thing compared to the exhaustion of the enemy. The boys of the 1921 class, who had been called up for National Auxiliary service in occupied territory, were being transferred to the fighting line, so that the ranks of Germany were becoming like the levies of France, when in 1814 they fell back before Blücher and Schwarzenberg. But in this case, the defeated armies had no Napoleon. As a preliminary to the British advance, Valenciennes must fall. At 5:15 in the morning of 1st November, the Canadians and the 22nd Corps of Horn's 1st Army and the 17th Corps of Byng's 3rd Army attacked on a 6-mile front south of the town. The struggle was sharp, and the enemy resisted strongly on the flooded banks of the river, but his defenses had been constructed to meet an advance from the west, and the Canadians struck upward from the south. That afternoon, 4 companies of Canadians entered Valenciennes from the west, and the 49th and 4th Divisions of the 22nd Corps crossed the Rhonelle. Next day, 2nd November, the 4th Canadians completed the capture of the city of Sir John Froissart, and the 22nd Corps was well beyond the Rhonelle, taking Marèche and Prézeau, and the high ground 2 miles to the east. On the 3rd, the Germans fell back on the front south of Valenciennes, and also north of Tournai, and there were signs of a more extensive withdrawal, since our drive south of the Scheldt had turned the line of the river, and was threatening the south enemy front toward Avesnes. The moment was right for the last great British effort. Meantime, there was good news from the Allied right. On Friday, 1st November, Gouraud and Pershing went into action, the French attacking north and east of Vouziers, and the Americans advancing between Grandpré and the Meuse. Gouraud was thus able to take in flank the German divisions opposed to Pershing in the northern extension of the Argonne, called the Forest of Bourgogne. The attack was preceded by a gigantic bombardment, for new roads and railroads had been constructed behind the American front, and the supply of ammunition was now abundant. At last, the American First Army reaped the fruit of its heroic labors, and broke clear of the desperate country of woods and pockets in which for weeks it had been fighting. The whole line swung forward. The 2nd Division in an hour took Lens Saint-Georges, and before night had cleared the Bois de Béricourt and advanced 5 miles. The 89th Division on its right, the men of the Middle West, had marched abreast. The enemy resistance on the Meuse was collapsing. On Saturday, in stormy weather, Gouraud reached the south bank of the Ardennes Canal, and Pershing took Buzancy and Fosse. Next day, the 5th Division on his right crossed the river and formed a bridgehead at Dun-sur-Meuse, and at night, part of the 2nd Division marched in advance guard formation through the forest between Belval and Beaumont, surprised machine gunners asleep beside their posts, and by the morning was 5 miles inside the enemy lines, an exploit worthy of Stonewall Jackson. At last, the shell of this stubborn defense had been cracked. In 3 days, on an 18-mile front, Pershing had advanced 12 miles. By the morning of Monday, the 4th, he held positions which enabled him to bring the railway at Montmédy and Longuyon under his fire. On the morning of 4th November, Haig delivered his attack on the 30 miles between Valenciennes and Goisy on the Sambre. He was moving against formidable defenses: the canalized channel of the Sambre in the south, the great Mormal forest in the center, and on his left the fortifications of the town of Le Quesnoy, and the broken woody country intersected by many streams which lay northward toward the Condé Canal. But his troops knew they were on the eve of victory and were not to be checked by any defenses. The battle opened at dawn, and presently all the German first position had fallen. It was the task of Rawlinson on the right to cross the Sambre south of the Mormal forest, of Byng in the center to clear the forest itself, and of Horn to pass the marshes north of Valenciennes and advance east of the little river Aunelle. Meanwhile, Debny, with the French First Army on Haig's right, was to advance to conform into the forest of Nouvion along the upper Oise. The whole plan moved like clockwork. The 9th Corps on Rawlinson's right took Catillon in 2 hours, was across the Sambre, and by the afternoon was well to the east of Fismes in the south and La Folie in the north. The 13th Corps, attacking a little later with the 25th, 50th, and 18th Divisions, had a stiff fight with the German 1st Guard Reserve Division at the Sambre crossings near Landrecies. But ere nightfall, the 25th Division had occupied the little town, where in the August dusk in the first month of war, Haig's 1st Corps had faced the great sweep of the enemy from the Belgian frontier. In the 3rd Army area, the 5th Corps fought its way into the pathless thickets of the Mormal forest, and by dawn on the 5th had reached its eastern edge, taken the woodland village of Loquignol, and advanced a mile to the east of it. On its left, the 37th and New Zealand divisions of the 4th Corps swept through the northern part of the forest, taking Jolimetz and Herbigny, and at 4 in the afternoon the garrison of Le Quesnoy, now hopelessly cut off, made its surrender. On their left, the 62nd Division took Orsenval, and advancing along with the guards, carried Frasnoy and Pourrosart, and reached the edge of the Comignies. The left corps of the 3rd Army, the 17th, met with less opposition, and by the evening was east of Braine-Eth and the 2 Wargnies, and so beyond the upper streams of the Aunelle. That day, Horn, moving forward to conform, had his right well east of the Aunelle at Seburg, while his Canadians were in the streets of Romby. It was a day of almost bewildering success. 20 British divisions had scattered 32 German divisions, taking 19,000 prisoners and more than 450 guns. Nor was the success only in the central area. Debny crossed the Sambre Canal on his whole front, and on the 5th was in Guise. The Belgians had driven Armand behind the Ghent-Terneuzen Canal and were closing in on Ghent. Plumer and Degout were fording the Scheldt. Guillaume had breached the hunting line between Cézanne and Condé-les-Herbiers. Gouraud had crossed the Ardennes Canal, and so turned the flank of the enemy in the Brunhilde line between Attigny and Rethel. Pershing was continuing his brilliant advance, and the right wing of the American First Army was now moving forward on the east bank of the Meuse with a view to thrusting the enemy off the last of the heights into the plain. His van was at Pouilly, where he was only 6 miles from the bend north of Montmedy on the Metz Railway. On Tuesday, 5th November, the enemy's resistance was finally broken. Henceforth he was not in retreat, but in flight. The 2 wings of his armies were separated forever. The Hunding and Brunhilde and Kriemhilde zones had gone the way of the Siegfried. The opening of the pocket was now the 50 miles between Avesnes and Mézières, and through this gut the whole remaining German forces in the south must squeeze if they would make good their escape. But that gut was hourly narrowing. Gouraud and Pershing were approaching Mézières. Debny and Guillemot were pressing toward Herson with nothing to bar the road, while Haig, now east of the Mormal forest, had the Sambre valley as his avenue to Namur. Moreover, Foch still had his trump card to play, the encircling swing of his right by way of Metz to close the last way of escape. If a negotiated armistice did not come within a week, there would be a de facto armistice of complete collapse and universal surrender. During that week in Germany, the mutterings of the storm of revolution were growing louder. Some issued heated appeals for a patriotic closing up of ranks and a last stand against the coming disaster. Others attempted to make a scapegoat of the fallen Ludendorff, and everywhere there was apparent a rising anger against the imperial house. The emperor had fled to the army, but the army was in no case to protect him. The Social Democrats in the government, led by Schiedemann, were clamoring for his instant abdication, and they had the support of a great mass of the people. Everywhere there reigned a frantic fear of invasion, especially in Bavaria, where the collapse of Austria made the populace expect to see at any moment the victorious Italians in the streets. and invasion was no cheerful prospect to Germany when she remembered her own method of conducting it, and reflected that for 4 years she had been devastating the lands and dragooning the peoples of the powers now marching to her borders. Strange things, too, were happening within her own confines. In the first days of November, the stage had been set for a great sea battle. Her high sea fleet was ordered out, but it would not move. The dry rot, which had been growing during the 4 years' inaction, had crumbled all its discipline. Der Tag had come, but not that joyous day which her naval officers had toasted. She had broken the unwritten laws of the deep sea, and she was now to have her reward. On 4th November, the red flag was hoisted on the battleship Kaiser. The mutiny spread to the Kiel shipyards and workshops, where there had always been a strong socialist element. A council of soldiers, sailors, and workmen was formed, and the mutineers captured the barracks and took possession of the town. The trouble ran like wildfire to Hamburg, Bremen, Lübeck, and adjacent ports, and it was significant that in every case the soldiers and sailors took the lead. Deputations of Social Democrats were sent down post-haste by the government and succeeded in temporarily restoring order, but the terms on which peace were made were the ruins of the old regime. In Cologne, in Essen, and in other industrial centers there were grave disturbances, and everywhere the chief outcry was against the emperor and the Hohenzollerns. He, who had been worshipped as a god because he was the embodiment of a greater Germany, was now reviled by a nation disillusioned of dreams of greatness. At the same time, the empire was dissolving at its periphery. The Polish deputies from Posen and Silesia seceded from the Reichstag, and Schleswig demanded liberation. It was hard to tell where in Germany now lay the seat of power. On the 5th, the Army Command invited to headquarters representatives of the majority parties in the Reichstag to discuss the next step, and search was made for military officers who might be least unacceptable to the Allies. On that day, the government at Washington transmitted to Germany, through Switzerland, the last word on the matter of negotiations. This note gave the reply of America's allies to the correspondence which had been formally submitted to them. They had accepted the President's 14 points as a basis on which they were willing to negotiate peace, with true provisos. First, they reserved their own liberty of action on the question of the freedom of the seas, since that phrase was open to so many interpretations. Second, by the word restoration in the case of invaded territories, they declared that they understood compensation by Germany for all damage done to the civilian population of the Allies and to their property by the aggression of Germany by land, by sea, and from the air. Mr. Wilson signified his assent to these provisos and announced that Marshal Foch had been authorized by all the Allies to receive properly accredited representatives of the German government and to communicate to them the terms of an armistice. Germany made haste to choose her delegates. They were Erzberger, now a Secretary of State, General von Gundel, an old associate of Marshal von Bieberstein, and the German military delegate to the Hague Conference of 1907, Count Oberndorf, sometime German minister in Sofia, and General von Winterfeld, who had once been military attaché in Paris, and had recently acted as Falkenhausen's chief of staff at Brussels. The Allied plenipotentiary was Foch, who had associated with him Sir Rosslyn Wemyss, the British First Sea Lord, to represent the British Navy. On the afternoon of Wednesday, the 6th, the German delegates left Berlin, Foch having directed them by wireless to approach the French outpost by the Chimay-Fourmi-la-Capelle-Guise road. That day, Prince Max of Baden, as Imperial Chancellor, issued an appeal to his people that negotiations might not be endangered by indiscipline. For more than 4 years, the German nation, united and calm, has endured the severest sufferings and sacrifices of war. If at the decisive hour, when only absolute unity can avert from the whole German people the greatest dangers for its future, our internal strength gives way, then the consequences cannot be foreseen. The indispensable demand which must be made in this crisis by any people's government is the maintenance of the calm which has hitherto prevailed under voluntary discipline. End of section 38. Section 39 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies, Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 101, The Surrender of Germany, November 1st through 11th, 1918, Part 2. We leave the delegates on their embarrassed journey while we review the last days of the Allied advance. Let us look first at the British centre. Before Hague, if anywhere, the Germans must attempt to stand, for he was marching straight for Namur, and the one narrow door still open to their frontiers. No soldier will withhold his tribute of admiration to the gallantry of a foe, and the stubborn valor of the soldiers of Germany had never shone brighter than now. During those desperate days her armies still made forlorn attempts at resistance to gain for other parts of the line a little respite. Footnote. Some idea of the straits to which the Germans were reduced and their stalwart efforts to hold back the advance may be gathered from a study of the enemy divisions engaged by the British in the operations of our 1st, 3rd, and 4th Armies between 27th September and 11th November. For example, the 25th Reserve, which had been relieved in the beginning of October, came into action again on 5th October. The 20th and the Jaeger divisions appeared for a second time on 8th October, and that day the 25th fought stubbornly at Sechar. The 6th and 185th Divisions appeared for the second time on 9th October, the 1st Guard Reserve for the second time on 20th October. On 24th October, the Jaeger, 113th, 18th Reserve, and 221st Divisions appeared for the third time. On 1st November, the 6th and the 34th. On 2nd November, the 54th, and on 4th November, the 1st Guard Reserve, all for the third time. That day, this last division fought stoutly at Landrecies. The Jaeger Division on 4th November and the 18th Reserve on 5th November appeared for the fourth time. During this battle, the British had 61 divisions to face, and these divisions had the following record. 30 divisions engaged once, 21 divisions engaged twice, 8 divisions engaged thrice, 2 divisions engaged 4 times. End of footnote. But it was like the efforts of a mob to stay the advance of the ocean. The great victory of 4th to 5th November had opened the roads of the Condé Canal and the Sambre Valley. On the 5th, Rawlinson advanced 4 miles beyond Friche and Mirepoix, while that evening Byng was approaching Bavaille, which had been French's headquarters at the start of the Battle of Mons. Horn had a harder day. His 22nd Corps crossed the Belgian frontier, but was held up for some time in front of the village of Ancre and the line of the Honelle stream. Next day, Wednesday, 6th November, Horn broke down the resistance, took Ancre, and crossed the Honelle, while the Canadians captured Quiverchamp. That night came another enemy landslide, and early on the morning of the 7th, the Guards Division of Byng's army entered Bavaille. On the 8th, Rawlinson occupied Avesnes, and Byng took Aumont, and reached the outskirts of Maubeuge. In those days the weather was wet and chilly, and very different from the bright August when British troops had last fought in that region. The old regular forces, which had then taken the shock of Germany's first fury, had mostly disappeared. Many were dead, or prisoners, or crippled for life, and the rest had been dispersed through the whole British army. The famous first 5 divisions of the retreat from Mons were the main new men. But some were there who had fought steadily from the Sambre to the Marne, and back again to the Aisne, and then for 4 years in bitter trench battles, and who now returned, after our patient fashion, to their old campaigning ground. Even the slow imagination of the British soldier must have been stirred by that strange revisiting. He was approaching places which in 1914 had been no more than names to him, half-understood names heard dimly in the confusion of that great retreat, but some stood out in his memory. The fortress of Maubeuge, on which France had set such store, above all the smoky coal-pits of Mons, which had become linked forever in the world's mind with the old contemptibles. Then he had been marching south in stout-hearted bewilderment, with the German cavalry pricking at his flanks. Now he was sweeping to the northeast on the road to Germany, and far ahead his own cavalry and cyclists were harassing the enemy rout, while on all the packed roads his airmen were scattering death. On the night of the 7th, the thrust of the 4th, 3rd, and 1st Armies bore fruit in the north. The line of the Scheldt broke. Horn's left corps, the 8th, and Birdwood's right corps, the 1st, crossed the river south of Antoine on the 8th, and took Condé. This was the end of the Tournai bridgehead, and that evening Birdwood occupied the western part of the ancient city. On the 9th, the Guards entered Maubeuge, while the Canadians with Horn were sweeping along the Condé Canal toward Mons. Birdwood cleared Tournai and took Péruels, and Plumer crossed the Scheldt on his whole front and reached Rennes. Next day the Belgians had Ghent. In the south, the advance of the Allies was still more rapid, for Debny, Guillemot, and Gourand had little before them, and Pershing's gallant Americans had the reward of their fierce October struggle. On the 6th, Debny advanced 6 miles, passed the forest of Nouvion, and entered Vervins. while Gouraud took Rethel, and Pershing's First Army crept down both sides of the Meuse nearer to the Metz railway. It was a race for the 3 points of Kherson, Mézières, and Sedan. On the evening of the 6th, the vanguard of the American First Army, the redoubtable 1st Division, after a wonderful forced march of 38 miles in 30 hours, reached that part of the town of Sedan which lies in the meadows on the west bank of the Meuse. On the 8th, the right of the American First Army east of the river, the American Third Corps and the French Second Colonial and 17th Corps, completed its conquest of the heights of the Meuse. On the 9th, Debny entered Kherson. But indeed the record of places captured was now meaningless. Over much of the battlefield the advance was limited only by the weariness of the marching infantry. On the 10th, from north to south, Plumer was well beyond the Scheldt and approaching the Dondre Canal. Birdwood was across the canal and had taken Ath. Horn was on the Condé Canal west and northwest of Mons. Byng and Rawlinson were far down the Sambre and close on the Belgian frontier. Debny had reached the Belgian frontier at Chimay. Rocroi had been occupied, as had Mézières and Charleville, the old seat of the German High Command in the west, while the center of the American First Army had crossed the Meuse at Stenay, and its right was well into the Rouf plain. This was on Sunday, the 10th. For Thursday, the 14th, Foch had fixed the great sweep of the American 2nd and the French 10th armies northeastward, between the Meuse and the Moselle. These were feverish days, both for the victors and the vanquished. Surrender hung in the air, and there was a generous rivalry among the Allies to get as far forward as possible before it came. This was specially noted among the British troops, who wished to finish the war on the ground where they had started. Take as an instance the 8th Division in Horn's First Army. It had spent the winter in the Ypres salient. It had done gloriously in the retreat from St. Quentin. It had fought in the Third Battle of the Aisne. And from the early days of August it had been hotly engaged in the British advance. Yet now it had the vigor of the first month of war. On the 10th of November, one of its battalions, the 2nd Middlesex, traveled for 7 hours in buses, and then marched 27 miles, pushing the enemy before them. They wanted to reach the spot near Mons, where some of them, then in the 4th Middlesex, fired almost the first British shots in the war, and it is pleasant to record that they succeeded. Likewise, the 2nd Royal Irish, who had fought with the 3rd Division in the loop of the canal northeast of Mons on August 26, 1914, were, with the 63rd Division, entering the same loop on the last day of war. Meantime, in Germany, the conventions which for generations had held her civilian people were patently dissolving. There were few mutinies like that of the northern ports. The old authorities simply disappeared, quietly, unobtrusively, and the official machine went on working without them. Kings and courts tumbled down, and the various brands of socialists met together, gave themselves new names, and assumed office. There was as yet nothing which approached a true revolution, nothing which involved a change of spirit. Deep down in the ranks of the people there was a dull anger and disquiet, but for the moment it did not show itself in action. They stood looking on while the new men shuffled the old cards. It was everything to these new men that they should establish a stable government with which the Allies would be disposed to deal, and to preserve stability they must carry on the existing machine. Germany, with her lack of training and responsible popular government, could not improvise a new order in a night. Throughout the land there was a sporadic formation of workmen's and soldiers' councils, but as yet these meant little and were well under control. But it was essential for Germany to get rid of the signposts of the old regime. Bavaria took the lead, and on Friday the 8th a meeting of a workmen's and soldiers' council, under the leadership of a Polish Jew, Kurt Eisner, decreed the abolition of the Wittelsbach dynasty. In Frankfurt, Cologne, Leipzig, Bremen, Hanover, Augsburg, and elsewhere, similar councils were formed, who took upon themselves the preservation of order and declared that they held their power in trust for the coming German Socialist Republic. So far there had been few signs of despotic class demands on the Russian model. In most places the change was made decently and smoothly. Saturday the 9th saw the crowning act in the capital. Bands of soldiers and enormous assemblies of workmen patrolled the streets, singing Republican songs. There was a little shooting, and a certain number of windows were broken. Soldiers flung away their badges and iron crosses. Everywhere the royal arms were torn down, and red flags fluttered from the balcony of the imperial palace, whence, in the first week of August 1914, the emperor had addressed his loyal people. The day before, most of the civil ministers, like Solf and Delbruck, had gone to army headquarters. Berlin was in the hands of a workmen's and soldiers' council, but, contrary to expectation, there was no friction with the troops. The latter had been brought into the city in great numbers, with many machine guns. But in the early afternoon they were fraternizing with the workmen's processions, and Liebknecht was making an oration from the castle balcony. General von Linsingen, the officer commanding in the Mark of Brandenburg, resigned, and Prince Max issued a decree announcing the appointment as Chancellor of Fritz Ebert, a majority socialist, who, like Cleon, was in private life a merchant of leather. The two socialist groups had come together, and a council of national plenipotentiaries was formed, consisting of 3 from the majority and 3 from the minority. For the moment, the extremists of the Spartacus sect, led by Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg, were quiet and biding their time. The revolution had been largely made by reservists, the older men in the home garrisons who were not imbued with the wilder doctrines. Some kind of Soviets had been necessary to give impetus to the change, but the new People's Government hoped to absorb them in an orderly democracy. They appealed to all the stable elements in the people to safeguard the transition, and announced to the world that Bolshevism had no partisans in their nation. At the moment, it looked as if they might succeed. Berlin took the revolution with complete placidity. Before nightfall on the Saturday, the normal life of the city had been resumed, and on the Sunday, crowds, as usual, visited the Karlshorst racecourse. Yet orderly as was the first stage in Germany's revolution, and strenuous as were the efforts made to provide administrative continuity, on one side the revulsion was complete. The old absolutism was gone, and monarchy within the confines of Germany had become a farce. Hated in some regions, in all despised as an empty survival. For centuries the pretensions of German kinglets had made sport for Europe. Now these kinglets disappeared, leaving no trace behind them. In Bavaria, Saxony, Württemberg, the Mecklenburgs, Hesse, Brunswick, Baden, the dynasties fell with scarcely a protesting voice, and with them fell the men who had been the pillars of the thrones, the great nobles and industrial magnates who had risen to power by courtiership. On the Sunday morning came the news of the death of Balin, the prophet of Germany's commercial expansion, and one of the main abettors of her megalomania. He chose not to outlive the fabric which he had given his life to build. With the lesser fell the greater. In Prince Max's decree of Saturday, the 9th, it was announced that the emperor had decided to abdicate, and that the imperial crown prince renounced the succession. With a revolution behind him and his conquerors before him, there was no place left for the Kaiser. He did not stand upon the order of his going. On Sunday the 10th he left main headquarters at Spa, crossed the Dutch frontier, and sought refuge in the house of Count Bentinck at Amerongen. Prince Ruprecht retired to Brussels to await the victors, and the imperial crown prince fled from his armies, and like his father found sanctuary in Holland. History has not often recorded a fall from greater heights to greater depths. The man who had claimed to be the vice-regent of God on earth, who arrogated himself to a power little short of the divine, now stole from the stage like a discredited player. Other kings and leaders who have failed have gone down dramatically in the ruin they made, but this actor of many parts had not the chance of such an exit. His light, emotional mind and his perverse vanity had plagued the world for a generation, and had now undone the patient work of the builders of Germany. Tragic indeed was the cataclysm of German hopes, and tragic but in a lesser sense was the fall of William II, King of Prussia, Margrave of Brandenburg, and Count of Hohenzollern. Like Lucian's Peregrinus, his life had been dominated by a passion for notoriety, but unlike that ancient charlatan, he could not round off his antics on a public pyre. In fleeing from the country, he did the best he could for his country's interests, and no humane man will wish to exult over the spectacle of broken pride and shattered dreams. In such an end, his hubris had received the most terrible of retributions. The German delegates who left Berlin on the afternoon of Wednesday the 6th arrived in the French lines at 10 o'clock on the Thursday night, and were given quarters in the chateau of the Marquis de Laigle at Frankfort, near Choisy-au-Bac. On Friday morning they presented themselves at the train in the forest of Compiègne, which contained Marshal Foch and Sir Rosslin Wemyss. The French marshal asked, "Qu'est-ce que vous désirez, monsieur?" and they replied that they had come to receive the Allied proposals for an armistice. To this Foch answered that the Allies did not propose any armistice, but were content to finish the war in the field. The delegates looked nonplussed and stammered something about the urgent need for the cessation of hostilities. "Ah," said Foch, "I understand. You have come to seek an armistice." Von Gundel and his colleagues admitted the correction and explicitly asked for an armistice. They were then presented with the Allied terms, and withdrew to consider them, after being informed that they must be accepted or refused within 72 hours, that is to say before 11 o'clock on the morning of Monday the 11th. They asked for a provisional suspension of hostilities, a request which Foch curtly denied. The delegates declared that they were astonished at the severity of the terms, and sought permission to communicate with Berlin. A courier bearing the text of the armistice was dispatched to main headquarters at Spa, and the German command was informed by wireless of his coming. He was to cross the French lines that night between 6 and 8 o'clock. The French fire ceased according to arrangement, but the unfortunate messenger had to wait long before the German barrage stopped. It was not till the afternoon of the following day that he could enter the German zone. Once there, he found everything in chaos. The retreating armies had made such havoc of roads and bridges that his car could with difficulty proceed, and he did not reach Spa till 10 o'clock on the Sunday morning. The terms were immediately telephoned to Berlin, and a conference of the new government was held that morning. The hours of grace were fast slipping away, and Foch was adamant about the time limit. The delegates were instructed to accept, and after a protest, they submitted to the inevitable. At 5 o'clock on the morning of Monday, 11th November, the armistice was signed, and Foch telegraphed to his generals, "Hostilities will cease on the whole front as from 11th November at 11 o'clock. The Allied troops will not, until a further order, go beyond the line reached on that date and at that hour." The terms were so framed as to give full effect to the victory on land and sea which the Allies had won. All invaded territory, including Alsace-Lorraine, was to be immediately evacuated and the inhabitants repatriated. Germany was to surrender a large amount of war material specified under different classes. The Allies were to take control of the left bank of the Rhine and of 3 bridgeheads on the right bank in Cologne, Koblenz, and Mainz districts, and a neutral zone was to be established all along that bank between Switzerland and the Dutch frontier. A great number of locomotives and other forms of transport were to be immediately delivered to the Allies. All Allied prisoners of war were to be repatriated forthwith, but not so German prisoners in Allied hands. German troops in Russia, Romania, and Turkey were to withdraw within the frontiers of Germany as these existed before the war. The treaties of Brest-Litovsk and Bucharest were cancelled. German troops operating in East Africa were to evacuate the country within 1 month. All submarines were to repair to certain specified ports and be surrendered. Certain units of the German fleet were to be handed over to the charge of the Allies, and the rest to be concentrated in specified German ports, disarmed and placed under Allied surveillance, the Allies reserving the right to occupy Heligoland to enforce these terms. The existing blockade was to be maintained. Such were the main provisions, and the duration of the armistice was fixed at 36 days with an option to extend. If Germany failed to carry out any of the clauses, the agreement could be annulled in 48 hours' notice. The acceptance of such terms meant the surrender of Germany to the will of the Allies, for they stripped from her the power of continuing or of renewing the war. There were those at the time, and there have been many since, who held that the armistice should not have been granted. The German armies were broken and in flight. The whole organization behind their lines had fallen in pieces. Railways, canals, and roads were blocked with congested or derelict transport. It would have been better for the Allies, it has been argued, to push their victory to its natural consequence, force the enemy to unconditional surrender in the field, or pursue him across the Rhine and shatter the last remnants of Germany's military dream by appearing as conquerors on her soil. The human mind loves a dramatic finale and asks for the ostensible signs of victory. But to such an argument there are 2 replies. The Germans were indeed beaten, but the Allies were not far from the limits of their strength, and before a further advance could be made, would have been compelled to halt and reform, and so give the enemy a breathing space. In a month or 2 they would have achieved their purpose, but it would have been at the cost of further losses. The encircling movement at Metz, fixed by Foch for the 14th, would certainly have succeeded, but the fruit of it could not have been immediately reaped by the main armies, for, except for Haig's 2 divisions of cavalry, they were not in a position for swift pursuit. The railway systems of France and Belgium had been strained to their uttermost. The enemy had destroyed most of the communications in the evacuated districts. In the British area, railhead was nowhere less than 35 miles behind the front, and the distance had to be bridged by motor transport over damaged roads. While behind the French lines, the situation was worse. The Allies were not in a position for a rapid and sustained advance. That is one justification for the grant of an armistice. The second is that the request could not decently have been refused when it gave to the Allies all that they desired, all indeed that Germany could give. No honest man could, for the sake of a more dramatic close, condemn many thousands more to death and suffering. The armistice had all the substance of an unconditional surrender, except that it was negotiated before the hands of the fighting men were formally held up in the field. It is necessary to be clear as to the exact significance of the terms of capitulation, for strange conditions have been since read into them by critics of Allied policy. These terms meant precisely what they said. So much and no more. Mr. Wilson's 14 points were not a part of them. The armistice had no connection with any later treaties of peace. It may be argued with justice that the negotiations by the various governments between 5th October and 5th November involved a declaration of principles by the Allies, which they were morally bound to observe in the ultimate settlement. But such a declaration bore no relation to the armistice. That was an affair between soldiers, a thing sought by Germany under the pressure of dire necessity to avoid the utter destruction of her armed manhood. It would have come about though Mr. Wilson had never indicted a single note. In the field since 15th June, Germany had lost to the British armies 188,700 prisoners and 2,840 guns, to the French 139,000 prisoners and 1,880 guns, to the Americans 44,000 prisoners and 1,421 guns, to the Belgians 14,500 prisoners and 474 guns. In the field, because she could not do otherwise, she made full and absolute surrender. The morning of Monday, 11th November, was cold and foggy, such weather as a year before had been seen at Cambrai. The front was for the most part quiet, only cavalry patrols moving eastwards in touch with the retreat. But at 2 points there was some activity. The American 1st and 2nd Armies east of the Meuse were advancing, and the day opened for them with all the accompaniments of a field action. The famous 26th Division of New England, which had now been 9 months in the field, closed its career with the capture of Orne. At Mons, on Sunday night, the Canadians of Horne's 1st Army were in position round the place. Fighting continued during the night, and at dawn the 3rd Canadian Division entered the streets and established a line east of the town, while the carillons of the Belfries played Tipperary. For Britain the circle was now complete. In 3 months her armies had gained 7 victories, each greater than any in her old wars, and had broken the heart of their enemy. To their great sweep from Amiens to Mons was due in large degree the triumph which folk had won, and on that grey November morning their worn ranks could await the final hour with thankfulness and pride. The minutes passed slowly along the front. An occasional shell, an occasional burst of firing told that peace was not yet, but there were long spells of quiet, save in the American area. Officers had their watches in their hands, and the troops waited with the same grave composure with which they had fought. Men were too weary and deadened for their imaginations to rise to the great moment, for it is not at the time, but long afterwards, that the human mind grasps the drama of a crisis. At 2 minutes to 11, opposite the South African Brigade, which represented the easternmost point reached by the British armies, a German machine gunner, after firing off a belt without pause, was seen to stand up beside his weapon, take off his helmet, bow, and then walk slowly to the rear. Suddenly, as the watch hands touched 11, there came a second of expectant silence, and then a curious rippling sound, which observers far behind the front likened to the noise of a light wind. It was the sound of men cheering from the Vosges to the sea. After that, peace descended on the long battlefield. A new era had come, and the old world had passed away. End of Chapter 101, Part 2.
Section 40 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 102, Conclusion, Part 1. Victory dawned upon a world over-weary and not inclined for extreme demonstration. Relief rather than jubilation was the note, and among the Allies the rejoicings were curiously restrained, as if the memory of the long suspense and the uncounted losses was too keen to permit of extravagance. Youth, indeed, will always be served, and during the nights of that week, when the streets of London and Paris shone with unfamiliar light, there was much harmless exuberance on the part of boys and girls and young soldiers. In the dull November weather, there was a perpetual dancing on the causeways, the blowing of every instrument musical and unmusical, and the promenading of crowds in all forms of conveyance. There were gatherings before the houses of ministers, and solemn scenes of rejoicing in the different legislatures. But the note everywhere was thankfulness rather than triumph. In Paris, men would greet each other in the streets. C'est bien, mon fils reviendra. In London the churches were thronged by thanksgivers. These days provided a dramatic illustration of the significance of monarchy in a free land. While elsewhere thrones had disappeared and their occupants were in exile, In Britain, Italy and Belgium, it was to their kings that the peoples turned as the representatives of the liberties for which they had fought. On Monday the 11th, great crowds assembled outside Buckingham Palace, moving thither from all quarters by a common impulse. The King and Queen appeared on the balcony to receive such an ovation as rarely greeted the monarch of an unemotional people. Next day they went in solemn procession to St. Paul's to return thanks to the giver of victory. But the most impressive spectacle had taken place the evening before, when, in the wet November twilight, almost unattended and wholly unheralded, they drove in a simple open carriage through the city of London. The merrymakers left their own occupations to cheer, and a crowd accompanied the carriage, running beside it and shouting friendly greetings. It was an incident which interpreted better than any formula the meaning of a people's king. He deserved the tribute, for he and his house had borne their part nobly in the struggle, unostentatiously performing hard and monotonous duties, sharing willingly in every national burden. On Tuesday, 19th November, in the Royal Gallery of the Palace of Westminster, he replied to the addresses of the two Houses of Parliament. There, in the presence of political leaders and the great officers of state, and representatives of India and all the Britons overseas, he expounded in simple words the gratitude of the nation to its fleets and armies for their achievement. The pride of Britain in her allies, the unspectacular toil of the millions at home who had made victory possible, and the great task still before the nation if a better world was to be built out of the wreckage of the old. "In what spirit," he asked, "should we approach these great problems? How should we seek to achieve the victories of peace? Can we do better than remember the lessons which the years of war have taught, and retain the spirit which they instilled? In these years, Britain and her traditions have come to mean more to us than they had ever meant before. It became a pleasure to serve her in whatever way we could, and we were all drawn by the sacredness of the cause into a comradeship which fired our zeal and nerved our efforts. This is the spirit we must try to preserve. It is on a sense of brotherhood and mutual goodwill, on a common devotion to the common interests of the nation as a whole, that its future prosperity and strength must be built up. The sacrifices made, the sufferings endured, the memory of the heroes who have died that Britain may live, ought surely to ennoble our thoughts and attune our hearts to a higher sense of individual and national duty, and to a fuller realization of what the English-speaking race, dwelling upon the shores of all the oceans, may yet accomplish for mankind. The military terms of the armistice were intended to prevent any German army again taking the field. The two main means to this end were the surrender by the enemy of military equipment and the occupation by the Allies of 3 bridgeheads on the Rhine. The first proceeded slowly and laboriously, as such things must, for the German machine was in dire disorder. The second advanced with steady precision. At first, the German retirement beyond the Rhine was chaos, confused columns 100 miles long with stragglers of every arm. Then discipline reasserted herself, and the last part of the retreat was conducted in good order. The defeated armies of Germany marched into their cities with bands playing and flags flying, and there was some attempt to prepare for them a popular reception. No one dare grudge the effort of a conquered enemy to put a brave complexion on defeat, and those troops deserved a welcome, for they had fought with unsurpassed courage and resolution. But with the Allies following at their heels, it was hard to build up the legend that Germany had not suffered defeat in the field. If proof were needed, it was to be found in the condition of the hinterland of the old German front. Every road was littered with abandoned tractors, lorries, and tanks. Every line was blocked with loaded trucks, and every canal with barges. Everywhere there were huge dumps of war material, which could neither be used nor removed, nor the war material surrendered under the terms of armistice, but material already derelict before the armistice was signed. On all sides was the proof that the German war machine had fallen to pieces, and that it would not have needed Foch's projected encirclement of 14th November to complete the ruin. The meaning of a bridgehead on a river is that the army occupying it commands the crossings, and has room to deploy on the farther bank. Of the three great bridgeheads, the northern, that of Cologne and Bonn, was to be occupied by the British troops, the central at Koblenz by the Americans, and the southern at Mainz by the French. The full meaning of victory was scarcely realized by the Allied armies during the week in which they waited quietly in their lines. They only knew that fighting had ceased, and that a great space now separated them from the enemy. It was cold, rimy weather, and the quiet under the grey sky seemed fantastic to those whose ears were accustomed to the unending din of battle. But when, early on the morning of Sunday the 17th of November, the advance began, there came a sudden awakening of all ranks to the tremendous thing that had been achieved. Names long heard of as German headquarters took concrete form as towns and villages. Rivers which once seemed as remote as the moon were left behind them, and daily they came nearer that mysterious land from which their enemy had issued. For 4 years they had fought him on their own soil. They were now to visit his home as conquerors. The advance was slow, for the Germans had made a wonderful destruction of roads, bridges, and railways. It was a grim business, for the joy of the liberated inhabitants could not disguise the horrors of the enemy occupation, and everywhere our advancing troops met strings of returning prisoners, dazed and emaciated men, cast loose by the enemy to find their way back. Yet pride was the dominant note, and the troops swung out on the road to the Rhine with well-groomed horses, polished harness chains, spick and span guns and limbers, and every man smart and trim. To the French was reserved the chief romance of the march, for they were entering their own lands of Lorraine and Alsace, which after 48 years they had freed. On the 17th, the Moroccan division passed through Château Salins. At noon, the Second Army, under General Hirschauer, was in Mulhouse, and farther north, French troops, with what feelings may be guessed, crossed the battlefields of Gravelotte and Morhange. That day, the Third American Army, under Major General Dickman, left the tormented uplands of the Meuse behind them, passed through Longuyon and Conflans, and entered the frontier fortress of Longwy and the mining town of Briey. The 19th was an historic date. The King and Queen of the Belgians arrived at Antwerp, and that afternoon attended a Te Deum in the cathedral. Belgian troops had last left it on the night of October 9, 1914, when smoke and flames made a pall as over some city of the Inferno. They returned to streets bright with flags and crowded with the cheering citizens whose days of torment were over. That day Mangin's 10th Army entered Metz an hour after noon. Pétain, now a Marshal of France, rode at the head of them. Every house flew the tricolour of the Republic, and the roadways were lined by young girls in the quaint costume of Lorraine. The joy of Metz was to be measured by her long captivity, for she had been a prisoner not for 4, but for 48 years. About the same hour, the troops under General Gérard entered Zaberne. On Wednesday the 20th, the French reached the Rhine. 5 days later, King Albert made a solemn entry into Brussels, the capital which he abandoned in order to save his country. On the 23rd, the American Third Army, advancing through Luxembourg and led by the 1st Division, crossed the German frontier. On Monday the 25th, the French entered Strasbourg, the most dramatic moment of all. The troops chosen for the privilege were of the 4th Army under Gouraud. On August 10, 1914, when news reached Paris of the taking of Mulhouse, the Strasbourg statue in the Place de la Concorde had been stripped of its crape, for the time of mourning was at an end. It was a true prophecy, though the Alsatian city had to wait 4 years for its fulfilment. Now the same statue was bright with gold and the 3 colours of the Republic, for the march of the deliverers was ended. Early in the afternoon came Pétain, in his long cavalry cloak, for the day was chilly, and took a stand in front of the imperial palace in the Kaiserplatz. Beside him stood Gouraud, with his empty right sleeve, the most romantic figure among the great captains of France, and the 3 group commanders, Castelnau, Fayolle, and Maistre. Then through the streets, where nearly every name was German and every flag was French,
moved the men and guns of the Fourth Army. At first the occasion seemed too solemn for cheering, and there was little sound save from the drums and clarions of the regiments. But presently emotion broke forth, and the city became one voice around its deliverers. Footnote. That day there was posted up on the walls not the least finely inspired of the many great proclamations of France. To the inhabitants of Strasbourg, to the soldiers of the Fourth Army, the day of glory has arrived. After 48 years of tragic separation, after 51 months of war, the sons of great France, your brothers, are united once more. This miracle has been wrought by you, people of Strasbourg and men of Alsace, because you have kept in your faithful hearts the sacred love of the mother country through all the trials and indignities of the hated yoke. History will scarce furnish a like instance of such noble fidelity. This miracle has been wrought by you, soldiers, who have fought heroically the hardest battles ever known, and issued from them with immortal glory. The redoubtable barrier has fallen. The eagles of the frontier posts have been laid low for ever. France comes to you, people of Strasbourg, as a mother to her darling child who has been lost and is found again. At this solemn and magnificent hour which proclaims the triumph of right, justice, and liberty, let us unite, liberated Alsatians and liberating soldiers, in the same love. End of footnote. By the middle of December, the armies of the Allies had reached their goals. The tricolour guarded the mouth of the Main, and the stars and stripes flew above the city where the Moselle joins the Rhine, and over the dumb fortress of Ehrenbreitstein. If we seek for a parallel and drama to the French entry into Strasbourg, we may find it in the passage of the great river by the British Second Army. It took place on 13th December in heavy rain, the weather in which most of their battles had been fought. 6 months before, the British forces had been cooped up in a space of 45 miles between the enemy trenches and the Channel. Now they were 250 miles east of Boulogne. The cavalry had already gone ahead, and on that morning it was the turn of the infantry. General Plummer took his stand at the great Hohenzollern Bridge at Cologne, and passed and filed the 29th Division, the men of the Gallipoli landing and Cambrai. At the Nord Bridge, where Sir Charles Ferguson, the new military governor of Cologne, took the salute, the 9th Division crossed. The division which at Leu and Delville Wood, at Arras and 3rd Ypres, in the retreat for Saint-Quentin, and in the desperate stand on the Lys, had won imperishable glory. Farther upstream, at the Iron Suspension Bridge, the 1st Canadian Division was crossing, and the 2nd Canadians made the passage by the Bridge of Bonn, in the presence of Sir Arthur Currie. All the marching tunes of the British Empire were heard in the rain, the Maple Leaf and the Men of Harlech, John Peel and Blue Bonnets. There was no parade, no gaudy triumph, but in the lean efficiency of the men the watching crowd read a grim lesson of power. The handful of British soldiers who had been present at the start of the contest in 1914, and who now witnessed the end of the long road, may well have wavered in their minds between thankfulness and awe. For they were watching the consummation of a miracle of patience, courage, and resolution. The little expeditionary force, small in numbers and small in the esteem of its opponents, had grown to almost the most formidable army that the world has seen. The words of Jacob might have been theirs. With my staff I passed over this Jordan, and now I am become 2 bands. On Tuesday, 12th November, the Allied fleets under Admiral Calthorpe passed through the Dardanelles, and on the morning of the 13th arrived off Constantinople. It was the 4th time in a century that a British fleet had entered the Sea of Marmora. Behind them, British and Indian troops garrisoned the Gallipoli forts, where so much good blood had been spilled and the enterprise at last concluded. The Black Sea was now under Allied control. At 2:30 in the afternoon of Friday, 15th November, the German light cruiser Königsberg arrived at Rust, bringing Admiral Hugo von Mura to arrange for the carrying out of the armistice conditions. Von Mura bore a good reputation as a sailor. He had been in command of the dreadnought König, and had had charge of the last naval operations in the Gulf of Riga.
He brought with him 3 delegates from the Sailors and Soldiers' Council and 3 from the People's Council. Under the terms of surrender, all submarines were to be handed over: 10 battleships, 6 battle cruisers, 8 light cruisers and 50 destroyers. These were to be disarmed and interned in neutral ports, or failing that, in Allied ports. But the neutral powers would have nothing to do with the business, so it fell to the Allies to receive them. The remaining surface warships left to Germany were to be concentrated in certain German ports, paid off and disarmed, and placed under the supervision of an Allied commission. The terms meant nothing less than the disappearance of German sea power. The conference between Admiral Beatty and Admiral von Muir came to an end late in the evening of the 16th. Affair was conducted with all the punctilios of naval etiquette, and the German admiral departed into the fog which clouded the Firth of Forth with such formal salutes as might have attended a visit of officers of one great fleet to another. The humiliation of Germany was too dire to need expression by word or ceremony. The fact shouted itself throughout all the world. On Wednesday the 20th, the handing over of the submarines began. The truth about them was now known from German admissions. For the past year their numbers had been steadily shrinking. New constructions had not covered losses, the best commanders had all been killed, and the crews were weak and mutinous. At a point 35 miles from the Essex coast, Admiral Sir Reginald Turret, with 5 British light cruisers, received the surrender of the first 20 U-boats. It was a fine morning with a quiet sea and the sun shining through the mist, when the British seamen saw the low grey hulls, escorted by German transports, coming from the east. Only one submarine flew the German ensign, and all had their numbers painted out. They were navigated by their own crews till close to Harwich, when British officers took charge. The white ensign was run up above the solitary German flag, and the German sailors embarked on their transports to go home. A grimmer scene could scarcely be conceived. The enemy craft were received in silence by the British cruisers, who had their men at action stations and their guns trained on the newcomers. There was no hint of fraternization. Scarcely a word was spoken, and the British sailors looked stolidly at the men who had disgraced their calling. A hiss or a taunt would have been less insulting than that deadly stillness. Next day, Thursday the 21st, in the same ominous quiet, the German battleships and battlecruisers were handed over to the custody of the British Grand Fleet, which was accompanied by detachments of the French and American navies. The event took place in the waters east of the mouth of the Firth of Forth. The 4 battlecruisers, which, with the Seydlitz now under repair, were all that remained to Germany, were the Von der Tann, Derfflinger, Hindenburg, and Moltke, and these were escorted to their place of interment by our 1st and 2nd battle squadrons. The battleships were the König Albert, Kaiser, Kronprinz Wilhelm, Kaiserin, Bayern, Markgraf, Prince Regent Luitpold, Großer Kurfürst, and Friedrich der Große, escorted by the 4th and 5th battle squadrons and the American 6th battle squadron. The 7 light cruisers were the Karlsruhe, Frankfurt, Emden, Nürnberg, Brummer, Köln, and Bremse. Footnote. For various reasons, the full complement of ships due under the terms of the Armistice could not be handed over on the 21st. It should be noted that of the light cruisers, most were new constructions to take place of ships of the same name sunk during the war. End of footnote. Escorted by the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 6th light cruiser squadrons, and the 1st cruiser squadron. The rear of the procession was formed by the 1st and 2nd battle cruiser squadrons, and the 4th and 7th light cruiser squadrons. In a few hours, the main units of Germany's fleet had passed out of her hands, and she, who in 1914 had been the 2nd sea power in the world, had sunk to the state of a 6th or 7th rate power, while of what was left to her she had no longer the free use. Sir David Beatty ordered the surrendered vessels to haul down their flags at 3:37 that afternoon, and not to hoist them again without permission. The armistice gave the Allies free access to the Baltic, and this involved mine-sweeping in German territorial waters, and the control of the enemy forts which protected the entrance to that sea. A flotilla of British minesweepers at once set out to clear the Kattegat. The British squadron followed them, and by 3rd December lay off Libau,
where its presence was urgently needed owing to the Bolshevik advance. But if we seek for drama, we can find it at its highest in the visit of the British warships, under Vice Admiral Sir Montagu Browning, to the German naval bases. Accompanied by naval representatives of the Allies, he set out on 3rd December in the Hercules, attended by 4 destroyers. A German pilot party took them through the minefields, and they anchored off Wilhelmshaven after midday. There the German ships were inspected, and air stations such as Bochum, Heligoland, Norderney, and Sylt visited. The Hercules then passed through the Kiel Channel, and returning British prisoners on its banks had a glimpse of the white ensign. At Kiel, the final details were settled, and on 18th December the Hercules left the canal on her return voyage. In June 1914, a British squadron had been in Kiel Bay, and British guns had hailed the final deepening of the Great Waterway. The Emperor had visited our flagship, and the flag at her masthead had proclaimed the presence on board of an admiral of the British fleet. At a subsequent banquet, a German admiral had declared that his navy sought to model itself upon the great example of Nelson. Such is the immutability of mortal things. The German sea lords, Ingenohl, Scheer, Hippe, had disappeared into the darkness, and in a Dutch manner their master was waiting impotently while the Allies decreed his fate. The cessation of hostilities left Germany a seething cauldron of rival factions and immature theories, and it was hard to tell from the froth and bubbles of incipient revolution what might be the outcome. But one fact was clear. Monarchical Germany was gone. On 28th November, from his refuge in Holland, the Emperor issued his signed abdication. 14 days earlier, the Emperor Charles of Austria had bidden farewell to his uneasy throne. The old regime had disappeared in vapour. The old military chiefs had gone, and the decomposing armies were no longer in charge of princes. Such was the immediate aftermath of war. End of Chapter 102, Part 1. Section 41 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued, and The Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Chapter 102, Conclusion, Part 2. To see the colossal turmoil as a whole, to present any kind of synoptic picture to the brain, is a task all but impossible for a contemporary, and it would be scarcely easier for posterity. All comparative tests fail us. It was so much the hugest war ever fought that it is idle to set it beside earlier conflicts. During its 4 years it depleted the world of life and wealth to a far greater degree than a century of the old barbarian invasions. More than 8 million men died in battle, and the casualties on all fronts were over 30 million. If we add deaths from disease and famine, it cannot have cost the population of the globe less than 20 million dead, and as many more maimed and weakened for life. Some 40,000 million sterling of money was spent by the nations in the direct business of war. The losses in property were incalculable. A large part of the world's shipping had been destroyed, and the appurtenances of civilized life over millions of square miles of the globe's surface. And let it be remembered that this devastation has been wrought not in the loose and embryonic society of an elder world, but in one where each state was a highly developed organism, where the economic fabric was intricate and far extending, and where myriads of human souls depended for their existence on the mechanism of civilization performing its function smoothly and in security. No figures can bring before us the magnitude of the struggle, for they pass far beyond the limits of ordinary experience and become the empty symbols of a statistical abstract. Realization can be best attempted by recalling the geographical immensity of the battleground, a task which is for the imagination, since the soldier saw only his little area, and no man's experience could cover all the many fields. Only by some celestial intelligence, as Mr. Hardy has presented in the Dynasts, was a synoptic view attainable. An observer on an altitude in the north, like the hill at Kassel, on some evening in September 1918, could look east and note the great arc from the dunes at Nieuport to the coalfields about Lens, lit with the flashes of guns and the glare of star shells, and loud with the mutter of battle. That was a line of 50 miles, far greater than any battlefield in the old wars, but it was a mere fragment of the whole. Had he moved south to the ridge of Vimy, he would have looked on another 50 miles of an intenser strife. South again to Bapaume, and he would have marked the wicked glow from Cambrai to the Oise. Still journeying from some little height between the Oise and the Aisne, he would have scanned the long front which was now creeping round the shattered woods of Saint-Gobain to where Léon sat on its hill. From the mounts about Reims, he might have seen Gros' battle line among the bleak Champagne downs, and from a point in the Argonne, the trenches of the Americans on both sides of the Meuse, running into the dim woody country where the Moselle flowed towards Metz. Past the gap of Nancy, and down the long scarp of the Vosges, went the flicker of fire and the murmur of combat, till the French line stretched into the plain of Alsace, and exchanged greetings with sentinels on the Swiss frontier. Such a battleground might well have seemed beyond the dream of mortals, and yet it was but a part of the whole. The celestial intelligence, for sight unlimited by distance, would have looked eastward, and beyond the tangle of the Alps, witnessed a strange sight. From the Stelvio to the Adriatic ran another front, continuous through glacier camps and rock eyries, and trenches on the edge of the eternal snows to the pleasant foothills of the Lombard plain, and thence by the gravel beds of the Piave to the lagoons of Venice. Beyond the Adriatic it ran through the sombre hills of Albania, past the lakes where the wildfowl wheeled at the unfamiliar sound of guns, beyond the Tierne and Vardar and Struma valleys to the Aegean shores. It began again when the Anatolian peninsula was left behind, and curved from the Palestine coast in a great loop north of Jerusalem across Jordan to the hills of Moab. Gazing over the deserts, he would have marked the flicker which told of mortal war passing beyond the ancient valleys of Euphrates and Tigris, up into the wild Persian ranges. And scattered flickers to the north would have led him to the Caspian shores, and beyond them to that tableland running into the Hindu Kush, which was the cradle of all the warring races. Passing north, his eyes would have seen the lights of the Allies from the Pacific coast westward to the Urals and the Volga, and little clusters far away on the shore of the Arctic ice. Had the vision of such a celestial spectator been unhindered by time as well as by space, he would have embraced still stranger sights. He would have noted the Allied lines in the west stagnant for months, then creeping on imperceptibly as a glacier, then wavering in sections like a curtain in the wind, and at last moving steadily upon Germany. It would have beheld the old Russian front from the Baltic to the Danube, pressing westward, checking and falling east, breaking in parts, gathering strength, and again advancing, and at last dying like a lingering sunset into darkness. Behind would have appeared a murderous glow, which was the flame of revolution. Turning to Africa, he would have noted the slow movement of little armies in west and east and south, handfuls of men creeping in wide circles among the Cameroon's jungles till the land was theirs, converging lines of mounted troopers among the barrens of the German southwest territory, closing in upon the tin shanties of Windhoek, troops of all races advancing through the mountain glens and dark green forests of German East Africa, till after months and years the enemy's strength had become a batch of exiles beyond the southern frontier. And farther off still, among the isles of the Pacific and on the Chinese coast, you would have seen men toiling under the same lash of war. Had the spectator looked seaward, the sight would have been not less marvellous. On every ocean of the world he would have observed the merchantmen of the Allies bringing supplies for battle.
But in the North Atlantic, in the Mediterranean, and in the Channel and North Sea, you would have seen uncanny things. Vessels would disappear as if by magic, and little warships would hurry about like some fishing fleet when shoals are moving. The merchantmen would huddle into packs with destroyers like lean dogs at their sides. You would have seen in the Scottish firths and among the isles of the Orkneys a mighty navy waiting, and ships from it scouring the waters of the North Sea, while inside the fences of Heligoland lay the decaying monsters of the German fleet. And in the air over land and sea would have been a perpetual coming and going of aircraft like flies above the pool of war. The observer, wherever on the globe his eyes were turned, would have found no area immune from the effects of the contest. Every factory in Europe and America hummed by night and day to prepare the material of strife. The economic problems of 5 continents had been transformed. The life of the remotest villages had suffered a strange metamorphosis. Faraway English hamlets were darkened because of air raids. Little farms in Touraine, in the Scottish Highlands, in the Apennines, were untilled because there were no men. Armenia had lost half her people. The folk of North Syria were dying of famine. Indian villages and African tribes had been blotted out by plague. Whole countries had ceased for the moment to exist, except as geographical names. Such were but a few of the consequences of the kindling of war in a world grown too expert in destruction, a world where all nations were part one of another. 3. War, unless it be narrowly circumscribed in area and duration, does not admit of an easy summary, and no formula can exhaust the significance of a 4 years' strife which engaged every major power. But the main features are fortunately clear. The stages of the drama are patent, though the action within them may be infinitely ramified. Germany began with the immediate odds in her favour. She was superior to any combination of her enemies in the number of trained men she could put straightway into the field. She had a smooth and powerful military machine built up patiently during a generation. She had a centralized command, and her colleagues were subject in all matters to her will. She was aware that her opponents had greater potential strength, but it would take time for it to become actual, and she hoped to win victory long before that day dawned. Unlike her enemies, she realized the fundamental weakness of Russia, and knew that if she could deal a crushing blow in the West, she might safely leave the East to be dealt with at her leisure. So, outraging all laws and conventions in her methods, she sought to win in France that battle without a morrow, of which her general staff had always dreamed. The dream was shattered at the Marne, but with praiseworthy courage she revised her plans. She fell back inside formidable defences, and being, as she thought, self-subsistent and wholly disciplined, set herself to wear down the spirit of her foes. For 3 years the war became the siege of a fortress. There were sallies by the besieged, as when Mackensen swept Russia out of Poland, when the same general overran Serbia, when Falkenhayn pushed Romania behind the Sereth. There were the sallies of Austria, first to the edge of the Lombard plain, and then to the Piave. There was the great and disastrous sally of the imperial crown prince at Verdun. There were attacks, too, by the besiegers, by the Russians in the east, by the British at Gallipoli on the borders of Palestine and in Mesopotamia, by Italy across the Isonzo, by the British and French at Festubert and in Artois, at Luce and Champagne, in the long-drawn battle of the Somme, at Arras, Messines and Ypres. These attacks gravely weakened the garrison of the fortress, and the blockade of the Allied navies lowered the resisting power of the population inside the defences. Early in the year 1917, it seemed as if the fortress might fall from an enveloping attack. The downfall of Russia changed the prospect. Thenceforth there were no beleaguering armies in the east, and the garrison could be thinned on that side and supplies in all likelihood gathered from the huge undefended territory stretching to the Pacific. A new policy was revealed to the besieged.
America had entered the war against them, but America would be slow in mustering her power, and they had the chance of annihilating the weary troops of France and Britain while they were yet unreinforced. Germany still counted upon her superior military prowess and disciplined morale. So far, the offensive was in discredit, for the assaults of her enemies had not breached her fortifications, but she might devise a tactical method which would succeed where they had failed. Accordingly, on March 21st, 1918, she gathered all her strength for a final effort. The trench campaign ceased, and the day of the open battle began. The plan, if it were to win, must win at once, for the Allies had begun to set their house in order. They had tightened the strings of the blockade, and were concentrating authority in skilled hands. Moreover, ever nearer from the west crept the ominous cloud of America's battle power. But the German stroke miscarried, and its failure meant the certainty of Germany's defeat. She had staked everything on the venture, and her flagging vitality could not compass a second. Further, the peril had compelled her enemies to take the final step in reform, and they had entrusted the supreme command to their greatest soldier. We have seen the masterly strategy of Foch. Waiting patiently on the appointed time, he struck a blow which put the German machine out of gear. Carrying his enemy's tactics to their logical conclusion, he kept the battle nourished and mobile, till on 26 September he began those hammer strokes which crumbled a great machine into debris. The victory in the field, which faint hearts among the Allies had despaired of, came in the most shattering and cataclysmic form. At last had been fought the battle without a morrow, for it broke not only the enemy armies, but the enemy peoples, and the creed for which they had contended. History will not deny to Germany the credit of a tremendous achievement. She alone at the start showed a proper boldness in conception, a proper vigour, and tenacity in execution. She began, it is true, with certain conspicuous advantages, since her national trade had long been war, and for the first years of the campaign she was the professional arrayed against amateurs. But as the skies darkened above her, and the numbers and the armament of her enemies increased to a fatal preponderance, she rose to a greatness which had been wanting in her first magniloquent dreams. Her people suffered extreme hardships patiently and did not break till they were assured of defeat. Her armies showed, both individually and in the mass, the utmost valour and resolution. It was no contemptible foe that yielded on the 11th of November. She had the elasticity of spirit to be able to revise her plans in the face of failure, and to carry out the new as methodically and vigorously as the old. She showed beyond doubt a higher average of talent and subordinate commands than any of the nations allied against her. And when her case became desperate, she opposed a stout heart and fertile mind to heavy odds, and proved that courage and the power of sacrifice are not confined to the possessor of an enlightened political faith. In her stand, contra mundum, she read the world a lesson in disciplined devotion. It is not to be assumed that the victory of the Allies was from the first assured. There were occasions, even after the Marne, when they were within easy hail of defeat. Germany had a chance to win. She failed because in certain vital matters she blundered. Her chief blunder was in her statesmanship. United herself, and with complaisant colleagues, she had to face a loose alliance of proud and independent democracies. A little skill might have increased the looseness of its bonds till it dissolved, but Germany by her maladroitness welded it together. Her calculated barbarities sickened the world and turned neutrals into enemies. Her clumsy propaganda weakened the impression of power which her victories had created. She lit revolutions to destroy her opponents, and scorched her hands in their flame. Above all, she forced America, unwilling and unready, into the conflict. The mingled bluster and whine which had become her public voice ended by making her a laughing-stock. The policy of Germany throughout the war was of a piece with her diplomacy before 1914, an invitation to the hostility of mankind, and defensible only on the assumption that her soldiers were so great that fatuity in her statesmen did not matter. But she failed also in the supreme military direction, for she produced no single soldier of the highest rank. Competent generals, Mackensen, Amin, Byrne, Otto von Bülow, Einem,
She had, and to spare. Hindenburg had a touch of the indefinable magnetism which makes a great popular leader. Falkenhayn had immense cleverness, and some inkling of the art as opposed to the mere science of war. But it would seem that the preoccupation of Germany with her machine and her meticulous industry made it impossible for her to produce the highest kind of military genius. Again and again throughout the campaign success was frustrated, not so much by patent errors as by narrowness of outlook and scientific woodenness of method. There were errors too, such as the change of plan of the great advance of March 1918, but the main defect was the lack of that insight into the heart of a situation which belonged to the foremost captains of history. Ludendorff was her ablest commander, and if organizing power, complete mastery of detail, and a sturdy resolution could of themselves make a great soldier, he would deserve to rank among the greatest. But he failed as her statesmen failed, and since the High Command controlled the major matters of policy, on them must rest the chief blame of failure. In a war of nations, strategy is concerned with more things than the movement of armies, and this blindness to other aspects than the purely military caused them to neglect the real gaps in the Allied armour. It is impossible for a candid mind, reading Ludendorff's own narrative, to doubt that he shared to the full that lack of political insight, that strange incapacity to judge the hearts of other peoples, which he attributes to his government. Therefore, with all his amazing industry and talents, he missed the chances which fortune offered. It has become the fashion in certain circles to say that the German civilians lost the war which the soldiers could have won, but there is more justice in the view that the High Command were themselves the principal architects of their country's defeat. The Allies entered upon the struggle faced with heavy odds. Their strength lay in the fact that every day that disaster was evaded, the odds would lessen, till presently they would be on their side. It was for this reason that the First Marne is to be reckoned one of the decisive battles of the world. It definitely shut the door in complete defeat, and gave the defenders a breathing space. They needed leisure to train their manhood and prepare a machine the equivalent of Germany's, and Russia's heroic battles during 1915 were therefore vital as a distraction for the enemy. Their blunders were many, but though now it is easy to detect them, it is hard to see how at the time they could have been avoided. There was no central command, no single mind envisaging the whole world as one battleground. The clumsy device of occasional conferences could not atone for the lack of executive unity. They suffered too from several profound misconceptions of fact. They exaggerated the strength of Russia and did not foresee the underground forces which were destined to overthrow them. They underestimated the possibilities of their command of the sea and were too slow to declare the blockade, and when it was declared, to make it effective. They miscalculated the strength of the German war machine and the power of the defensive in modern war. Their various attacks in the West during 1915 were, as is now clear, mistaken. They were not prepared either in men or material for ambitious objectives. Again, while the necessities of their position forced them to undertake divergent operations, it may fairly be argued that these operations were too divergent. They lacked purpose and a definite place in a strategical scheme. For minor operations they were too costly, and for major operations too weak. In the long run they bore ample fruit, but only after victory was assured in the main theatre of the West. Finally, the Allies were slow to read the new lessons of war. That was inevitable, perhaps, since they were improvisers, and had to learn a new art and perfect their equipment through many experiments. And it is to their credit that in the end they read these lessons more correctly than their enemy. Their problem was the same as that of the North in the American Civil War: to stave off immediate defeat and to make actual their potential human and economic superiority. When their material strength was so organized that it surpassed that of their opponents, and when it was so used that no part of it was wasted, victory followed like the conclusion of a mathematical proof. It would be a task both futile and invidious to discuss the relative contributions of the different allies to this achievement. All had it in a full and noble share. France took the first shock, and to the end had the largest forces in the main theatre. She remained, as she has always been, the foremost military nation in the world. And if, in the closing stages, the chief effort was in other hands, that effort was guided by a French general. Russia, so long as her strength availed her, spent herself quixotically in the Allied cause. Italy fought a difficult campaign with unfailing devotion and at a terrible cost. The little nations, Belgium, Serbia, Romania, gave their all. America, entering late into the strife, made ready great armies at a speed unparalleled in history, and brought about victory before the wreckage of the world was beyond repair. Britain's performance was in harmony with her historic tradition. Her fleet nullified the enemy on the high seas in the first months of the war, and conducted the blockade which sapped his internal strength, making possible the cooperation in the field of allies separated by leagues of ocean, and the conduct of campaigns in distant battlegrounds. Her wealth bore for years the main financial burden of the alliance, and her factories produced the greater part of that mighty reserve of material which ended by far surpassing Germany's long-prepared stores. Her armies, beginning from the smallest numbers, grew to be the equal of any in the world, alike in training, discipline, and leadership. Moreover, her steady resolution was a bulwark to all her confederates in the darkest hours. Such has always been her record in European wars. At the beginning she is underrated as a soft and pacific power, already on the decline. This, in the 18th century, was the view of the continental monarchs, Frederick the Great, Joseph II of Austria, Catherine of Russia. This, in 1914, was the view of the German government. She comes slowly to a decision, enters upon war unwillingly, but wages it with all her heart, and does not slacken till her purpose is attained. It was so in the days of Philip of Spain, of Louis XIV, and of Napoleon. The island Poland ends by finding the future of the world largely entrusted into her reluctant hands. The war was one of nations rather than of governments, and without the sustained endurance of every class in the community there could have been no victory. The duty of the civilian governors was rather to direct than create, to provide channels for a popular impulse which was more potent than any endeavour of individual genius. In no campaign, it may be fairly claimed, did the soldier suffer less from political interference, and the few cases which can be cited are notable only because they stand out sharply against the background of patient and loyal cooperation. Among statesmen it cannot be said that any one figure towered above his fellows as did Lincoln's in the American Civil War. Cabinets passed through rapid changes, and a host of honest workers did their part, and then made way for others, leaving their contributions to the common stock. War, indeed, calls forth a specific kind of statesmanship, a type which might well be unacceptable in normal times, for the daring pilot in extremity may be a troublesome shipmaster in calm weather. For this reason, the most conspicuous figures among the statesmen of the war were not in the main tradition of their several countries, but unorthodox types chosen for and evolved by an extreme crisis. The struggle closed with 3 men directing the councils of the Allies, and standing forth as the representatives of their peoples, and in each case the leader was not wholly typical of the nation he led. Monsieur Clemenceau had much of the essential Gallic genius, but his inspired audacity was perhaps less characteristic of the France of 1918 than was the patient caution of Pétain. Mr. Wilson guided his country without being in temperament a representative American, and Mr. Lloyd George irritated and puzzled millions who accepted his inspiration. In these 3 men, the Allies found their ultimate leaders, who controlled the spirit as well as the form of the final stages. 2 of them were in the first order as war ministers, blending courage and tenacity with imaginative fervour and a sure instinct for essential needs. The third had no special faculty for the task, and he owed his power to the chance which made him the official head of a great people, as a monarch must play a foremost part in his country's wars from the accident of his sitting upon the throne. The same chance made him for a season the apparent arbiter of the world's destinies, and the position placed an undue strain upon a stiff and somewhat arrogant temperament, and a powerful but intolerant mind. He withdrew into an austere seclusion, refusing to share his responsibility except with lesser men, and as a consequence he was to prove impotent in the final councils of peace. Here we are not concerned with the flood of criticism which followed his fall, but as the leader of America during 20 months of campaigning, and as the prophet of certain vital truths which he alone was in the position to formulate, he is an indefeasible claim to the gratitude of mankind. The war in the field was in the main one of rank and file rather than of generals, and most of the battles were dependent upon the fighting vigour and endurance of the average soldier, rather than upon any peculiar brilliance and subtlety in leadership. This was inevitable, partly because the struggle was so vast and intimate, reaching to the roots of human life, partly because it was full of novelties, and generals as well as privates had their business to learn. One figure alone among the commanders on any side stands out in the full heroic proportions. By whatever standard we judge him, Ferdinand Foch must take rank among the dozen greatest of the world's captains. Long before the outbreak of war he had made himself a master of his art, and happy fate gave him the chance of putting into practice in the field the wisdom he had acquired at leisure. He had studied closely the work of Napoleon, and had brought his mind into tune with that supreme intellect, so that he absorbed its methods like a collaborator rather than a pupil. Discarding the pedantic cobwebs which a too laborious German staff had woven around the Napoleonic campaigns, he mastered those principles which to the great emperor were like flashes of white light to illuminate his path. Few soldiers have been more learned in their profession, and few have worn their learning more lightly. His broad, sane intelligence was without prejudice or prepossession. He turned a clear eye to instant needs, and read the facts of each case with a brave candour. But he did not forget that the maxims of strategy are eternal things, and he brought his profound knowledge of the past to elucidate the present. No aspect was neglected. He knew how to inspire men by the beau geste, as well as how to labour at the minutiae of preparation. He was both artist and man of science. He worked at a problem by the light of reason and knowledge, but when these failed, he was content to trust that instinct which is an extra sense in the great commanders. His character was a happy compound of patience and ardour. He could follow Fabian tactics when these were called for, and he could risk everything on a sudden stroke. He was not infallible, any more than Caesar or Napoleon or Lee, but he could rise from his mistakes to a higher wisdom. In a word, he had a genius for war, that rarest of human talents. In the splendid company of the historic French captains, he will stand among the foremost, behind, but not far behind, the greatest of all. He was well served by his colleagues. Joffre and Castelnau, through the first difficult years, laid the foundations of victory. Pétain showed a supreme talent for defensive warfare and for the organization of armies. Army and group commanders like Mangin and Gouraud, Fayolle and Franchet d'Espèrey, Plummer and Byng were the equal of any generals of the same rank on the enemy side. But if we are to seek for the first lieutenant as the commander-in-chief, the choice must fall upon Haig. He, more than any other man, made the final conception of Foch possible. He had not the great Frenchman's gift for strategy, but he had the scarcely less valuable power of creating the weapons for the strategist to use. He was a master in the art of training troops, the greatest Britain had seen since Sir John Moore, and under his guidance the British Army produced most of the main tactical developments of the campaign. He had his failures, as Foch had, but no failures or disappointments could shake his confidence in the ultimate issue. Drawing comfort from deep springs, he bore in the face of difficulties a gentle and unshakable resolution. The campaign, nay, the history of war, has produced no finer figure. Great in patience, courtesy, unselfishness, serenity, and iron courage amid reverses and delays. He showed high military talent, but he showed a character which was beyond talent, and since war in the last resort is a conflict of spirit, the finer spirit prevailed. Britain was fortunate indeed in the leader to whom she entrusted her manhood, and of all her leaders he was the most sorely tested and abundantly proved. Here had been Mark, General-in-Chief, through a whole campaign of the world's life and death, doing the king's work all the dim day long. End of chapter 102. Part 2. Section 42 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. The Great Sallies Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Beeswax Candle. A History of the Great War, Volume 4 by John Buchan. Chapter 102, Conclusion, Part 3. 4. The short memory of mankind in seasons of peace has tended to exaggerate the beneficence of war, and to assume that a spiritual value is assured by material loss and bodily suffering. Rewards there are, but they are not certain, and the moral disorder is at least as conspicuous as the moral gain. A war does not solve absolutely any problem but the one. Which side is the stronger? It may clear the ground of encumbrances and so facilitate the builder's task, but the immediate result is a desperate confusion, that deadly disordering which the Greek historian noted as the consequence even of victorious battles. In casting up the accounts of any armed struggle, the debit side must appear the heavier because the losses are ascertained, while the elements of profit are too often in speculation and the far future. Let us set down the few items where the gain to the world could not be controverted. In the first place, a great arrogance, inimical to humanity, had been overthrown. An arrogance which had been shared in some degree by all nations, but of which Germany has been the extreme instance and the most truculent champion. Its devotees had appealed to force, and force had betrayed them, so that now, for a little, the temple door was closed and the god discredited. The world is at no time safe for freedom, which needs vigilant and unremitting guardianship, but the immediate menace had been destroyed. Secondly, the riddle which Lincoln propounded had been finally answered, and the democratic nations had shown themselves as able as any autocracy to submit with a whole heart to discipline. It may be read in Tacitus how into the sombre grove of the high god of the Germans none might enter save with a chain around his neck to show his subjection to the divinity. Let the old legend stand as a parable. These gods were tyrants, and their mandate was to enslave. Their votaries, whether they spoke the rhetoric of a mad racialism or the chatter of a bastard science, were serfs themselves, and would reduce mankind to their own ignominy, though they called it by noble names. They had challenged the world, as Attila and Timur had challenged it, and the free men had proved themselves stronger than the slaves. Again, the ground had been cleared for a better ordering of the world. Much of the debris of past ages was now estimated at its true worthlessness. Ancient inequitable frontiers could be adjusted. Old wrongs could be righted. Again, the magnitude and the horrors of the contest had gone far to sicken mankind of strife and predispose them to find a more rational way of settling differences. Already the conception of a true internationalism was dawning, which should add to the patriotism of races and nations a patriotism of humanity. Lastly, the world had been shaken out of its complacency, and if not to governments, to hosts of humble folk, there had come that self-knowledge which is the beginning of wisdom. These were gains of incalculable worth, but no one of them had been finally won when the guns fell silent, and to each was attached an intricacy of further problems which, unless solved, would nullify the advantage. The political task in itself might well seem too great for human wisdom, for if many ramshackle structures had been demolished, the ground was heavily cumbered with the rubble, and there were sharp differences of view as to the edifice to be built. When, after Waterloo, the soldiers laid down their task, the civilian statesmen who took it up had before them a comparatively simple problem. They were still dealing with the world in the form in which it had been handed down from the Middle Ages, with tangible things like dynasties and frontiers, not with a world closely linked in its every interest, and with the imponderabilia of democracy. The Congress of Vienna was child's play to the coming conferences of the Allies. They had Germany for their first problem,
and there it was not a mere question of the rectification of frontiers, but of direct and indirect assistance in building up a people politically and economically broken. Had that task stood alone, it would have been sufficiently great. But it was only one of many, for the war had altered the constituents of all the world. Next in magnitude came the problem of Russia, where the social dissolution was now complete, and Bolshevism was spreading like a rank fungus in its unwholesome gloom. There was the intricate business of the Baltic provinces and of Poland, which must be reconstituted as a power in spite of the difficulties which had made her for 2 centuries the despair of European statesmen. There was the matter of Austria, now dissolved into her original racial elements. Last in Europe, there was the eternal problem of the Balkans, where races were inextricably mixed, and of European Turkey, which must now pass in the main from Ottoman hands. In Africa were the German colonies, which could not be restored to their former owners, and for which a new regime must be devised under the trusteeship of the Allies. In Asia there were other German colonies, and the debris of the Turkish Empire, which must find new guardians. No one of these matters was simple, and all were clogged with old historical rivalries among the Allies themselves. Moreover, there was one gratuitous complication. The war had been fought largely for the cause of nationality. But nationality is not a term of art, and its interpretation is never easy. Pressed too far, it might mean the splitting up of historic states into atoms, for which in the modern world there could be no hopeful future. The phrase self-determination, so recklessly flung about the world, was to sow tares in many a well-tilled field. Nor did territorial adjustments exhaust the problem. There was the complex business of the details of Germany's reparation, of fixing indemnities and devising a means of exacting them from a bankrupt country, a matter on which wide differences of opinion might appear among the Allies. Moreover, there was the whole question of the future economy of an exhausted world. Unless this war differed from all others, peace would be followed by dire poverty, worldwide unemployment, starvation over great areas, popular unrest which might rend the worn fabric of civilization. The conquerors of Germany had to settle not only the fate of the conquered, but their own. The urgent practical tasks were immense enough in themselves, and they were made infinitely more arduous by the debauch of theorizing which peace inaugurated throughout the globe. A facile dialectic went abroad to loosen convictions. Wisdom was pushed to the point where it became error. Nonsense was ingeniously elaborated till it seemed self-evident truth. On one side, the principle of nationality was exaggerated into a foolish particularism, and there was a tendency to seek assurances and safeguards which would perpetuate the old hostilities. On the other side, the belief in the state, which Germany had made an idolatry, tended by an inevitable reaction to become dangerously shaken. The rigid discipline of the war had satiated all the peoples with government, and everywhere there was an impulse to anarchy. The extremists, who taught that political institutions were redundant or vicious, and that society must be brigaded in economic classes, now found a readier hearing. Moreover, a despotism which has been overthrown is apt to be replaced by a counter-despotism, and immature and feverish minds saw in the monstrous innovation of Russia an example to be admired. Even among the Western nations, the great principles of democracy were a little weakened, and men were inclined to question the most fundamental articles of their political faith. The world had become one vast laboratory, where ignorance clamoured for blind experiments with unknown chemicals. Those who believed that victory would mean a fresh start with high hearts and girded loins and clear eyes and a new world were strangely forgetful of the lessons of history. For war clogs the brain and weakens the nerve, and the heavy burden of settlement falls upon shoulders already wearied and bowed. The task had to be undertaken by statesmen, all of whom were tired, and many of whom were unfitted for the work, since the qualities which made them eminent in war were often a handicap in the very different duties of peace. As with the leaders, so with the peoples. Little assistance could be got from the rank and file, who were as bewildered as their masters. When Michelet, after the writing of his history, fell ill and sought leisure, he excused himself on the plea, J'ai battu tant de rois. Like the historian, the world desired above all things rest and ease, dazed with the long effort and the clattering about its ears of so many landmarks. Men's minds were relaxed and surfeited when they were not disillusioned. After the strain of the distant vision, they were apt to seek the immediate advantage. After so much altruism, they asked leave to attend to private interests. After their unremitting labours, they claimed the right of apathy. In short, problems of a magnitude unknown in history had to be faced by jaded statesmen and listless, confused peoples. There was yet another bequest of war, its natural offspring. Discordia demens, viperium crinum vitis inexo cruentus. A lurking madness was abroad in the world. Human life had been shorn of its sacredness. Death and misery and torture had become too familiar. The old decorums and sanctions had lost something of their power. The passions of many millions cannot be stirred for 4 years without leaving a hideous legacy. Men were moved by waves of sheer dementia, relapsing into wolfishness and childishness, and a few score human lives seemed a trivial price to pay for the attainment of some pedantry. Smug revolutionaries condemned thousands of their fellows to death for a whim, and neither they nor the world at large seemed to realize the enormity of the crime. The crust which we call civilization had worn thin, and beneath could be heard the muttering of the primordial fires. Therefore, those who looked forward to peace with happy dreams were fated to be disillusioned. It was very certain that high hopes would be dashed, and that generous souls would cry out in bitterness that the battles had been fought in vain, and that what began as a crusade had ended in a cynical huckstering. But this pessimism was as unreasonable as the earlier illusions and as blind to the teaching of the past. Peace does not follow naturally upon victory. It is itself a construction, a slow and difficult effort to bridge the chasm between two worlds, and it is inevitably a time of discouragement. It is like a season of thaw. The frosts of January are cruel things, but for the strong they tauten the sinews and stir the blood, whereas in a thaw there is nothing but grey skies and muddy roads and plashing fields. Yet that is the course of nature, and summer cannot follow winter without the depressing stage of early spring. If the winter wheat has been truly sown, there will come in due season the time of harvest. The gains and losses are not yet to be assessed, but there is ground for humble confidence that the sowing in unimaginable sacrifice and pain will yet quicken and bear fruit to the bettering of the world. The war was a vindication of the essential greatness of our common nature, for victory was won less by genius in the few than by faithfulness in the many. Every class had its share, and the plain man, born in these latter days of doubt and divided purpose, marched to heights of the heroic unsurpassed in simpler ages. In this revelation, democracy found its final justification, and civilization its truest hope. Mankind may console itself in its hour of depression and failure, and steel itself to new labours with the knowledge that once it has been great. The sacrifice was chiefly of innocence and youth, and in computing it there can be no distinction between friend and enemy. Hunc ex diverso sedem veniemus in unum. That country of the young knows no frontiers of race or creed. Most men who fell died for honourable things, and perversities of national policy were changed into the eternal sanctities. Love of country and home, comradeship, loyalty to manly virtues, the indomitable questing of youth. Innocence does not perish in vain. Against such a spirit the gates of death cannot prevail, and the endurance of their work is more certain than the coming of spring. The world is poor indeed without them, for they were the flower of their race, the straightest of the limb, the keenest of brain, the most eager of spirit. In such a morning, each man thinks first of his friends, for each of us has seen his crowded circle become like the stalls at an unpopular play. Each has suddenly found the world of time strangely empty, and eternity strangely thronged. Yet to look back upon the gallant procession of those who offered their all and had the gift accepted is to know exultation as well as sorrow.
the youth which died almost before it had gazed on the world, the poets with their songs unsung, the makers and the doers who left their tasks unfinished, found immortal achievement in their death. Their memory will abide so long as men are found to set honour before ease, and a nation lives not for its ledgers alone, but for some purpose of virtue. They have become, in the fancy of Henry Vaughan, the shining spires of that city to which we travel. The end. End of chapter 102, part 3.
Section 43 of A History of the Great War, Volume 4, The Great Sallies Continued, and the Surrender. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Calkins. A History of the Great War, Volume 4, by John Buchan. Appendix: The Terms of Armistice. Section 1. Terms of Armistice with Bulgaria. Signed on September 29, 1918. 1. Immediate evacuation of the territories still occupied in Greece and Serbia, in conformity with an arrangement to be concluded. No cattle, grain, or stores of any kind are to be removed from these territories. No destruction shall be caused by the Bulgarian troops on their departure. The Bulgarian administration shall continue to carry on its functions in the parts of Bulgaria at present occupied by the Allies. 2. Immediate demobilization of all the Bulgarian armies, with the exception that a group of all arms, comprising 3 divisions of 16 battalions each and 4 regiments of cavalry, shall be maintained on a war footing, of which 2 divisions shall be allocated to the defense of the eastern frontier of Bulgaria and of the Dobrudna, and the 148th Division to the protection of the railways. 3. The arms, ammunition, and military transport belonging to the demobilized units shall be deposited at points to be indicated by the Supreme Command of the Armées d'Orient. They will then be stored by the Bulgarian authorities and under the control of the Allies. The horses will likewise be handed over to the Allies. 4. The material belonging to the 4th Greek Army Corps, which was taken from the Greek army at the time of the occupation of eastern Macedonia, shall be handed over to Greece insofar as it has not been sent to Germany. 5. Those portions of the Bulgarian troops at the present time west of the meridian of Uskub and belonging to the 11th German Army shall lay down their arms and shall be considered until further notice to be prisoners of war. The officers will retain their arms. 6. Bulgarian prisoners of war in the east shall be employed by the Allied armies until the conclusion of peace, without reciprocity as regards Allied prisoners of war in Bulgarian hands. These latter shall be handed over without delay to the Allied authorities, and deported civilians shall be entirely free to return to their homes. 7. Germany and Austria-Germany shall have a period of 4 weeks to withdraw their troops and military organizations. The diplomatic and consular representatives of the Central Powers, as well as their nationals, must leave Bulgarian territory within the same period. The orders for the cessation of hostilities will be given by the signatories of the present convention. Section 2. Terms of Armistice with Turkey. Signed on October 30, 1918. 1. The opening of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus, and secure access to the Black Sea. Allied occupation of the Dardanelles and the Bosphorus forts. 2. The positions of all minefields, torpedo tubes, and other obstructions in Turkish waters to be indicated, and assistance to be given to sweep or remove them as may be required. 3. All available information as to mines in the Black Sea to be communicated. 4. All Allied prisoners of war and Armenian interned persons and prisoners to be collected in Constantinople and handed over unconditionally to the Allies. 5. The immediate demobilization of the Turkish army, except for such troops as are required for the surveillance of the frontiers and for the maintenance of internal order. The number of effectives and their disposition to be determined later by the Allies after a consultation with the Turkish government. 6. The surrender of all war vessels in Turkish waters or in waters occupied by Turkey, those ships to be interned at such Turkish port or ports as may be directed, except such small vessels as are required for police or similar purposes in Turkish territorial waters. 7. The Allies to have the right to occupy any strategic points in the event of any situation arising which threatens the security of the Allies. 8. Free use by Allied ships of all ports and anchorages now in Turkish occupation, and the denial of their use to the enemy. Similar conditions to apply to Turkish mercantile shipping in Turkish waters for purposes of trade and the demobilization of the army. 9. Use of all ship repair facilities at all Turkish ports and arsenals. 10. Allied occupation of the Taurus tunnel system. 11. The immediate withdrawal of the Turkish troops from northwest Persia to behind the pre-war frontier has already been ordered and will be carried out. Part of Transcaucasia has already been ordered to be evacuated by Turkish troops. The remainder is to be evacuated if required by the Allies after they have studied the situation there. 12. Wireless, telegraph, and cable stations to be controlled by the Allies, Turkish government messages excepted. 13. Prohibition to destroy any naval, military, or commercial material. 14. Facilities to be given for the purchase of coal, oil, fuel, and naval material from Turkish sources, after the requirements of the country have been met. None of the above material to be exported. 15. Allied control officers to be placed on all railways, including such portions of the Transcaucasian railways as are now under Turkish control, which must be placed at the free and complete disposal of the Allied authorities, due consideration being given to the needs of the population. This clause is to include Allied occupation of Batum. Turkey will raise no objection to the occupation of Baku by the Allies. 16. The surrender of all garrisons in the Hejaz, Azir, Yemen, Syria, and Mesopotamia to the nearest Allied commander, and the withdrawal of troops from Cilicia, except those necessary to maintain order, as will be determined under Clause 5. 17. The surrender of all Turkish officers in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica to the nearest Italian garrison. Turkey guarantees to stop supplies and communication with these officers if they do not obey the order to surrender. 18. The surrender of all ports occupied in Tripolitania and Cyrenaica, including Misurata, to the nearest Ally garrison. 19. All Germans and Austrians, naval, military, and civilian, to be evacuated within 1 month from the Turkish dominions. Those in remote districts to be evacuated as soon after as may be possible. 20. The compliance with such orders as may be conveyed for the disposal of the equipment, arms, and ammunition, including transport, of that portion of the Turkish army which is demobilized under Clause 5. 21. An Allied representative to be attached to the Turkish Ministry of Supplies in order to safeguard Allied interests. This representative is to be furnished with all that may be necessary for this purpose. 22. Turkish prisoners to be kept at the disposal of the Allied powers. The release of Turkish civilian prisoners over military age to be considered. 23. Obligation on the part of Turkey to cease all relations with the Central Powers. 24. In case of disorder in the 6 Armenian vilayets, the Allies reserve to themselves the right to occupy any part of them. 25. Hostilities between the Allies and Turkey shall cease from noon local time on Thursday, the 31st October, 1918. Section 3. Terms of Armistice with Austria-Hungary, signed on November 3, 1918. A. Military clauses. 1. The immediate cessation of hostilities by land, sea, and air. 2. Total demobilization of the Austro-Hungarian army and immediate withdrawal of all Austro-Hungarian forces operating on the front from the North Sea to Switzerland. Within Austro-Hungarian territory, limited as in Clause 3 below, there shall only be maintained as an organized military force a maximum of 20 divisions, reduced to pre-war peace effectives. Half the divisional, corps, and army artillery and equipment shall be collected at points to be indicated by the Allies and United States of America for delivery to them, beginning with all such material as exists in the territories to be evacuated by the Austro-Hungarian forces. 3. Evacuation of all territories invaded by Austria-Hungary since the beginning of war. Withdrawal within such periods as shall be determined by the Commander-in-Chief of the Allied forces on each front of the Austro-Hungarian armies, behind a line fixed as follows. From Piz Umbrail to the north of the Stelvio, it will follow the crest of the Rhaetian Alps up to the sources of the Adige and the Eisack, passing thence by Mounts Reschen and Brenner, and the heights of Oitz and Ziller. The line thence turns south, crossing Mount Toblach, and meeting the present frontier of the Carnic Alps. It follows this frontier up to Mount Tarvis, and after Mount Tarvis the watershed of the Julian Alps by the col of Predil, Mount Mangart, the Tricorno, Turglu, and the watershed of the Cols de Poberto, Podlaniskem, and Idria. From this point the line turns southeast towards the Ekniberg, excluding the whole basin of the Save and its tributaries. From the Schneeberg it goes down towards the coast in such a way as to include Castua, Matuglia, and Voloska in the evacuated territories. It will also follow the administrative limits of the present province of Dalmatia, including to the north Licarica and Trevania, and to the south territory limited by a line from the shore of Cape Planca to the summits of the watershed eastwards, so as to include in the evacuated area all the valleys and watercourses flowing towards Sabenko, such as the Sicola, Kerka, Butiniska, and their tributaries. It will also include all the islands in the north and west of Dalmatia, from Premuda, Selve, Ulbo, Skerda, Maun, Pego, and Punta Dora in the north, up to Maleda in the south, embracing St. Andrea, Busi, Lissa, Lesina, Turcola, Curzola, Katsa, and Lagosta, as well as the neighboring rocks and islets and Pelagosa, only excepting the islands of Great and Small Zirona, Bua, Solta, and Bratza. All territories thus evacuated will be occupied by the troops of the Allies and of the United States of America. All military and railway equipment of all kinds, including coal, belonging to or within those territories, to be left in situ, and surrendered to the Allies according to special orders given by the commanders-in-chief of the forces of the associated powers on the different fronts. No new destruction, pillage, or requisition to be done by enemy troops in the territories to be evacuated by them and occupied by the forces of the associated powers. 4. The Allies shall have the right of free movement over all road and rail and waterways in Austro-Hungarian territory, and of the use of the necessary Austrian and Hungarian means of transportation. The armies of the associated powers shall occupy such strategic points in Austria-Hungary at such times as they may deem necessary to enable them to conduct military operations or to maintain order. They shall have the right of requisition on payment for the troops of the associated powers wherever they may be. 5. Complete evacuation of all German troops within 15 days, not only from the Italian and Balkan fronts, but from all Austro-Hungarian territory. internment of all German troops which have not left Austria-Hungary within that date. 6. The administration of the evacuated territories of Austria-Hungary will be entrusted to the local authorities under the control of the Allied and associated armies of occupation. 7. The immediate repatriation without reciprocity of all Allied prisoners of war and interned subjects, and of civil populations evacuated from their homes, on conditions to be laid down by the commanders-in-chief of the forces of the associated powers on the various fronts. 8. Sick and wounded who cannot be removed from evacuated territory will be cared for by Austro-Hungarian personnel, who will be left on the spot with the medical material required. B. Naval conditions. 1. Immediate cessation of all hostilities at sea, and definite information to be given as to the location and movements of all Austro-Hungarian ships. Notification to be made to neutrals that freedom of navigation in all territorial waters is given to the naval and mercantile marines of the Allied and associated powers, all questions of neutrality being waived. 2. Surrender to the Allies and United States of America of 15 Austro-Hungarian submarines completed between the years 1910 and 1918, and of all German submarines which are in or may hereafter enter Austro-Hungarian territorial waters. All other Austro-Hungarian submarines to be paid off and completely disarmed, and to remain under the supervision of the Allies and United States of America. 3. Surrender to the Allies and United States of America with their complete armament and equipment of 3 battleships, 3 light cruisers, 9 destroyers, 12 torpedo boats, 1 mine layer, 6 Danube monitors, to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America. All other surface warships, including river craft, are to be concentrated in Austro-Hungarian naval bases to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, and are to be paid off and completely disarmed and placed under the supervision of the Allies and United States of America. 4. Freedom of navigation to all warships and merchant ships of the Allied and associated powers to be given in the Adriatic and up the river Danube and its tributaries in the territorial waters and territory of Austria-Hungary. The Allies and associated powers shall have the right to sweep up all minefields and obstructions, and the positions of these are to be indicated. In order to ensure the freedom of navigation on the Danube, the Allies and the United States of America shall be empowered to occupy or to dismantle all fortifications or defense works. 5. The existing blockade conditions set up by the Allied and associated powers are to remain unchanged, and all Austro-Hungarian merchant ships found at sea are to remain liable to capture, save exceptions which may be made by a commission nominated by the Allies and United States of America. 6. All naval aircraft are to be concentrated and immobilized in Austro-Hungarian bases to be designated by the Allies and United States of America. 7. Evacuation of all Italian coasts and of all ports occupied by Austria-Hungary outside their national territory, and the abandonment of all floating craft, naval materials, equipment, and materials for inland navigation of all kinds. 8. Occupation by the Allies and the United States of America of the land and sea fortifications and the islands which form the defenses, and of the dockyards and arsenal at Pola. 9. All merchant vessels held by Austria-Hungary belonging to the Allies and associated powers to be returned. 10. No destruction of ships or of materials to be permitted before evacuation, surrender, or restoration. 11. All naval and mercantile marine prisoners of war of the Allied and associated powers in Austro-Hungarian hands to be returned without reciprocity. Section 4. Terms of Armistice with Germany, signed at 5 a.m. on November 11, 1918. A. Clauses relating to Western Front. 1. Cessation of operations by land and in the air 6 hours after the signature of the armistice, namely at 11 a.m. 2. Immediate evacuation of invaded countries, Belgium, France, Alsace-Lorraine, Luxembourg, so ordered as to be completed within 14 days from the signature of the armistice. German troops which have not left the above-mentioned territories within the period fixed will become prisoners of war. Occupation by the Allied and United States forces jointly will keep pace with evacuation in these areas. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated in accordance with the annexed note. 3. Repatriation, beginning at once, to be completed within 14 days, of all inhabitants of the countries above enumerated, including hostages, persons under trial, or convicted. 4. Surrender in good condition by the German armies of the following equipment: 5,000 guns, 2,500 heavy, 2,500 field, 30,000 machine guns, 3,000 mine warfare, 2,000 aeroplanes, fighters, bombers, firstly D-7s, and night bombing machines. The above to be delivered in situ to the Allied and United States troops in accordance with the detailed conditions laid down in the annexed note. 5. Evacuation by the German armies of the countries on the left bank of the Rhine. These countries on the left bank of the Rhine shall be administered by the local authorities under the control of the Allied and United States armies of occupation. The occupation of these territories will be carried out by Allied and United States garrisons holding the principal crossings of the Rhine, Mayence, Koblenz, Cologne, together with bridgeheads at these points of a 30-kilometer, about 19 miles, radius on the right bank, and by garrisons similarly holding the strategic points of the regions. A neutral zone shall be set up on the right bank of the Rhine between the river and a line drawn 10 kilometers, 6.5 miles, distant, starting from the Dutch frontier to the Swiss frontier. In the case of inhabitants, no person shall be prosecuted for having taken part in any military measures previous to the signing of the armistice. No measure of a general or official character shall be taken which would have, as a consequence, the depreciation of industrial establishments or a reduction of their personnel. Evacuation by the enemy of the Rhinelands shall be so ordered as to be completed within a further period of 16 days, in all 31 days after the signature of the armistice. All movements of evacuation and occupation will be regulated according to the annexed note. 6. In all territory evacuated by the enemy, there shall be no evacuation of inhabitants. No damage or harm shall be done to the persons or property of the inhabitants. No destruction of any kind to be committed. Military establishments of all kinds shall be delivered intact, as well as military stores of food, munitions, equipment not removed during the periods fixed for evacuation. Stores of food of all kinds for the civil population, cattle, etc., shall be left in situ. Industrial establishments shall not be impaired in any way, and their personnel shall not be moved. 7. Roads and means of communication of every kind, railroads, waterways, main roads, bridges, telegraphs, telephones, shall be in no manner impaired. All civil and military personnel at present employed on them shall remain. 5,000 locomotives, 150,000 wagons, and 5,000 motor lorries in good working order, with all necessary spare parts and fittings, shall be delivered to the associated powers within the period fixed for the evacuation of Belgium and Luxembourg. The railways of Alsace-Lorraine shall be handed over within the same period, together with all pre-war personnel and material. Further, material necessary for the working of railways in the country on the left bank of the Rhine shall be left in situ. All stores of coal and material for upkeep of permanent way, signals, and repair shops shall be left in situ and kept in an efficient state by Germany as far as the means of communication are concerned during the whole period of the armistice. All barges taken from the Allies shall be restored to them. The annexed note regulates the detail of these measures. 8. The German command shall be responsible for revealing all mines or delay action fuses disposed on territory evacuated by the German troops, and shall assist in their discovery and destruction. The German command shall also reveal all destructive measures that have been taken, such as poisoning or pollution of springs, wells, etc., under penalty of reprisals. 9. The right of requisition shall be exercised by the Allied and United States armies in all occupied territory, save for settlement of accounts with authorized persons. The upkeep of troops of occupation in the Rhineland, excluding Alsace-Lorraine, shall be charged to the German government. 10. The immediate repatriation, without reciprocity, according to the detailed conditions which shall be fixed, of all Allied and United States prisoners of war. The Allied powers and the United States of America shall be able to dispose of these prisoners as they wish. However, the return of German prisoners of war interned in Holland and Switzerland shall continue as before. The return of German prisoners of war shall be settled at peace preliminaries. 11. Sick and wounded who cannot be removed from evacuated territory will be cared for by German personnel, who will be left on the spot with the medical material required. B. Clauses relating to the eastern frontiers of Germany. 12. All German troops at present in any territory which before the war belonged to Russia, Romania, or Turkey shall withdraw within the frontiers of Germany as they existed on August 1, 1914. And all German troops at present in territories which before the war formed part of Russia must likewise return to within the frontiers of Germany as above defined, as soon as the Allies shall think the moment suitable, having regard to the internal situation of these territories. 13. Evacuation by German troops to begin at once, and all German instructors, prisoners, and civilian as well as military agents now on the territory of Russia, as defined on August 1, 1914, to be recalled. 14. German troops to cease at once all requisitions and seizures, and any other undertaking with a view to obtaining supplies intended for Germany in Romania and Russia, as defined on August 1, 1914. 15. Abandonment of the treaties of Bucharest and Brest-Litovsk, and of the supplementary treaties. 16. The Allies shall have free access to the territories evacuated by the Germans on their eastern frontier, either through Danzig or by the Vistula, in order to convey supplies to the populations of these territories or for the purpose of maintaining order. C. Clause relating to East Africa. 17. Unconditional evacuation of all German forces operating in East Africa within 1 month. D. General clauses. 18. Repatriation without reciprocity within a maximum period of 1 month, in accordance with detailed conditions hereafter to be fixed, of all civilians interned or deported who may be citizens of other allied or associated states than those mentioned in Clause 3. 19. With the reservation that any future claims and demands of the Allies and United States of America remain unaffected, the following financial conditions are required. Reparation for damage done. While the armistice lasts, no public securities shall be removed by the enemy which can serve as a pledge to the Allies for the recovery or reparation for war losses. Immediate restitution of the cash deposit in the National Bank of Belgium, and in general, immediate return of all documents, specie, stocks, shares, paper money, together with plant for the issue thereof, touching public or private interests in the invaded countries. Restitution of the Russian and Romanian gold yielded to Germany or taken by that power. This gold to be delivered in trust to the Allies until the signature of peace. E. Naval conditions. 20. Immediate cessation of all hostilities at sea, and definite information to be given as to the location and movements of all German ships. Notification to be given to neutrals that freedom of navigation in all territorial waters is given to the naval and mercantile marines of the Allied and associated powers, all questions of neutrality being waived. 21. All naval and mercantile marine prisoners of war of the Allied and associated powers in German hands to be returned without reciprocity. 22. Handing over to the Allies and the United States of all submarines, including all submarine cruisers and mine-layers, which are present in the moment with full complement in the ports specified by the Allies and the United States. Those that cannot put to sea to be deprived of crews and supplies, and shall remain under the supervision of the Allies and the United States. Submarines ready to put to sea shall be prepared to leave German ports immediately on receipt of wireless order to sail to the port of surrender, the remainder to follow as early as possible. The conditions of this article shall be carried out within 14 days after the signing of the armistice. 23. The following German surface warships, which shall be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, shall forthwith be disarmed and thereafter interned in neutral ports, or, failing them, Allied ports, to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, and placed under the surveillance of the Allies and the United States of America, only caretakers being left on board, namely, 6 battle cruisers, 10 battleships, 8 light cruisers including 2 mine-layers, 50 destroyers of the most modern types. All other surface warships, including river craft, are to be concentrated in German naval bases to be designated by the Allies and the United States of America, and are to be paid off and completely disarmed and placed under the supervision of the Allies and the United States of America. All vessels of the auxiliary fleet, trawlers, motor vessels, etc., are to be disarmed. All vessels specified for internment shall be ready to leave German ports 7 days after the signing of the armistice. Directions of the voyage will be given by wireless. Note: a declaration has been signed by the Allied delegates and handed to the German delegates to the effect that, in the event of ships not being handed over owing to the mutinous state of the fleet, the Allies reserve the right to occupy Heligoland as an advanced base to enable them to enforce the terms of the armistice. The German delegates have on their part signed a declaration that they will recommend the Chancellor to accept this. 24. The Allies and the United States of America shall have the right to sweep up all minefields and obstructions laid by Germany outside German territorial waters, and the positions of these are to be indicated. 25. Freedom of access to and from the Baltic to be given to the naval and mercantile marines of the Allied and associated powers. To secure this, the Allies and the United States of America shall be empowered to occupy all German forts, fortifications, batteries, and defense works of all kinds in the entrances from the Kattegat into the Baltic, and to sweep up all mines and obstructions within and without German territorial waters, without any questions of neutrality being raised, and the positions of all such mines and obstructions are to be indicated. 26. The existing blockade conditions set up by the Allied and associated powers are to remain unchanged, and all German merchant ships found at sea are to remain liable to capture. The Allies and United States contemplate the provisioning of Germany during the armistice as shall be found necessary. 28. All naval aircraft are to be concentrated and immobilized in German bases to be specified by the Allies and the United States of America. 28. In evacuating the Belgian coasts and forts, Germany shall abandon all merchant ships, tugs, lighters, cranes, and all other harbor materials, all materials for inland navigation, all aircraft and air materials and stores, all arms and armaments, and all stores and apparatus of all kinds. 29. All Black Sea ports are to be evacuated by Germany. All Russian warships of all descriptions seized by Germany in the Black Sea are to be handed over to the Allies and the United States of America. All neutral merchant ships seized are to be released. All warlike and other materials of all kinds seized in those ports are to be returned, and German materials as specified in Clause 28 are to be abandoned. 30. All merchant ships in German hands belonging to the Allied and associated powers are to be restored in ports to be specified by the Allies and the United States of America without reciprocity. 31. No destruction of ships or of materials to be permitted before evacuation, surrender, or restoration. 32. The German government shall formally notify the neutral governments of the world, and particularly the governments of Norway, Sweden, Denmark, and Holland, that all restrictions placed on the trading of their vessels with the Allied and associated countries, whether by the German government or by private German interest, and whether in return for specific concessions, such as the export of shipbuilding materials, or not, are immediately cancelled. 33. No transfers of German merchant shipping of any description to any neutral flag are to take place after signature of the armistice. F. Duration of armistice. 34. The duration of the armistice is to be 36 days, with option to extend. During this period, on failure of execution of any of the above clauses, the armistice may be denounced by one of the contracting parties on 48 hours previous notice. G. Time limit for reply. 35. This armistice to be accepted or refused by Germany within 72 hours of notification. End of Appendix, The Terms of Armistice. End of A History of the Great War, Volume 4. End of A History of the Great War by John Buchan.